Most famous for being a WWE superstar and co-founding, Robbie Davidson was a leader in the flat earth world, producing the documentary Scientism Exposed, parts 1 and 2, founding the ministry Celebrate Truth, which grew to 150,000 followers on YouTube, and organizing multiple flat earth international conferences. But now he's rejected it all and believes the earth is a sphere. One of the connections that made Robbie even more well-known was his association with Logan Paul. Paul, who today is most famous for being a WWE superstar and co-founding Prime Hydration with his friend KSI, was previously mainly known as a YouTuber. One of his more provocative projects was pretending to be a flat earther for his mockumentary Flat Earth to the Edge and Back. For that documentary, he spoke at the 2018 Flat Earth International Conference, an event founded and organized by Robbie. At that conference, Logan publicly came out of the closet as a flat earther.
I'm not ashamed to say my name is Logan Paul and I think I'm coming out of the flat earth closet.
But it was all a ruse for his video. In Paul's documentary, Robbie was shown as a leader and superstar of the movement. Here's one of those clips.
So we're gonna meet up with Robbie, and he's gonna give us
Wait, who's Robbie?
Robbie Davidson, the CEO and founder of the Flat Earth Internet. Yeah.
Robbie Davidson.
Do you know Robbie Davidson?
Do you know who that is?
I don't.
That's the guy from my wall. Like, dude,
Well, yeah, we're meeting
I've been
with
following
them.
the dude for years, bro. I have his book. Like, you guys have to put yourselves in my shoes for a second and just understand like what this means to me.
Hi.
Bro, why would you say that?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good, man.
Nice to meet you. That's my friend Mike.
Hey, what's up, Robbie?
Mike?
Nice to meet you. Yeah, Mike.
Nice to meet you. Dude, you're gonna rock your mind, man. It's gonna blow your mind. Just go in with an open mind. That's what I want. Just ask all the hard questions to everyone. Man, they're gonna like just love the fact that you're just open.
Something else that's important to understand about Robbie is that he is an evangelical Christian who originally adopted flat earth beliefs because of how he interpreted the Bible at the time. Robbie is also a personal friend of mine. He and his family have been in my home, and we were members of 2 different churches together before my family moved out of Edmonton. I've always felt a bond with Robbie because while he was leading Celebrate Truth, I was running the head covering movement. We were both spearheading ministries that received a lot of criticism and were viewed by our critics as founding our ministries on a very narrow biblical interpretation. I never adopted flat earth beliefs myself, but Robbie helped me understand where he was coming from. After church, I'd often approach him with new objections or questions to get his take on them.
I have a question for you, man.
He was never divisive or pushy. He never tried to force his view on me or make me feel like a second-class Christian for disagreeing. He also wasn't trying to change our church into a flat earth church. Our pastors at both of the churches we were members of together didn't believe in my view of head covering or his view of flat earth, and we were both okay with that. I've always respected him deeply, especially for his charitable spirit and his commitment to the unity among believers. That's why his change of mind, while surprising in one sense, is in another sense not surprising at all. He's always been a man who cares about the truth and is willing to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
I just want the truth.
With all that said, let's now look at the experiment that shook up Robbie's world and led him to abandon his beliefs. Robbie's change of mind came after the conclusions of what is known as the final experiment. The final experiment was a 2024 expedition to Antarctica designed to test a central claim of flat earth theory. It took place over 4 days from December 14th to 17th in 2024. The trip was organized by Pastor Will Duffy and included a team of 9. Duffy himself, along with 8 content creators on both sides of the shape of the earth debate. For their travel to Antarctica, each participant carried GPS devices that continuously updated their coordinates, allowing observers to monitor their exact locations throughout the journey. Additionally, the chartered flight from Punta Arenas, Chile to Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica was tracked live via Flight Radar 24, providing transparent and verifiable flight data. These measures were designed to counter claims that the expedition was staged or that the participants never actually reached Antarctica. This mission was chosen because Duffy had realized in his conversations with flat earthers that if the sun could be observed continuously in the Antarctic sky for 24 hours, it would directly contradict the flat earth claims. So he arranged the expedition to settle the matter once and for all, hence the name The Final Experiment. This marked the first time in history that modern flat earthers traveled to Antarctica for a direct test of their beliefs. According to the flat earth model, Antarctica is not a continent at the South Pole, but rather a ring-shaped ice boundary encircling the world. In this model, the sun behaves like a spotlight moving around the Earth's surface, so it can't remain visible in Antarctica for 24 hours. It would have to rise and set like it does everywhere else all over the world. To put that to the test, the team brought a Starlink satellite internet kit and live streamed the midnight sun for several days. The flat earthers on the team admitted the phenomenon was real, witnessing it with their own eyes.
So obviously you all know Jaron Campanella of Jeranism, one of the most popular flat earth YouTube channels. Not for long. All right, guys. Sometimes you are wrong in life. And I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. But I respect Will Duffy for being a stand-up guy, at least in the way that he kept saying it was true. I kept saying it wasn't. He said, "You want to go? I'll take you," and brought me here. And it's a fact. The sun does circle you in the south. So what does that mean? You guys are gonna have to figure that out yourself. Don't listen to my beliefs or my opinion. It shouldn't matter to you. But at least you should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So I honestly believe there was no 24-hour sun. I honestly now believe there is. That's it.
Their cameras were set up to track the sun's position through the night. The live feeds that were broadcast on YouTube and social media showed the sun skimming just above the horizon at local midnight before rising higher again, never setting. This is what's known as a midnight sun. A second reason for choosing Antarctica specifically, rather than a northern location like Alaska or Norway, where the midnight sun is also visible, was the belief among flat earthers that regular people cannot access Antarctica.
You can get a flight, you can get it booked, get down there, they're gonna take a picture with a penguin, they'll take you to a ceremonial pole. But you say, "Hey dude, I wanna grab a backpack, I wanna go explore." You won't be allowed.
Really?
It is guarded big time. 40 countries signed a peace treaty, and it's the longest standing peace treaty that no one's ever broken. And it says that only military and science can go there. You're not allowed to go backpacking and hang out.
Many in that movement believed governments were restricting access to the so-called ice wall at the edge of the world, hiding the truth about a flat earth from the public. But the fact that Duffy could arrange private travel for the team shattered this narrative. The evidence of the midnight sun caused many truth seekers to abandon their flat earth beliefs, but not all. Some fairly acknowledged that while this data point does clearly contradict the flat earth model, they wanted to explore further before drawing new conclusions. Others, however, exposed their bias, clinging to the theory at all costs. Dean Odell, a pastor and prominent flat earth preacher who declined Duffy's invitation to join the expedition, all expenses paid, even claimed in a sermon afterward that Satan himself might have created a fake sun to deceive the team.
Let me just say this at the outset here about the so-called final experiment and them allegedly seeing the sun move in a circle around them in Antarctica. Let me just go and tell you right now. You don't think Satan could pull that off?
Robbie Davidson later summarized the flat earth backlash to the data. Some claim the team never even went to Antarctica. Others insisted they did, but filmed it all in a CGI studio. And a slew of absurd, even borderline insane conspiracy theories popped up to reject the reality of their boots on the ground evidence. Some even went so far as to be convinced that it was Satan himself going around the TFE team as a deception, rather than just admit it was literally the actual sun they observed on the continent. Many flat earthers now shrug and say it doesn't matter, even though a core pillar of our belief, I was there from the start, was that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica couldn't exist. We dismissed it as impossible, but the team proved it's real. By the end of the 4-day final experiment expedition, the sun never set a single time. Exactly what is expected on a globe and completely incompatible with flat earth cosmology. Now, this experiment was the final nail in the coffin for Robbie. He looked at the evidence and realized it wasn't on his side. He said the data pointed to a globe rather than a, quote, biblical enclosed model with a dome-like firmament, sun, moon, and stars spinning around Polaris. Polaris, also known as the North Star, is fixed in the night sky directly above the North Pole, with other stars appearing to rotate around it. After over a decade of researching and defending Flat Earth and thoroughly understanding every argument for and against it, Robbie put together a list of 10 specific takeaways from the final experiment that led him to abandon the Flat Earth model. They are as follows, using his own words with no commentary from me. 24-hour sun. The team recorded the sun circling the sky for 24 hours in Antarctica, upside down and moving counterclockwise, opposite to what we see up north. I believe it's the real sun, not a trick. On a flat Earth, you'd expect a clockwise path or a sun that sets, so this is a tough one to square. 24-hour moon. The moon is visible for 24 hours, upside down and counterclockwise too compared to the north. Flat Earth voices have argued there's no 24-hour moon down there, but the reality says otherwise. A flat map struggles to explain that motion. South Celestial Pole. The team filmed stars rotating clockwise around a southern point in Chile, the opposite of the northern counterclockwise spin around Polaris. Flat Earth voices have doubted this exists, but I trust what the team caught on camera. A single northern hub can't account for two poles. Sunrise and sunset direction. South of the Tropic of Capricorn, they documented the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. I believe that's the sun's true path, not a fluke. A flat Earth model has a hard time bending sunlight to match that, unlike a globe's tilt. The South Pole. The team had someone at the South Pole while others were at a nearby camp. Flat Earthers claim it's not real, but I'm going with the team's account. A flat Earth doesn't have room for one southern point. It's all edges. Distance between meridians. They measure longitude lines in Chile and Antarctica, showing them closer together south of the equator. I trust their numbers. On a flat Earth, those lines would widen outward, not shrink, making this a real puzzle for that view. Southern Hemisphere flights. The team confirmed non-stop flights like Chile to Australia exist. Many have said they don't, but the evidence disagrees. Flights from New Zealand, South Africa, and South America reach the South Pole in similar times. I believe they're real. A flat Earth can't collapse those distances so neatly. Crossing Antarctica. They learned from staff that people have crossed Antarctica, showing it's a continent, not a wall. I'm taking the staff's word over doubts from the community. A flat Earth's endless ice barrier or shoreline doesn't align with that kind of journey. Weight variation. The team found that things weighed differently in Antarctica due to gravity shifts, as predicted. I'm convinced it's legit physics, not a ruse. A flat Earth doesn't vary weight like that. A globe shape does. Shadow measurements. They filmed 360-degree shadows from a 24-hour sun. I believe it's the sun casting them, not some illusion. Flat Earth shadows wouldn't circle like that. They'd stretch or vanish under a dome. Robbie wrapped up his reflections with this statement. These 10 points make it incredibly tough to hold onto a flat Earth, especially the literal biblical model with a dome where everything orbits Polaris. How do you fit a southern pole, a counterclockwise sun and moon, shrinking meridians, or flights to one spot from sprawling continents? I'm not saying it's foolish to try, just that the evidence from Antarctica leans hard towards a globe, and reconciling it with a flat model feels like chasing a mirage at this point. I'm now convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was wrong about my worldview and cosmology. The evidence from the final experiment team in Antarctica has settled it for me, and I feel total peace with this shift. I want to end this video by commending my friend Robbie. He named his ministry Celebrate Truth because that's what he truly cares about, and he wasn't afraid to follow the truth wherever it led. He demonstrated at great personal cost, as you can expect, he's now being lambasted within the flat Earth community, that he wasn't some gullible guy ignoring evidence. He was someone who was willing to follow the facts no matter where they pointed, and no matter the cost. May we all have the courage to do the same when we're confronted with the inconvenient truth that something we believed for a long time is false. If you'd like to learn more about cosmology from a Christian worldview, check out Falling Flat, a refutation of flat earth claims by Dr. Danny Faulkner. Faulkner holds master's degrees in physics and astronomy and a PhD in astronomy from Indiana University. This book is written specifically for Christians who want to understand how science and scripture fit together when it comes to the shape of the earth. It thoroughly answers common flat earth claims while affirming the authority of the Bible. I've got a link to the book in the video description. Thanks so much for watching. If you found it helpful, would you mind clicking like before you leave? And if you want more content like this in your feed, click subscribe and hit the notification bell. See you in the next video.
one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran.
Wait no more, for I'm here. Welcome everybody to the show. Got another fun one for you today. Should be short. We're going to go through a launch that I did yesterday. But I am having a couple issues here, but hopefully not too bad. I filmed the SpaceX launch last night. I'll show you from where here in a moment. Let me see what's the best way to do this. I have one of my monitors is not working, so I'm a little bit discombobulated, but it should work. Let me make sure the sound is good. Can somebody give me a 5x? Looks good. Looks good. Not clipping. All right, we're good. So anyway, we were 177 miles away, so we're going to do the math together to make sure that we are correct, which usually if it's me, it may not be correct. So what are you going to do? I saw somebody in the chat say, oh, Jaren sold his soul. So that's what happens when you are honest. If you're a truther and tell the truth, people think you sold your soul. Can you imagine? I can't, but it's all right. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? All you can do is be honest with yourself, be honest to others, and whatever happens on the flip side happens on the flip side. We do have another show coming up after this at 6 o'clock. Let me see if I've got the thumbnail for that. We do. That's coming up with MCToon is going to be presenting the first 5 of the, I don't know what there is, 15 or 14 or something, experiments or tests that were done in Antarctica. I don't know all of them off the top of my head. I know we're doing celestial South Pole, magnetic strength, and I don't remember the other ones, but he's doing some other ones. What is the other ones? Maybe, sunrise, sunset times in Punta Arenas. Length of measuring longitude lines, I believe. So anyway, lots of fun stuff going on there. That's coming up at 6, okay, 6 p.m. Pacific time. So let me show you over here where I was, and we're going to do a little profile. Let me bring this up for you. All right, so this is our Google Earth. And just showing you this spot here, I'll back out so you can see where I'm at here on the street. We are just at a street here off of Planada, basically. I'm going to put a little marker here. Okay, so we're right here at the side of this road. Thank you. And we're going to draw a straight line, and I'll show you how from the video you can tell where I'm at. But we're going to go from here to Vandenberg. So we're going to come way out here. Vandenberg is going to be straight south here. It'd actually be easier if I just type it in. Vandenberg. Thank you. All right, so we're going to bring it over here to the launch complex, and there's a little thing over here. Where is it? Okay, is that space 10 and complex 2? Oh, I think it's complex 4, but I don't know where it's at. Complex 4 is, am I just not seeing it? 1 east. Okay, I'm just going to put it to here. I don't know which one it is, but I think it's this one. This is 1. Yeah, it's one of these anyway. These don't have names on them. I believe it's this one, though, from what I remember last time. Okay, so on this one here, we're going to... what I should do it as, I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it as a... Let me go save and save here. Okay, so I'm going to do it as a line with a elevation profile, because what we're checking here is we're going to make sure that there's nothing in my way. Obviously, if there's a 10,000 foot mountain, then that's going to impact this, right? So we're going to now draw a path from here all the way up to where I'm at here. Let's get in there. Okay, so there's that. We're going to add the elevation profile. It's going to bring that up, and you can't see it. Lovely. 1 second, we're going to fix this so you can see it a little better. Still not high enough. A little higher. Still not enough for you to see this part. There. That's good enough. All right, so you see there's the elevation profile down here. And you'll see that we have a max height 3508. I don't know if you see that, 3508. So I'm going to write that down. That is the mountain that's in between us. 3508 feet. And we want to find out how far away that is. And it's, you can see here, at that exact point, it is, come on, 109 miles. Make sure it's not higher. Okay, so 109 miles from here. Okay, so we need to go 109 miles in, and then we're going to make sure that we know that that is 3457. Okay, so we're going to go 109 miles in. Okay, and the reason we're going to do that is now we're going to go to GeoGebra, and we're going to draw out this profile so we can see which one it matches better. GeoGebra. So we're going to, I'm not going to draw the sphere Earth because we can just use the calculator and get that right. But for the flat Earth, we're going to need to draw this out a little bit. GeoGebra is a free site if you want to use it. Go right ahead. I give you permission. All right, so we're going to go start calculator. Okay, so the first thing we're doing is we're doing our 177 miles. Okay, so 177 times 5280. Oops, that's not the right button. Calculator, thank you. So we're going 177 times 5280 equals 934,560. So on GeoGebra, we're just going to put down our first marker here. We're going to go with a line segment. We're going to start here, and we're going to go all the way to 934,560. So we're doing feet. Oops. Let me get this thing over here. And here we go. This is kind of a pain in the butt sometimes. You have to do this a couple times to make sure you get to the numbers you need, but we'll be there pretty fast. We're getting to what? 934,560. 934,560. That's 150,000. So we go 934. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the mountain and see where we would be able to see the rocket first. So we got 9 here. So we're 934,560. So there's 934,560 is going to be here. It's getting a little closer. Oh, you can't see that either. Jeez. Let me try and move this up. It's a little better. Try that. All right. 934. Let's get in here and make sure we get to 560. 934. 934, 5 here. 934, 560. Okay, so there's 934, 560 there. Okay, so there's our distance of 177 miles. We said that 109 miles in, which I should have done the math on that. We're going to do 109 miles in. 109 times 5280 equals 575, 520. So we're going to 575, 520. Excuse me. I get way out of here. 575, 520. 575 is right in here. Okay, 575 is going to be here. 575, 520. 570, whoops. 575, 575, 520. Okay, we're going to put a point there. Let's put a, well, we're going to have to put, that's where we're going to put a, like a little mountain. So we're going to use a, I don't know, we can use a, what do they have? Parallel? Wait, more. Usually have like a, some sort of drawing tool. There we go, this one. Polygon. All right, so 575, 520, we're going to be doing, which is about here. We're going to do a mountain, and we said that that mountain is 30508. Okay, so there's 500, 2,000, 3,000. 35 is going to be about here. We'll fix it 1 second if we have to move that. There's our mountain. Okay. And let's go make sure this top dot is at the right spot. Change over to this tool. And so we have to do 3508. So that is at 35, pretty close. 3520 is there. 3508 is going to be there. Okay, so there's our 3508. There's our mountain. that's going to be between us and the launch. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, if we go back to here, we'll notice that the elevation of this rocket takeoff is, as you see at the bottom. Why does it say 0? Oh, because I got terrain turned off. There we go. Terrain's turned on. So the elevation there, hello, is 144. Does that seem right? 164, 164. Okay, so 160 we'll say. And then the elevation where I'm at is, so what do we say, 160, and my elevation is, from here is 253. Okay. So we'll go mark those real quick on our GeoGebra. Move this. Oops, that's the wrong thing. That's fine, it can go there. All right, so there's our mountain. We're going to go to the end here and add a little platform for us of 160 feet. And this is where the rocket will take off. 160. Okay, so we'll do another parallel. I mean, a polygon. Where'd it go? There, polygon. Okay, and we're going to do a little, what do we say? 160. So that is 150. 160 to here. Yes. Okay, there's 160. We're going to go down to here. And so this is like where the rocket is sitting on this high. Not a box, but close enough. I'm going to move that down. Okay. There we go. And we're also going to be doing the base where we're taking off from. And then we're just going to draw a array, if you will. I think that's what it's called. And just see what, if it clips the top of that mountain, where do we first see the mountain if it's a flat earth? So we're getting in here. We said we're doing 253 as the height here. 250. Okay, there's 250. So let's go 253. All right. 250. I'm sorry. Yeah, 253. Okay, about there. And that's where I'll be standing, is on top of that. Okay, we're good. We got that now. And this. Close. Okay. Oops. Don't know what happened. All right, so now we're going to grab one of these. What is it called? A segment, a line, array, a vector, array. Okay, so we're grabbing array, and we're going to be looking from here as we peer off into the distance. And let me go back up here and grab this. Okay, so here's our array, and we just need to make sure that that passes the very tiptoe, the very tippy top of the mountain halfway there, or wherever it was, 109 miles away. Let's grab this, pull it out. Okay, so there's our mountain. Let's get in there. And we just want it to just cross right at the tippy top. Okay, because that's our line of sight, so we can't see anything beyond that. So we're going to pull this down right to that D. There we go. So now we've got our line of sight, and now we just need to go see where does this line cross the launch. And that would be the only way we could see it, which is here. Okay, so let's measure the distance of this ray from our segment. So we're doing a segment from the very bottom here. Do I do it from the ground or from the takeoff spot? Okay, so we're doing it from here, and we're going up to the line that's crossing. Okay, we'll do it there, and then we're going to go measure that line with the measuring tool. Where's measuring tool? Somewhere in here. There, come on. Distance, there it is, distance length. All right, so the distance is, 5,358. Okay, so what that is that would be the soonest you'd be able to see the rocket. Would be 5,358 feet on a flat earth. Okay, if we go to the curve calculator, because we want to figure out what did M say, do we just go metabunk curve, I believe? That's probably the easiest one. Metabunk curve calculator. Okay, so we are doing 177 miles. We can do a 6-foot viewer height. Okay, and we're going to look at here. So we've got now I don't think we need to use refraction at all. I wouldn't use it because we are looking off into the distance, and it's not above water. I don't know. I think we're okay without it, but you can see the difference here. So let's go here. We see the geometric drop is 20,901 feet. Okay, so
What that means is that if it's a flat Earth, we should see the rocket at 5358. If it's a curved Earth, we should expect to see it at 20,901, say 21,000 or thereabouts. Okay, so let's see, that's 5358 on a flat and 21,000 on a globe. Okay, now let me see if I can fix this issue I was having earlier. Is this still working? No, just tab. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can tab over there. No. One of my monitors is just like frozen or something. I can't get my mouse over there. All right, we're gonna have to put it on here. Let me grab this. What do we want to do here? Where's it at? So just 1 second. I'm just gonna have to upload the video to my. I usually play it in my player, but it's not. My player's stuck over there, so can't use that. So we're gonna have to do it over here. This will work. This will be fine. Good. All right, so I'm just adding this, and I'm going to add the video that I took. Oh, and then I did render it with the... I synced it up. I'll show you how I did that. Let's go with the media source. Yes, thank you. All right, there we go. This PC, A drive. Okay, and this one. All right. Wait, where is it? No, I said A drive. Weird. There we go. And there. All right, so this is the one. I'll show you both, but this I did infrared as well, but it didn't come out great because it's nighttime. So obviously that's not the best time to use infrared. Let me see if this comes up here. Oh, I don't want to loop it. I don't want to use that. And I close file. Okay. Let's see. This might be way big for a second. I'm just going to try and move this. Yeah. So give me a second as I readjust it.
Stage 2 lock float is complete.
Okay. So this is on the lower left, we've got the SpaceX feed. On the lower right, we've got an infrared. Straight ahead, we've got just a regular camera.
Rocket 9 is in startup.
With that call from SpaceX, we're now just awaiting the SpaceX launch director to give their go for launch.
This is
LD go for launch.
And with that call, we're going to go ahead and listen to the final 30 seconds of the count.
Oh, geez.
Step back and join the
I didn't know that I accidentally kept the car sounds in there. They were supposed to come out of the final render. They didn't. All right. So let me show you. You can see right here. Pause. Notice these telephone poles here. We're going to switch back and show you where I'm standing. Just keep an eye on those telephone poles. You got the double one there first, and then they kind of go off in the distance with a little shack there. So now if we go back here, I'm going to show you that that's exactly where I'm standing. On here. And we're going to get down in here. Drop our guy. And as we turn around, you're going to notice the exact same thing. Okay, actually, maybe be a little bit this way. Come on. Okay, so we're about here. And we're going to be zoomed in, obviously. It's going to look more like this. All right, so you can see that that's the same spot, right? So we got the two things. You got the little shack here and telephone poles again. If we switch back to the video, you'll notice it's the same. Where did I put that video? Scene 2. There we go. All right, so that is the same here, you'll notice. And you can see that shed there in the back. So basically that's it. We're looking at 186 degrees south. Okay, and let's go. Let's play. And we'll see the timing, and I'll show you how we sync this up. Here we go. Sorry about the car sounds. That's going to be kind of annoying. No, don't want to do that. There's not too many cars. So you're going to see this light out here. Where can you see my mouse? You can't, huh?
T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Okay, so here goes our launch.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Okay, so on the lower left, obviously, that's what we're watching as it takes off.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
I had the infrared just on the tripod, and then I was holding the main camera. I swear when I was out there, I kept thinking this light. I was like, what is that? Is that light hit? But obviously it's not. When you see actually where it is, that's like really close to me. It's inside of that little, like a little shed that they've got there or something, a little tent. Kind of funny that I didn't know what that was. So we're already at 43 seconds.
Power and telemetry nominal.
50 seconds. Let's pause it real quick. So it says that the craft is 7.3 kilometers right now. Let's go. What is 7.3 kilometers to feet? So as of right now, it's 23,000 feet, the rocket. 23,000. So we certainly have not seen it past 5,000. Now, according to my numbers, we were supposed to see it if it's a globe around 21,000. So we're a little bit behind as of right now. Let's see what goes.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
You'll see that the infrared picked it up first. So just remember, I mean, this took off from my horizon, or, you know, right there. And it took a minute to get between here and here, technically. Oh, you can't see my mouse. So you have to think, it took a minute to get just out of the horizon. Or else maybe the Earth is curved, at which point you would not see it until it got past the limb of the Earth, if you will. I'm not the best filmer. This is my first time ever filming a launch. I'm not, no Red's rhetoric, all right? So give me a break.
And about a minute and a half into flight now so far, all going nominally with this Falcon. Falcon 9 mission.
Now you'll notice the sync up here.
They are thermally conditioning the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage of the vehicle in preparation for the start of its burn. Coming up on a few events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff for MECO at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That'll be followed by stage separation a few seconds after that, and then the ignition of that Merlin vacuum engine. Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the 3-minute mark. Now more than 2 minutes into flight.
It's very cool, very pretty. I mean, it was just after sunset, so it was, I think 6:09 was the launch time. And so you can see here that it's synced when he goes main engine cutoff and then reignite. Watch the light here.
Main engine cutoff.
So everything's out. This falls off.
Stage separation confirmed.
Notice there's no fire here, nothing burning. And then when it reignites, this is going to reignite at the same time.
And back ignition.
Reignite, there it is. And then I'll show you another way we can know that it's synced up. You can see the infrared's not real good at the bottom right. You can't really see it great.
There you see the deployment of the hypersonic grid fins on the Falcon first stage booster, preparing for fairing deployment.
And then in a second, you're going to actually see the flashes in the lower left right now that the booster is displaying.
Fairing separation confirmed.
We're going to be able to match those up with the flashes here in a second to see that it's synced. And here I kind of zoom out and I zoom back in, and that's when we pick them all up. We can actually see the rocket falling, the booster falling.
Both vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
Okay, so as I zoom in here, keep an eye on the lower part of that sperm, if you will, sperm head.
Nice view of the orbital sunset as the
look at the bottom of it.
Falcon 9 continues on with its
see that booster? Now watch as it flashes. It'll match the flash on the lower left. Flash. Watch it. Watch it.
Coming up next will
flash.
be the
see that? So they're synced.
3 of the engines
watch
on
it.
the Falcon 9 first stage booster.
Flash.
Marking the beginning of the entry burn to slow the vehicle down.
And flash. Okay. So pretty synced. I don't have any problems with the syncing.
Entry burn today lasting about 24 seconds in total.
So clearly, if we're looking at what is, how many feet, so we said we should see it at what time for the flat Earth? We should see it at 5358 feet. So I'm going to type in that 5358 feet is 1.6 kilometers. So I'm going to just rewind this to where we were at when we were at 1.6.
And lift off. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
So right here, it would still be behind that mountain. Still be behind the mountain. Yep, on a flat Earth.
Propulsion is nominal.
We're at 1.0, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 1.6, 1.7. So right about there, if the Earth was flat, it has surpassed the top of the mountain. That's 5358. I'm sorry, that's not right. The mountain was 3508. Oh, yeah, but 5358 is where we're supposed to see it. Got you. So we're not seeing that there. And this is at what? T plus 29. So it's about another 30 seconds then. If we wait, I don't remember recording what time it was. It was probably a little bit after a minute. And so I know that those lights kind of, they threw me off too. I was like, what is that light? Is that something? But it's not. Even though the light comes from behind that, it's nothing. It's inside a little structure that's there, like a window. So we're at 59.
Is supersonic.
Okay, so now we're at 101, 102. And then you can see this picked it up first. And then you can see it there. So there is, some questions for sure. Let me see if I can actually, I'm going to have to makeshift some stuff this time because I don't have my normal windows open, or it's not letting me use one of my monitors. White. Okay, I just wanted to bring this up so I can show you. So I'm just taking this little sliver of whiteness here. Alt, and bring this down. All right, and can you see that if I do that? So I'd say that probably the horizon is about here somewhere. If you're talking about, and I mean, even if it's there, maybe just a little bit higher. So from that spot to the time that we see it is a minute, right? Let's press play on this. Or will it let me press play? So that's here. Oh, this one. Okay. Sorry, that whiteboard's now in the bad place. So we zoom in. So, and it's moving pretty good. I tried to calculate how far it's been. Let's go. So if we saw it at what? Well, let's go double the distance.
About a minute and a half into flight now so far, all going nominally with this Falcon.
So I want to see what distance it was when we saw it. The infrared looks like it comes in early there.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
So 101, 102. I'd say about there. Let's just okay, there. So 104 is, I think that says 10 kilometers. So 10 kilometers is 32,000 feet, 32,808 feet. And if it's 32,808, so it went basically, what I want to do is I want to see how high it is at 64,000 feet. So we can double the height and see, because for instance, if double the height is way up here, so we're now looking for 64, which would be then 20, right? We just want 20 kilometers. Yep. Okay, so we're going to go to 20 kilometers and see how high this is. So kind of look where this is on the screen. And then we're going to see how high it is which is right at the horizon. Now we're going to go till it gets to 20 kilometers. So 13, 15, 18, 20.3. All right, so now you can see where the rocket is compared to the horizon line. So now put the other half of the distance there, right? So you're almost talking like the bottom of the screen. is where the rocket would have had to start if it went that high. Now, clearly it went the second 32,000 feet way faster, but that doesn't matter what we're doing. We're just saying, look at the distance between the rocket and the horizon, and then picture that same distance the rocket had to cover, but it never left the horizon if it's a flat Earth, right? That's the way I see it. Maybe somebody else sees it a different way. Let me bring up this real quick so I can show you what I mean. Let's go to the color. Yes, again. And alt this down. Okay, so what I mean is move. And this one out. All right, so if it went this distance, okay, I'll transition this over. So it went this white box worth of distance in the second half. So if I just move that box down, it's going to be here now. And you'll see that that's technically where it should have started. So the question becomes, did this rocket conform to the flat Earth at all in any way? I don't see that as a possibility, unless you believe in, I don't know what you would call this area, vanished land. So you'd have to believe that in this region, let me make sure I draw here so you can see what I mean. Alt down. Okay, so what you'd have to believe is that in this region here, that the rocket just lingers there for 45 seconds in that white zone and just sits there. Does that make any sense? That the first 32,000 feet are just in that white zone. And then the second 32,000 feet are put it up in the air. I don't know. That doesn't make much sense to me. So, I mean, I do want to do this again because I do see there's some more launches coming up. I think that a week from today, or a week from yesterday, one or the other, is another launch. And I'm going to go film it again and see if I can get better, at least maybe better positioning. I still think that's about the best you're going to get, although I might look closer to see if I can find a spot that doesn't have mountains in the way. But who knows? But clearly there's no, if we go back over here, there's no mountain that could have gotten in the way to block it all the way till that height. Let me show you. We're going to go to this one again, browser. And bring this up. So let's just check this real quick. So if we exit here, we're just going to go along here with the, oops, don't do that. I said exit. Okay, so I'm just going to draw again with the tool that gives us the path, which is you do this button here, path, and then show elevation profile. And what I want to do is just make sure that there's nothing in that area that's even close to something tall enough to get in the way. So that's not becoming a, so if we kind of do, I'm just going to do like a little squiggle here. I'm going to kind of go this way a little bit, up, and this way a little bit, this way, passing that line back and forth, just to see if any mountains in that area are of considerable size. All right, so if we now move this, come on, move. All right, so you'll see that even in this path that I just drew the squiggly lines, the highest we can get is even shorter than we just did. So 3290 is the highest I see, which means we didn't cross actually the same path as we did. Let's try and do it again this way. So I'm just trying to see if there's any mountains that could be possibly blocking me in any way. So we're just going to kind of draw these a little bit this way. Okay, now we look again. Tallest one, 33. Wait, what's that? No, sorry, 3876 isn't going to make much of a difference. What do we do? 35 something. So think about that. If we just add 300 feet, it's not going to change the final result by more than a couple hundred, which still puts it in the 5,000s. Any mountains over in this region? Same thing. So yeah, so on either side of this line that we actually used, we don't see anything that can be a problem. Let's go there. That one goes to 3200, 3246. And we'll just do one time on the other side of this red line. And then you'd be in agreement that there's no mountain blocking it. So we have to invent something that causes things to stay on the horizon for minutes when it There's no reason for that. Somebody might say, oh, well, the distance is too far, so the item's too small. Well, what about going up makes the item not too small? Nothing. That wouldn't change the... So what do we have here? About 3,700, looks like. So yeah, so our accurate, our 3,500 was good. There is no mountains in the direction that I'm looking. This is the mountain that you're actually seeing, is this one here. This is the mountain that's high. Oops. Oh, this thing's all screwed up. But that's the one that gives us the big one that we used. So that's pretty cool. Let me clear that. We have that now. All right, so I might check the chat in a second. I'm just going to recap real quick. So we have a launch yesterday, 6:09 p.m. I observed it from here in Planada, which is close to my hometown. The reason I took this is it's the best place I could find of a clear view of the southern. Again, if you come this way, you're going to have all kinds of stuff in your way. And then from my house, there's the stuff behind it and a school behind it that gets in the way. But from here, this is our best view. The launch took off this way. Oops, don't do that, please. And was going this way, out towards the south. Hello. Trying to see upwards a little bit. There we go. So it kind of took off this way. That's what you're seeing as it goes off to the south. And so what you have to believe then is that the rocket took off, and for the first 30 seconds, it literally stayed where for the first minute. For the first minute, it stayed where the hand is. It never got, the hand's not even small enough to put where, it's kind of more like this, right? So that hand now is kind of the size of that mountain, which is the 3,000 foot mountain that we're seeing over. So the hand had to encompass the first 1 minute of flight, but then we looked at the second same distance and it was way up in the sky. So clearly to me, this was a evidence of the globe Earth. Again, there's no bias here other than I went to observe it to see what we would see. I knew that we were looking in the 186 south direction, as you can see here. I knew that we were going to see it launch. I knew that I had to record early because, of course, if you're watching on YouTube or something, there's a delay. So I just started recording when I felt like they should be going launched pretty soon, and then heard those guys after. Ended up being about a 22-second delay. And again, then it goes back up here. So one more time, we'll go back to that video. And where'd you go? Here. Hold on, I want to make sure this is the right one. What did I do with that video? Yeah, here. Should be this. Go, transition. How weird. What happened? Here, video, YouTube source. Oh, here it is. So it's a different scene. Okay, let's turn this down now.
Stage 2 lock.
Let me get rid of that bar. So I'll run it by a couple people just to see if they see anything different. People that have done this before. Maybe they think I timed it wrong. Basically, it was a little bit more difficult than normal because... Let me turn this off. It was a little more difficult than normal to time it because usually they have stage separation on screen. So I can see it. But you'll notice here, when it gets to stage separation, they have the wrong camera on. Listen, we'll get there. Okay, so there it takes off. Again, we figured out that the first 32,000 feet took a minute, and we saw how far that went. And then the next 32,000 feet took way less than a minute because it's obviously going faster, but it was way up in the sky as well. But we're just talking feet. We're not talking speed here. So let me show you here as we get closer to it showing up. What are we at? Oops. Well, we'll go back here. There we go. So again, this is at 55 seconds. We should have already seen it at 29 seconds if it was a flat Earth. We're at 1 minute. So there we see it. And I'll just show you again why I timed it the way I did. Turn this up.
Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage of the vehicle in preparation for the start of its...
Went way too far. We want to go to about 2.5 minutes. It's 1.5.
This Falcon
started.
134.
Started.
Vehicle.
Okay, here's 142.
For the start of its burn. Coming upon a few events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff for Miko at about T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
So he said Miko at 225.
Followed by stage separation a few seconds after that, and then
Let me see what I got it at.
Merlin vacuum engine.
225.
Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the.
You'll notice they switch the cameras to inside the craft right as they do Miko, so I really can't tell. I had to kind of guesstimate, and then I found one that worked with the flashes. But I needed to see the camera on the craft as it separated, but they didn't do that. So you'll see he takes the camera will go off this here at 2:30. So in about 8 seconds. But I watched for engine cutoff.
Main engine cutoff.
So he says it, and then they switch the camera, see?
Stage separation confirmed.
But then I watch this and watch when it reignites. That's when I reignite.
And back ignition.
Boom. And then it lights up. So I don't think it can be off. I'd be surprised if it was. And then to have that match up with the flashes later seemed to be the right recipe.
The deployment of the hypersonic grid fins on the Falcon first stage booster.
So this is 177 miles. I just want you to think to yourself, have you ever filmed something from 177 miles away? And the answer is probably absolutely not. Who's done that? Besides me. No, I'm just kidding. There's people who've done it from farther. We've shown that gentleman's channel that he's filmed it from 225. I believe that this could have been seen for 100 miles further back than me. So somebody could have filmed it from 277 miles away if they wanted. The next one is, I believe, for those of you in California, if you just type in Vandenberg launch, then there'll be a site that's called Space Launch. Oops, that's not right. Yeah, spacelaunchschedule.com. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Move this over. I'll check super chats 1 second. I see a couple of them coming through. So this page here is nice because you can go to, here's the upcoming launch schedule. So you'll see this is today's or yesterday's. So Falcon 9 is the one I filmed. So Monday, February 10th at 6:09 p.m. So the next one that just got added is Monday, February 17th. So a week from yesterday at 5:38 a.m. Oh, I got to get up early. That's actually a really good time. That's still dark. It's going to be great. So if anybody's in California and you want to get up early on Monday the 17th, do that from anywhere in California. There's people in Arizona. There's people in Utah that filmed it. I believe if you type in SpaceX Utah and then search by date. Oops, where's more? Tools. Anytime, go last 24 hours. Then you'll see all these people who saw it from Utah. Aliens are not invading, but what was the lights over Utah? Starlink launch from California results in stunning mysterious sight in night sky. SpaceX seen across southern Utah. Now, am I just dumb or I need to see a map? Where the hell is Utah that you would see this? Let me just back up here. I want to see what we're looking at here. Why would you be able to see this in Utah? The hell is Utah at? Let's go. Let's turn this way. I only know the map if I'm looking the right way. So Utah is what? I don't get how that's even possible. I guess. Wow, that's pretty far. Where in Utah were they seeing it? I just want to see what the so distance from here to Utah. I mean, that's a minimum 400 miles. Way more up here, but minimum 400. It's pretty crazy. They could have been seeing southern Utah, but still, it's still going to be 400, huh? Yeah, 400 miles. So that's pretty incredible. They should have seen it way late. And it would be, again, if we look at any pictures, it should be right above the horizon, maybe. SpaceX launch seen it soaring across Utah. Let's look at this. Certainly lower. That's from Utah? Sorry, I'm just reading this. Southern Utah residents caught quite a sight. Wow. Because, I mean, you could see this. I'm trying to think. How far for 400? I just want to go check real quick. What's the curve on 400 miles? 400 miles gives us a refracted hidden. Sorry, this one. Geometric drop of 106,000 feet. 106,000 feet. Does that seem right? 106,000 feet. 2 kilometers. So I can see where that was at. That's 32 kilometers. I just want to see where that's at on this launch real quick. 32 kilometers. We need to go to our video here. Scene 2. I want to see where that is at. We're going to go back here. Where's that? So what did I say? 32 kilometers?
Merlin vacuum vehicle.
Oh, that's pretty quick.
The start of its burn. Coming upon a few events in fairly rapid succession.
Oh, wow. It actually matches.
First stage main engine cutoff for Miko.
So that's 32 kilometers right there. So that is 106,000 feet. And it's before the separation. What I was bringing that up is because if you look over here on this image, you can see the separation happen. So you're going to see it a little bit, then the separation. It seems like it matches perfect. We can press play again.
About T plus 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
See, so you're seeing it for
stage separation a few seconds out.
You're seeing it for a short time before the cutoff.
Merlin vacuum engine. Payload fairings will be deployed a little before the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, so it's way up high right now.
2 minutes into flight.
Okay, makes sense. I'll flip back 1 second. I just want to see this thing take. Yeah, because now it's way high. It's right now at. It's 200,000 feet right there.
Main engine cutoff.
Yeah, so that's way before. So see if we go back here and look.
Stage separation confirmed.
It kind of matches this. Which is going to be, you're not seeing it. Then we saw it for a little bit as it hit that 100,000 feet. And then it does the stage separation at 200,000 feet. Continues on this way. This does show an increase in altitude, not a decrease. It seems to me to show an increase. So I know from our perspective, it might look like it's going down. From their perspective, it doesn't. So that's pretty crazy. Let me look at the super chats. Appreciate you guys being here and all that fun stuff. We got 6 o'clock coming up here shortly. And we will listen to MCToon give us the what have you on the experiments. So let's see what we got here. Get overlay. No, that's wrong. That's not what you want to do. You want to do live chat. Nope, you don't want to do that either. You want to do fan funding. There we go. All right, let's take a couple of these. We got Mike Jones says, how do you imagine people survive antipodal to each other on your spinning ball in a vacuum other than some sort of magic that you can't explain? That's pretty accurate. I mean, if you just want to disregard everything else, then sure, you can say that. I mean, I would say that it's more likely once you've realized there's a South Celestial Pole. Okay, well, that is a problem for flat Earth, which means there's a South Pole, which is a problem for flat Earth. And you realize that the Tropic of Capricorn goes left, not right. That's a problem for flat Earth. And you notice that the sun goes backwards and upside down. The moon goes backwards and upside down. There is a south, and the south is the exact opposite of the north. All those things combined mean that silly little sayings like antipodal to each other, spinning ball backwards. An antipode isn't a problem if the world works the way that they say. I'm going to tell you. And again, who am I to say that, we can't have people upside down to each other? Well, they're not upside down to each other. When I was in Antarctica, I was right side up. Now, if you were in the United States, you were right side up. How does that work? Well, it's because down is towards the middle of a sphere, not towards the bottom of nothingness or whatever we might have formerly believed. Here's the thing about flat Earth that is baffling to me is that people should know that flat Earth was based off the idea that the South was a lie. That's what it was based off of. That's why maybe you guys came around later and didn't notice that. But if something's going to work in the physical world, it has to match physical observations. And so were there some issues with flat Earth early? Yes, there was. But if we went down there, for example, and we saw the sunset, that would prove or at least disqualify the globe and make the flat Earth much more viable, if not the going truth, because there's no rhyme or reason for there to be a sunset in Antarctica in December, that deep in. So again, Mike, I appreciate the $5, but I think you should just think a little bit, and hopefully you're not religious, because if you are religious, I just want to warn people, that God created a sphere. And if you are in the habit of laughing at it, just know that you're doing the opposite of what you think you're doing. You think you're protecting God or something because you think that he made a flat earth. And I'm just telling you that you can tell that he didn't. It took me 10 years. I feel bad, but unfortunately, I thought a lot of the South stuff was lies. I thought that we were being lied to. I thought that there was no footage for a reason. I thought that Stephen Hawking lying about his experiment was because the earth was flat. I thought that Nat Geo lying about their experiment was because the earth was flat. It turns out that they were just lying because they were dirtballs. I don't know what reason they're lying, but it's not because the earth is flat. Because if it was flat, it would have all these things that would work for it. And here's the last thing, Mike, that you should get, is that, as I've shown before, all the sunrise times and sunset times everywhere on earth, for no matter where you go, matches the globe model. And on the flat earth model, there isn't one sunrise or sunset time that can be predicted with the flat earth map, nor angle. They're all off. So I don't think anymore that it's even possible to lie to people about where they live if you move the location and expect observations to match. So just think about that. Think of a flat place, maybe my desk here. I'm thinking like, okay, I put a bunch of people here, they live there, and there's a sun that goes around them on top. Okay, great. If I wanted to be sinister and I said I want to put them on a ball and make them think they live there, I could do that. And I could probably map it pretty well that they would never know. However, when it comes to observations of the lights in the sky, that's when they would know. They would look around, they would watch the sun, and they would say, wait, that sun doesn't match what would happen on a sphere. And it's because, of course not. How would it be? How would I, unless I can manipulate the sun and make it do something differently than it does, the sun is going to still orbit above their heads on a flat earth, which means it will not jive with a sphere. First of all, there would never be an upside down sun. There would never be a backwards moving sun. Those things can only happen because something happened like wonky. Either the sun turned upside down, or the sun went backwards, or you went upside down. Which of those do you think is more likely the truth? I think it's pretty simple to figure it out. And then here's the thing. I mean, once you realize that there can be no South Pole on a flat earth map, because the South Pole must be everywhere. It's away from this everywhere. Well, that doesn't work because we know that there's now a South Celestial Pole. I saw it. Every one of us saw it. It stays still in the night sky. Okay, so in the south, you're looking at a southern celestial pole where the stars turn around it the opposite direction that they do in the north. And if we have a north pole and above it is the north celestial pole, and we have a south celestial pole, what do you think is below the south celestial pole? If you can answer that question, you know whether or not flat earth is viable or tenable. It's that simple. Think about it. Would God put random nothingness below the South Celestial Pole? Does that make any sense? Nope. It would be land, right? It would be a land location. And people could all walk in that direction and they would all end up at the same spot. Not away from each other. They wouldn't all walk towards the South Pole and end up away from each other. That wouldn't work. And again, how did I figure all this out? Well, because you can watch the sun and you can see what the sun does, and it's the exact opposite of what it does in the north, does in the south. And then you start thinking, well, wait a second, if as above, so below, all these things, and then you're like, well, if the south is the complete opposite of the north, that's not something you can fake. You cannot make a map and say, okay, we're going to make the north. Now we have to make the south identical to, because again, it's not going to match observations. Can't do it. So the fact that our observations match as far as the sunrise, sunset times leads me to believe that that must be the place where we live. Otherwise, it wouldn't match. And for people who say, oh, but it's a backwards reflecting, superfluidity, reverse osmosis, refraction reflection, I get it. But the problem with that is, of course, we didn't see any signs of reflection. And also, why would God be a deceiver? Why would he make the earth so that it can be answered with one word, sphere? Why would he do that if that's not the right answer? The right answer is backwards moving, upwards refracted, dome refraction of 20,000 mile displacement for an apparent sun. Apparently. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. I don't think of a creator that way. I think that we would have been given a world that we could figure out on our own. And here's the thing. Everybody who says we always got to trust NASA, or you don't have to trust NASA for anything I just said. Call somebody who lives in Australia or take a trip there. Call Flatzoid. Okay? And ask him, because he lives in South Africa and can't figure it out, I guess, that there's a South Celestial Pole. He can go outside and he can look south, and he'll see a south celestial pole where all the stars turn around. And the answer of, but there's no star there, Octanus can't be seen, makes no difference. Makes no difference. Guess what? Polaris isn't the center either. Okay, Polaris is off center, so it actually goes around the celestial pole as well. So if we've got a north celestial pole and 180 degrees from it, a south celestial pole, then we know what's under the north celestial pole. What do you think's under the south celestial pole? So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but flat Earth, be muerto. Everybody hang your heads and say a prayer for its final resting place. Okay, goodbye. All right, it's good. Let's go to the next one. We got Mike Jones again. Oh, great. Hey, Jaren, your chat claims they can explain it without invoking magic. None of them can type out, though. God bless them. Well, again, if you're going to call it magic, then you've already presupposed your outcome. So I don't know what you want from anybody else. You've already said it's magic. So anything that they say, and I get it. Did I believe in gravity? Do I believe in all that? Right now, what I care about is getting the shape of the land correct. Because otherwise, you're teaching your children things that are not true. You are teaching people things that are not true. So this one more day, if I went saying the earth was flat, I would be teaching something that is not true and will not be true. It's not coming true. Nothing will make the earth flat. It's just not possible. It's not possible for the earth to be flat and to observe what I observed. And those people who have now jumped onto this, the sun must be fake, or the sun must be, again, flat earthers are the ones who always bring up Richard Feynman. What does Richard Feynman say? If your theories don't match the observations, change the theory. You have to scratch it, throw it away. So the observations of the earth do not match the flat earth in any way. It needs to be thrown in the basura and called what it is, mierda, and then we go from there. Thanks, Mike. Mike again. Jaren, how long did it take you to decide to completely dismiss bizarre optical phenomenon in favor of competing impossible physical phenomenon? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. How long did it take you to decide to completely dismiss bizarre optical phenomenon? Yeah, because some things are bizarre. Some things look weird. Sometimes we can see far. Oh, so what? You see too far, we see 20 miles. The Earth is 24,901 miles. It's not really impressive to me that we see a little farther than we should because things refract, light bends. Those things I can accept. Did I think that they were the truth 3 months ago, 2 months ago? No. But after you're shown that your model is completely wrong and that there is a south pole and there is a south celestial pole and the sun does stay up in the sky and it does stay up in the sky for months, that doesn't work on a flat earth. Once you see that the southern tropic curves to the left, how could it curve to the left? That's where the land has to be. So it means Australia is down to the left. It means everywhere is down to the left, which means that's a globe. Because the flat earth runs out there. That's the end of the flat earth. How would it be going over there? So it doesn't even make sense. We've got Nick who says, from my brother, Nofold 33, he can't afford to pay you, but hopes you never leave YouTube. Thank you very much, Nick. That's very nice of you. We've got, oh boy, Signusto? Oh boy, I don't know what that is. Singus, STSP. That's probably better. I say we all send Jaren thousands of dollars to make Nofold jealous and more angry. I'm all for that. Courtesy Nofold 33, great job. Thank you for the $9.99. JD 63. We've got the Roriga from the Man of Truth. Surprising that, there's Austin Thompson is another one who's definitely coming along, or not coming along. He's under the same impression I am, that the final experiment did invalidate the flat earth that certainly we taught. And again, many people say, but Jaren, you don't know if there can be another flat earth. No, I do know, because we know the continents, we know the tropics, we know the equinox. Once you know those things, every time you try and lay down a flat map, it will be the AE map. That's it. There's nothing else. You can't just place continents out in La La Land and be like, well, now it's not an AE map. Well, now it doesn't match any observations. At least if you put the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer and the equator there, at least you're matching some observations, because we know that that's the case. We know that the sun doesn't go further than the tropics because those are the only places it gets no shadow on the solstices. So anyway, we've got Nofold 33 would like to conceive more children with you. Is Nofold a female or a male? Just asking. And we've got Rhino in the house. Rhino, what's up? Did you record? Probably not. Keep crushing, brother. Yeah, the next one, Rhino, if you want to do it from Monterey, that'd be awesome. Right there. I think that I would like to have somebody do it from further up north. So I'll reach out. I got a buddy up there that's Enrique. Everyone remembers Enrique. So, all right, let's skedaddle because I got to get ready for the next show. We've got MCToon and 5 of the final experiments, which I feel this is the first time they've been presented. So I'm going to be challenging him on anything that I think needs to be challenged. Or will we see a excellent record? We'll have to see. I have not seen 2 or 3 of these experiments. I've not seen anything with the magnetic flux yet, so that's all new to me. But I think some good ones that you should pay attention to are the South Celestial Pole, the Southern Sunrise-Sunset times and angles, and the other one was Tropic of Capricorn, maybe? One of those. So I appreciate you guys' support, and see you in a half hour. MCToon will be here, and we will get through the first 5 of the final experiments. The final experiments, I believe that's called. And then we also have coming, we'll talk about it on the next one, but next 2 weeks from today, we've got the final experiment rewind, and that'll be live on the final experiment channel. And we'll do our remembrances, and we'll do our debunkings if we have to still debunk stuff or people still going crazy. The trip was 100% real. I've never lied to you before. I'm not going to start today. Trip was 100% legit. It is what it is. And the sun circles, for months in that location. I still think people are a little confused. Somebody messaged me yesterday about why is it that some places in Antarctica don't have 24-hour sun? Because the places, if you're at the South Pole, you get 6 months of 24-hour sun. But the second you move off the South Pole, it goes quickly down to, well, that's not true. As soon as you move away from that circle, and this is what matters is the time, right? So if you're talking about December 21st, then almost all of Antarctica, I believe all the land, if I'm not mistaken, almost all the land gets 24-hour sun as of December 21st. But quickly, as the months go on, you start to bring that circle in. And I even think right now, Union Glacier would be very close to not getting it. Oh no, what did they say? End of February? So they've got about 2 weeks left, 3 weeks left, and then that will disappear. It will dip down the horizon. It will set and rise again. And then, or does it just set once from there? No, I guess it's the South Pole. Because the South Pole would set once, right? So anyway, that's, if you have any more questions as far as that goes, some people still not understanding that the camp was, people still think I said set or something. Again, it doesn't matter what I said. I'm telling you now that it never set. So if you think I hung a lemon or you think that I tried to code that it did set, that's ridiculous. There's 70 employees down there. I talked to about 12 of them, and every one of them didn't mince words at all by saying, oh, I'm down here every year, November through February, and the sun doesn't set. So if all those people are lying, it doesn't even make sense. How is the whole area lit up? How a fake sun is so ridiculous to me that anybody would ever postulate that. And the other thing that baffles me is the people that I've been trying to talk to about the North Pole and South Pole, their new line is when I say, okay, so we know the North Pole exists, right? They say, have you been there? No, I have not been to the North Pole. I've not been to Australia either. It exists. I've not been to China. It exists. Okay. They're like, no, but if you haven't been there, how do we know for sure? I said, because Polaris is there. What do you think's below Polaris? We know that you move 69 miles, the stars change by 1 degree. So if I'm at 37 degrees north, that's 37 degrees to the pole star. 37 times 69 would be exactly my distance to the North Pole, 3,500 something, right? So we know that that's what the celestial pole is and what's underneath it. And we know that man can't change that. Man can't change the stars. So Polaris is either the axis of the sky rotation or the axis of the earth rotation, one or the other. And 180 degrees from it is Sigma Octantis, or the empty area that contains Sigma Octantis, and all the stars turn around it the opposite direction. And that is all she wrote. If you have a North Pole and a North Celestial Pole and a South Pole and a South Celestial Pole and a sun that flips upside down and a moon that flips upside down, and both of those go backwards in the sky, then you have to start asking yourself, could it be possible that we were wrong about the flat earth? Considering the important things about the flat earth is nobody can go to Antarctica. There's a no 24-hour sun, that it sets there. They can't let people know that. That has been found out to be wrong. Was it a gaslight? Was it some sort of psyop? Probably. But that's not important to me. What's important to me is that we get to the truth. The truth is that the earth is a sphere. Does it suck? Well, for those of us who spent 10 years thinking it was something else, yeah, it sucks a little bit. But on the other hand, at least we know the truth now. It's not questioning it. And we know that we can worry about more important things. And there's a lot more important things. And I think a lot of people may have wasted a lot of time on this idea. And that's why I'm making it kind of a mission to make sure I let people know that talking to Austin Thompson, and we're going to do a show together just to kind of talk some of this out. He also describes like beer goggles, or the opposite of the They Live sunglasses, which is when you're in this conspiracy, when you believe in the flat earth, there is a mental block that gets placed there. I don't know how. I don't know why, if it's my brain that was protecting me or what, but you just stop listening to people from the alternate camp. And that is not safe. It's just not safe. Now, again, you might say, but the Globers don't listen to us. And I get it. The difference is they're right. Do you understand? That's what allows people. Don't be an asshole, but if you're going to be an asshole, at least be right. You don't want to be an asshole and be wrong, or else your name is Jaren. So don't do that. All right, guys, we'll see you shortly. I remind you, do your own research, because when you do, you'll realize that you can tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. Man, imagine that. You don't get just to make up your own rules and say you can't do it. What? That's like you being a murder detective and being like, we can't tell the murderer by the splatter of the paint of the blood on the wall. It's like, well, no, it's evidence. We should probably look into that. No, we can't. We can't do it. We can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. Well, it's evidence though. Let's look into it. Let's check it out. Might you be saying that because it disproves the flat earth? So then we just eliminate that altogether? All right, you're right. Yeah, because that does prove it. So then forget it. Never mind. We can't use that as proof. So don't do it. Yeah, no, leave it alone. All right, guys. I love you. Till next time. Oops. Do we have some? Oh, no, that's it. Do I have an outro to play? I don't think so. We don't. Do we have an outro here? We'll try and press play on this. Who knows what it'll be. Till next time. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. It was nice just hanging out. Now go and hit the bell. Share it with the homies so that they could grow as well. They missing out. Jaren leaves no doubt. If you know what we bout, it's never for the clout, don't fuck around. Hey, not for the clout, that's too cap, we calling them out. Balls get flat when you cover the route. Jeranism all in your mouth. Truth gets lost like all on the couch, but it's time to get up and make them get out. Uncover the route. Jeranism, we are the crown. Telecasting worldwide.
Check the flat earth, it's falsified.
All the scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA. All just scientism lies.
Who this be? What he about? You say spinning, he said out. About flat earth, it's flat out. He's still standing when you pass out. Globers pound, screaming, shout. He can turn you inside out. Yeah, surface deep, he's fell throughout. And he stay grounded, you spaced out.
We gotta run nowhere when we come fact check your facts and match your data. Concept is too abstract, what matters? Trying to tune in, but the note get flatter. Tell me I'm flattered. Flatter than pancake batter, now we landed. Jeranism, I'm your captain. Speaking, telecasting world.
Check the flat earth, it's falsified.
All just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide. Check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA. All just scientism lies. You know equations to the things you make the symbols for, but ain't really explaining what the symbols for.
I'll just make a point to say, don't listen to the words of the song. They're incorrect. They need to be changed. And I don't know what to change them to, but I will soon. So just listen to it and pretend to remember the old days.
What's certain is what life look like when your mind is certain. Okay, gotta buy the truth and now it's certain is what life look like when your mind is certain. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, thanks to the north side, way down to the south side. Thanks to the east side, thanks to the west side, big ups to the north side, way down to the south side. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA, all just scientism lies. Telecasting worldwide, check the globe is falsified. Space is spinning DFA, all just scientism lies.
Now I'm unmuted. All right. Welcome, everyone. We are going to get started here with a track from the official TFE soundtrack here. Let's see.
Journey to the Iceland, snow and sea at hand. Jaren and Dave set sail to find the truth unveiled. Midnight sun so bright, day turning into night. Shape of earth inside.
People, hold on.
Flat or globe, we see what will the answer be.
People told me this song is AI. I don't know why they told me that, considering I'm AI. So I don't see what the problem is.
Expedition so bold, stories to be told. As the icy winds blow, curiosity grows. Flight or glow, we see what will the answer.
All right, we're going to start out with some music trivia real quick before we get started with the interview tonight. So this is going to be the first ever TFE music trivia. And if I'm going to be honest, it's going to be the last ever TFE music trivia. So here's the deal. I took my kids to a concert last night. And I want to see if anybody can figure out who we listened to last night. So I'm going to give hints. And go ahead and put your guesses in the chat, and we'll see who the first person is to get it. All right, you can guess now, but it'll be a shot in the dark. So the first clue is the genre is it was a rock concert. So I took my kids to a rock concert last night. Any rock fans out there? We had a really good time. So you can start guessing, and then I'll keep giving more clues until someone figures it out. Did not know Taylor Swift was rock. All right. Next clue is this particular rock group. It's not Slipknot. This particular rock group is from Tennessee. So that narrows it down a little bit. I know there are a lot of music groups from Tennessee. So love the guesses, not Metallica or AC/DC. Sean the Pyrotech wins the competition. So it was Skillet. Any Skillet fans in the chat would love to know. What's fascinating about Skillet is that I saw them perform live when I was a teenager. And then last night, my teenage daughter was with me watching them perform live. So I think that's pretty impressive for a rock band to be performing live for the last almost 30 years. I think they started touring in about 1996. So great guess. Mitchell also guessed it at about the same time as Sean, but a little bit behind. Cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dive in. This is going to be a very fun interview tonight. We are going to go north of the border. We're going to go to Canada tonight, and we are going to be speaking with Amarel. If you are worried about spelling his name wrong, it's okay. You can just call him Am, A-M for short. But Amarel, how are you?
Really good, Will.
Awesome. I'm so glad you're with us tonight. So just real quick, just so people can kind of get to know you, you are just one thing you are is a songwriter and a poet. Is that right?
True.
Anything you want to tell us about that?
Sure, man. I actually have some of my songs up on Spotify and YouTube. They're not the most professional recordings, but if you check out Am Learner on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, you can check out my songs. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't even know that, so I will definitely be checking that out. All right. Well, let's talk about why. So I don't do very many lives with TFE. That was never originally part of my plan, but some circumstances have arisen over the times. And so this is my third live that I'm doing, and I thought this was going to be a good one. So let's start by talking about what happened to you 3 years ago. So 3 years ago, you obviously, since you're in the music world, you knew that someone, she was in a band, and talk about a little bit about her and kind of what you heard through the grapevine.
Yeah, she was really cool, great singer, just a unique person. And I found out through some friends of hers that she was a flat earther. And I really didn't take it seriously. I thought maybe she knew the earth was a globe and just was kind of just saying that it's flat to get attention or something. I did not give it a second thought when I first heard that, but over time of just knowing her, I decided to look into the flat earth rabbit hole.
Great. And if I recall, she sent you a video from a pretty well-known flat earther.
She did. She sent me an interview with Eric Dubay, being interviewed by a fellow named Mel Fabregas. And as I listened to the interview, I became really intrigued and curious. And I really thought there was something to this. And it grabbed me. And I decided to go down to Eric Dubay's website and watch all his flat earth materials. And yeah, it happened fairly quickly for me. Like, it was probably a matter of days that I became a flat earther. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, I believe you had a bit of an emotional reaction to accepting flat earth. You want to talk about that?
An emotional reaction. I mean, yeah. Okay.
It gave you something.
Yeah. The flat earth movement, it gave me some hope, because I thought that, man, if this earth is flat and we can blow the lid off this thing and show everybody that it's flat, I thought, man, that would just cause this huge reset in the world. We would all have to reconsider everything. And I thought it would just lead to a better world. And you know, I was so moved by it. I was so hopeful about that, you know?
Yeah. Now, Eric Dubay, so you've watched a lot of his content. You're convinced of his content. At what point in your journey did you attempt to reach out to him?
Fairly early. I sent him messages over Facebook Messenger with questions that I had. And he was very, very kind, and I thought sincere. You know, he always messaged me back. Yeah.
So you guys kind of developed a bit of a relationship, kind of like a digital relationship online.
Yeah, to some extent, yes.
That's great. So it's good to hear that he would respond to your questions and communicate with you.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Now, once Eric Dubay created his Patreon, I believe you were one of like his first Patreons.
I was. I subscribed. I gave a small amount of money every month, but I gave money every month in order to have private messaging privileges with Eric.
Yeah, great. What was what would you consider was the main driver behind becoming a Patreon of his?
I liked that he hadn't set up a Patreon account up to that point. He wasn't. It appeared he wasn't out for money. And he put out a video saying, "Hey, look, I'm ready to set up a Patreon. I'm moving into the next phase of my journey. I'm moving back to America, and I could use the money," kind of thing. And so he set up a Patreon account, and so I was, because I'd been so affected by him, I was moved to become a Patreon right away.
Cool. Now, I'm guessing, I haven't experienced this, but when you become flat Earth, that is like an internal decision that you make in your own life. But once you really make that decision and you kind of dive in head first, that's when the bigger decisions come, and the things that you pretty much have to do unless you're gonna, live in a secret world. And so one of the first things I'm guessing people do is to tell their family. So I'm guessing you told your family you were flat Earth. Talk about that. Was it hard? Was it easy? What was the reaction?
Yeah, I did. I have 2 awesome kids, and I told them that I was a flat earther. My daughter, I think she kind of laughed about it and just thought, "Oh, that's awesome, Dad. You're such a quirky guy, and stuff." But my son was really engaged me and really wanted to, we had some heated discussions, never hurtful, I don't think, but we had heated discussions. We'd watch videos together. My son, I don't know if he was embarrassed by me becoming a flat earther. I guess I could ask him that, but he was really not supportive at all of my choice. But he did try to, convince me that I was wrong. Yeah.
Which I think anybody that loves another person, that's what they would do, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're comfortable sharing, your son ended up putting a line in one of his songs that he wrote about you becoming a flat earther. Are you comfortable sharing that line?
Yeah. It's, I don't know if I have every little word right, but he said, the chorus of his song said, "I traded God for Eric Dubé. My family doesn't believe, so they're not saved."
Okay. I just think perspective is powerful. Perspective is not always right, but perspective is reality in so many instances for people. And so I think it's interesting that from his perspective, you traded, God for Dubé, and that's kind of what he was receiving. Now, taking a position like flat Earth or any other conspiracy theory, taking a position that you believe in something, that's something that can be undone, meaning it can be reversed. You can change your mind down the road if you are presented with more evidence or whatever. But you made a decision, and this decision you made once you became flat Earth was permanent. Before you talk about it, I'm going to make a prediction right now, which is that people, I've just been doing this long enough, people are going to contact me and they're going to say Amarel is a fake flat earther. They're going to say he's a liar. They're going to say you're an actor. Maybe you're on the NASA payroll. But we have some pretty solid evidence that you were a flat earther because you did something permanent when you became flat Earth. What was that?
I did. I went and I got my right calf tattooed with the Gleason's flat Earth map.
Yeah, that's a pretty intense decision, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, tattoos mean something, right? People make a decision, and I'm generalizing here, but I think people make a decision to get a tattoo for, something that's strongly held that they believe it, in their life, something that's impacted them. And so that's pretty significant that you have that.
For sure.
It just to give you a little sympathy here. you know, if we get to Antarctica in December with TFE and there's a 24-hour sun and the globe is proven, you can take comfort in the fact that the AE map is a projection of the globe.
True.
Okay, let's see. Now, while you were Flat Earth, and I appreciate this about you, by the way, is that you would watch the opposition. So you would watch Flat Earth debunker channels, and you'd watch videos where people were, you know, trying to debunk Flat Earth. Because tell us, before you tell us what you saw specifically, tell us why you did that. What was the pull? What was the main reason? What did you get out of it?
Part of it was I enjoyed the debunk, and then I'd go back to the debunk of the debunk, and I just like the conversation developing online, you know. It wasn't that I was doubting Flat Earth at that time. It's just I wanted to get involved in the conversation and comment on the videos and try to win people over to Flat Earth, you know.
Yeah, I can relate. I've enjoyed in my journey through all of this, I've enjoyed the Flat Earth content more than the globe content.
Huh.
So I mean, if we just want to listen to people that agree with us, maybe it feels good or maybe it's fun, but I'm like, no, I want to hear what people think. I want to hear people who disagree with me. I want to hear arguments I've never heard. I want to just hear new things. It's a way for me to expand my horizons, you know, and to just grow. Which channels would you watch on the Flat Earth debunk side?
Lots. I can't remember. I specifically remember that Professor Dave. I watched some of his stuff. Mm-hmm. That's one, and but the one that got me was Dave McKeegan.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that his name? The fellow
Mm-hmm.
that's going? Yeah.
Yeah.
With Rusty, the dog. Yeah. He, like, the way he approached it, it's like he didn't berate Flat Earthers. He just it's like he was out to make allies of his enemies. He wanted to convert Flat Earthers. He didn't want to berate them, and he wanted to protect people from getting sucked into the movement.
Mm-hmm.
And he just had a kindness about him, you know. And when I saw the video with the reflection of the sun shining off the bottom of the airplane, I don't know why, because I've seen other arguments that might have been better or something, but for some reason that one just got me thinking, just got me questioning, like maybe I'm wrong, you know?
Yeah. So I've actually heard this from others. You're not the first person to tell me this, but people have said that, and maybe there's more, but people have specifically said that Dave McKeegan and myself approached this space differently than a lot of other people.
For sure.
In terms of our, you know, our temperament, just the words that we use, the arguments that we use. And again, I've seen that, right? Like it's funny because a lot of Flat Earthers say a lot of bad things about me and they get upset at me. And I'm just like, you guys, like, I am not calling you names. I'm not making fun of you. I'm not doing any of those things. Like, I don't understand why I'm getting that reaction, but I have heard that. And so I'm glad that you shared that. It's important for people on the globe side to know how people on the Flat Earth side view the globe defenders / debunkers, etc.
Yeah.
So I think, by the way, we first met today. So just so people know, we've emailed in the past because of TFE, which we're going to get to now, but we just met today for the first time. And the phrase that you used was that Dave McKeegan's video about the sun on the underneath side of the airplane wings was kind of like the first chink in your armor. Yeah?
For sure.
And then I believe it was like 2 days later, you discovered the final experiment.
It was, if I remember correctly, I know it was the same week at least.
Okay.
I got really excited about it. And when I found out that Dubé was on the list, I Patreon messaged him and I said, hey man, you might get a chance to actually go to Antarctica. You're like 4th on this list. If David Weiss and some other people turn this down, you're on the list, man. And this is going to be super cool. And
Before you get to his response, I like the fact that you were excited. So let's talk about why you were excited about the final experiment.
I was excited because, you know what? It's like, yeah, you know, this is a chance for flat earthers to put money where their mouth is. This is a real thing. Like, this actually is going to settle the debate.
Yeah, totally. And so I love hearing your story because my goal with this was to excite both sides. And yeah. I was actually more worried about the globe side than the flat earth side based on how much flat earthers talk about Antarctica, how much they talk about going there, how much they talk about the sun and the 24-hour sun. But it hasn't happened as I had hoped. And so I love to hear that from your perspective, you saw the experiment, you were like, this is exciting. And then you immediately reach out to Dubé. You're expecting he's going to be excited like you. So how did he respond?
Yeah, actually, he said, I don't share your enthusiasm about this final experiment. He said it's a straw man. And he said, and then he started saying like weird stuff. Like he said, even if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it might be a second sun, or it might be a sun simulator. And when I read that, I was just like, oh. And I couldn't even respond. I couldn't even bring myself to respond. I just unsubscribed from his Patreon, and I ate the humble pie and changed my mind. It's a globe, you know?
Yeah. So this is fascinating to me. Since the beginning of TFE, I literally have done as much as I possibly can, both on the channel and privately. I've tried to help the flat earth side look better, and I've tried to help them not look bad. Meaning if one person makes an argument, I'll either say or reach out to them and be like, hey, I don't think you want to make that argument because it's not going to make you look good, and things of that nature. And so one of the things I've tried to get flat earthers to do, which has not worked, is not make excuses before we go. I think that is the number one mistake that the flat earth side has made, is immediately saying, this is not a good idea to go to Antarctica. It's not a good final experiment. It's not going to prove anything. And here's what the globe side might do to cheat. And here's what the globe side might do to lie. That reaction immediately by the flat earth side, I think it does tell us something about what they truly believe. Because if we are to go back and look at the comments that Eric Dubé and Flat Earth Dave and Jaron Campanella and Austin Whitsitt and Dean Odell, like the list goes on and on. If we were to go look at the comments they made before TFE, their confidence about Antarctica, their confidence about there not being a 24-hour sun, this reaction doesn't jive with everything they've been saying for years and years and years. And so I think it's fascinating that for you, as someone who was in it, you were in it, you got the tattoo, you became the Patreon, you had a bit of a relationship with Eric Dubé, and that you guys communicated back and forth. For him to be like, no, this is not a good idea, it's not going to prove anything, they might make a fake sun, yada, yada, yada. That's devastating for someone like you to hear.
It was. I mean, it really, yeah. I mean, I really, really, really looked up to Eric Dubé for 3 years. Really trusted his sincerity, and that all came crashing down when I read that message.
Yeah, I believe, now this is something I can't prove, but I do believe that there are genuine flat earthers out there. I even believe some of the leaders who, if we could call them that, the ones with the biggest followings, are genuine flat earthers. But someone told me toward the beginning, they were like, Will, one of the things that the final experiment is going to do is it's going to help show us who the real flat earthers are and who the fake ones are, who the grifters are. And I was like, really? And I think they might be right. Someone who is a genuine flat earther, someone who is honestly searching for truth and wants to know the truth and wants to follow the evidence where it leads on the flat earth side, is going to love the idea of going to Antarctica. They're going to love the idea of getting a free trip if they possibly could get that. And then once they see what happens, react after that. they're not going to do what the Dave Weisses have done, what the Eric Dubays have done so far. And so this is a firsthand example of someone who we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt with 3 years of communications, the tattoo, the whole 9 yards was in this, that believed this. And just that reaction by Dubay was enough for you to be like, you know what, he's not the real deal.
Yeah. Well said.
Okay. So now let's talk about a party. Okay. You got a call from a fellow flat earth friend and she invited you to a party. And so talk to me about the invitation to the party, what you said in response, and then we'll go into what happened at the party after that.
Sure. Yeah. I told her, hey, I'm not a flat earther anymore, and she said, oh, you still come to this party and maybe I'll introduce you to some of my friends. They'll change your mind back, kind of thing. And so I went to a party.
Okay, great. So I appreciate that you were upfront with her, like, hey, we have this thing in common in our relationship. We're both flat earthers. Maybe that's why you're inviting me. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm still willing to come. And so sounds like she was accommodating, and you go to this party. Now, we never know what's going to happen in our lives. We never know what single individual event is just going to completely take our life into a new direction. And so I believe you met someone at this party that is pretty significant.
Yeah, for sure. I met Judy there. She's pretty cool, and we didn't really get a chance to connect at that party, but I thought she was really nice and stuff, and it was a good.
Awesome. So you meet Judy at this party, and you guys eventually start talking. You eventually start to kind of form a relationship, and that relationship gets pretty serious. Yeah,
it does. Wow, everything that she shows me about herself is just awesome, and she just loves everything about me, and I've never ever felt this way about anyone in my life, So.
Yeah, I love it. It's a true romantic story. So let's talk about now the big news, which is that you proposed.
I did.
And so just talk a little bit about the proposal and what she said, and then we'll talk about what happened afterward.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I had finished spending the weekend with her. She lives 2 hours away, and I was driving home, and I just had a big idea to propose to her. So I called her when I got home, and she was waking up from a nap, and she said she would marry me.
Awesome. Yeah. I like to tell people, when you know. Interesting story. I don't know if I've ever told this before, but I might as well right now, which is that when I had the thought that I'm ready to propose to who I was dating at the time, she's now my wife, but she told me no before I popped the question. So that is a rare situation. So my wife is incredibly intuitive, and she got a strong feeling that I was going to propose. And instead of dealing with the awkward situation of having to say no after I asked, she said no preemptively. So interesting story there. I ended up waiting a full year, and then I proposed after a year, and I got a yes that time. So it's all good.
Wow. Yeah, cool.
All right. Now this is where things get a little bit interesting, and I'm still, wrapping my mind around it, but I do think it's fun, and I love this. So obviously you propose, you get a yes, you're on cloud nine, you're as happy as can be. What's the next thing that you did?
I emailed you and told you that I would love it if you married us down in Antarctica.
Yeah. So, so crazy. So this is something that I would have never, this is a curveball. Okay. When I created TFE, obviously I'm a pastor, but one of the things I never considered was the idea of performing a marriage in Antarctica. And so when I got your email, I was like, wow, we hadn't communicated in quite a while. I hadn't heard from you since way back when you were telling me about Eric Dubé. And I was just like processing this. And I was like, you know what? I think that would be pretty cool. I actually think that would be very neat. Now, I actually know someone who got married in Antarctica. So Anthony Powell, if you Google him, he will come up immediately. He has spent more time in Antarctica than anybody I know on planet Earth. He's a Kiwi. He's from New Zealand. And I believe he actually met his wife in Antarctica and they got married in Antarctica, which I just think is so cool. But this story, I just love. And of course, I'd be willing to marry you guys in Antarctica, but we're going to have to do some crowdfunding because getting to Antarctica is not the cheapest thing to do in the world. And so you've set up a GoFundMe.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
And so great. So I'm gonna link to the GoFundMe in this video. I'll probably make another video about it so that people can look at it and consider donating. But I think this would be a really cool story of someone in the middle of this debate, flat Earth versus globe debate, who is personally impacted by the final experiment to end up in Antarctica with us and tie in the knot in Antarctica. So I really hope this works out. It's obviously a big hurdle because we're going to have to crowdfund for both you and Judy, but that's okay. We've seen crazy things happen. When we were crowdfunding for Lisbeth, someone contacted me and said they wanted to just kind of finish the GoFundMe off, which was awesome. And so I think there might be people that are really moved by your story and excited to see this. This would definitely make our Antarctica trip a lot more interesting if we've got a wedding to perform there. And I don't know if a wedding has ever happened at Union Glacier. So who knows? That could be a first.
Yeah. And I do think that even if it doesn't happen, I think just the fact that I was willing to try to make it happen, I think that's going to touch Judy's heart. And that's what I'm trying to do here, and that's why I'm doing this. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely love the idea. Money's a bit of a necessary evil in our lives. If we could get rid of that, at least in this case, it would make it a lot easier, but it's okay. We'll see what happens. And so I'm going to talk about this. If anybody else wants to talk about it on their channel, that would be great. If you want to have Am on your channel, contact me and I can put you in touch with him, and we'll see if we can get you and Judy out there to Antarctica with us.
Yeah, man, that'd be so amazing. It would just be so cool. Yeah,
for sure. And we'll be able to talk hockey. So you being a Canadian and me being a huge hockey fan, I know we have that in common, but sure. You'll have a little bit easier time, I think, acclimating to the cold temperature than I will.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Yeah. It gets pretty chilly up here where I live. So
for sure. Well, Am, thank you so much for reaching out to me. Thanks for telling your story. Thank you for coming on here. And I just love the idea. So we'll see if we can make it happen.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Will. You're just an awesome guy. It's been a pleasure to meet you. So.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for participating in this live. I will put a link to the GoFundMe in this video description as soon as we end here, and then I'll do another video about it. But hey, if you want to see this cool story happen, feel free to donate, and I think it'll make this trip pretty fun. So, all right, have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined, as always, once again by Andrew, the super sleuth of the show, sleuthing in the background in your super secret headquarters in Harriman, Utah, right next to the soon-to-be-built Costco, right next to the Winco. So I don't know if I should give any more hints about your super secret headquarters, but it's good to have you. Good to be with you, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, that Costco is open now. I went there opening day. It was great, and I'm having a good day because I'm drinking out of my Mike Winger mug that he sent me, which is a blessing. He graciously sent it to me.
You have a Mike Winger mug? That's interesting.
I do.
Because it just so happens I have a Mike Winger mug too. So I want to give cheers to my water, which is in this Mike Winger mug, which is definitely well needed because it's now summer here in Arizona. Trying to stay super hydrated. You have a Mike Winger mug too. That's
I have
awesome.
one too. You know, I find that my coffee tastes a little bit more biblical.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
nice.
awesome. That's awesome. Like, how did you get these coffee cups made, by the way?
It was actually just there's a potter who is a fan of the ministry, and he reached out and was like, "Hey, I love to make some stuff. I'll put your logo on it." And they're kind of pricey because they're handmade and everything, but I think it's about all the money goes to him pretty much, but about $5 per mug we donate to a ministry that does ministries to refugees. So Iranian refugees at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah. So I don't make anything off of it. I always feel weird about merchandise stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely interesting there. But it's nice. I like it though. It's a cool aesthetic. It's funny to think too because I forgot that you had told me you were going to send me something, and so when I got, you ever get a package you don't know what it is, and it took me, even when I opened the box up and looked at it, it took me. Like, I feel like there's like a 30-second time delay before I put two and two together.
What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyways, I'm glad to have you on, man. So we are going to be talking about a subject that people have asked us to talk about for a long time. You've talked about before. We're going to be talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. And that stuff, there's definitely a lot to unpack with that. And just so you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single proof text here. So we're actually going to have additional blog content. We're going to have a couple articles by the time this article gets dropped, this podcast gets dropped. We're going to be covering different things like the firmament and a couple other major texts that people have questions specifically about. For the sake of time, there's only so much stuff we're going to be able to cover in this podcast. But you've been on our podcast before. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just tell them just a little about yourself, your YouTube channel, and what you're all about.
Well, I mean, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. And so that has to do with basically asking questions and then pulling up scriptures in context, studying carefully through the Word of God to kind of give not only here's the answer, but rather here's how we get that answer with scripture. And so I'm trying to get people into the process of being able to test everything with how we're reading the Bible. So I'm just really convinced that the Bible is like a lot better than almost everybody thinks. And by putting it on display, the nutrients and the benefits and the life transformation that comes from it is just happening in people's lives through the ministry. So people are starved from scripture or they're confused about it. And I don't think I'm like the perfect teacher who's going to fix everything for everyone, but rather I'm one of those who's out there saying, let's really pay careful attention to verses in context and watch it change our lives.
Oh yeah. Awesome. And hence the name of your YouTube channel, Bible Thinker.
Yeah.
Right. And you covered definitely a broad variety of topics, and it's good to have you back on. So yeah, I'm just, so you dropped a video about 2 years ago dealing with this exact subject. We're going to be kind of re-exploring that in this episode. I'm just curious, Mike, what initially prompted you to put that video together? Is there kind of a story behind it? Did you have close friends and acquaintances? Because I know for myself, I've got friends who, I know who are acquaintances of mine who I care for, who are intelligent, smart people who are into this, and they believe that, the Bible teaches a flat earth model, I've had back and forth conversations, and there's always, where did it stem from for you to do this video?
Well, I mean, like a lot of people, I had seen where flat earth content took over YouTube for a while. And you knew you could get a viral video if you made a flat earth video at the time. And I never made one because I don't care. I actually don't make content for the sake of going viral. And so I just I ignored it. But when I encountered a few people I knew personally who were really getting roped in to the flat earth stuff, primarily not because of science related discussions, but because they became convinced, at least they were starting to be convinced that the Bible actually teaches a flat earth, that this is something that we should all be believing if we're going to trust Scripture as the Word of God. And when I saw that happening, and I looked around and I realized every response to flat earth, content online is either mocking or it approaches the science, but nothing approached the Bible.
Right.
Like nothing I could find anyways really approached the Bible. And even, I don't know if you guys probably aware of this, but a lot of the audience might not know. Even scholars, like Christian scholars, will affirm that the Bible does teach a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the verses in context, you're like, this is one of those areas where many scholars are utterly failing in the basics of reading Scripture. And this is not because I have a scientific commitment to a spherical earth or something like that. I just thought, what if someone just examined all the proof texts for a flat earth in context, not to be inflammatory, not to mock or ridicule anybody, just examine them in context, then the people who trust the Bible, and that's been the important gateway for them into this movement, they'll be able to rethink it, in my opinion, because as I look at the texts, I go, guys, it's not even questionable. It's like really obvious that this is not what Scripture's teaching us.
Yeah. Right. And in this too, and I get, there's friends of mine, that are going to listen into this, and there's nothing I want to say in this podcast that I wouldn't say to them face to face. So, Andrew, you can jump in here as well too, but I'm not here to make fun of anyone or condescend to one. And in fact, I actually want to go as far as to actually compliment people who are passionate about that subject, because I want to at least give them credence to the fact that they care about the Bible. They care about the fact that that they believe that God's word is authoritative in that. But I think in that, which is a correct belief, I think there is on levels, we'll explore it, some of that passion is very misguided, and we'll definitely unravel into that. So we definitely want to be able to really look at this and really do what your YouTube channel entails us too, let's be Bible thinkers about this. Andrew, is there any thoughts you want to kind of you want to lay down as well too, as we kind of jump into this?
Yeah, and I'm totally in agreement in terms of being sensitive to the people that may hold to this flat earth model. My question would be essentially for Pastor Mike too, to elaborate on, because we know that we want to think biblically. Well, if they're trying to use the Bible and they're trying to use the Bible in order to prove the flat earth model, I think they'd be like, well, how am I not thinking biblically? I'm using the Bible, So what does it mean to read the Bible and then to read the Bible and think biblically about the Bible, Pastor Mike?
So it just comes down to really basic reading skills at this. And forgive me, I don't mean anyone with a modicum of intelligence can do, because brilliant people get this stuff wrong all the time. But you just read a verse and you read it in context, right? So Jesus says, for instance, hate your father and mother. If you don't hate your father and mother, you can't be my disciple. And there are some who do actually, some sort of cultish type groups will take those verses and they'll use them to tell members of the group, you have to leave your family and join our group. You can't talk to them anymore. And that's out of context. And how do we fix that? We read all that Jesus said about the topic. We read where Scripture says, honor your father and mother. We read the context to see that Jesus is talking, in that case, in this example, he's talking about, you love your parents, you serve them, you honor them as a Christian, but if they're asking you to choose between Jesus and them, you pick Jesus. Mm-hmm. It's about choosing one over the other in this case. It's not about actually just hating people. I hate them because I follow Jesus. But this is what I mean. This little example is what I'm seeing in many cases with some of the proof texts to demonstrate a flat earth. Terms like ends of the earth, right? Or the pillars of heaven. There's terms that are commonly understood by a flat earth community to indicate like a physical edge on the end of the earth. And the question we should ask is, when we read those in context, is that how the author meant it? Is that what God was saying? Is that how the original readers understood it? And so we just read it in context, just basic reading comprehension stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you emphasize this too, Mike, is that, and you can definitely elaborate as well too, is that this specific episode, this isn't about getting into any sort of specific conspiracies or the geocentrism or ancient Near Eastern thought, any of those particular topics. We are just looking at specifically when you look at certain proof texts that come up, and I actually only recently experienced in the last couple of years, where I would see people who are Facebook friends, and they were just very passionate. So the Bible emphatically teaches that the earth is flat, And like, you have to adhere by that. And anyone who doesn't really, and this isn't the case with everyone, there's a general, what's implied a lot of times, what comes up is that anyone who does not adhere to the specific model or who questions it on some level is under satanic deception. And I think what we want to do is that anytime someone makes a biblical claim, we have the right, and it says in Acts 17, verse 11, the Bereans, who were more noble-minded than those in Thessalonica, when they received Paul's message, they searched the scriptures daily to see if those things were so. In the same way, in Thessalonians, says in 5:13, it says, test all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we're looking to do is we're going to look at what has been brought up in the flat earth community, people who are passionate about this subject. We're going to look at specific verses. And in this, our main point in this is that we need to interpret the Bible correctly. And in fact, what you emphasize too, is that people can be passionate about that subject, is that the earth is flat, but the reality is, and you emphasize this in your videos, that they're not getting it from the Bible, at least correct biblical interpretation. So people, if you're watching this, you may be opposed to that. That's what we want to graciously demonstrate, and that's really the point of having you on and really having this conversation.
Right. I just want to make it super clear so people get this. Yeah, I'm not saying what the earth is. I'm asking, do these texts tell us X about the earth? Do they tell us that the earth is flat? When it comes to the question of, like, for instance, does the Bible support a spherical earth? I'm not making a case for that today. I'm asking if these proof texts about a flat earth are being read in context, if that's what they really mean. That's it. That's the whole case. I'm not trying to talk about science. I'm not dealing with those things. I'm not deriding that stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all. It's just... Right. We're talking about one issue at a time, and that really helps, because some of these conversations get very heated, and then you end up bouncing between NASA and public schools, and then the topic of evolution, right? And then you go into like the shape of the earth, and then the Bible, and then ancient Near Eastern texts, and you have a skull, and you start moving through all these things, and it's like, how do we get our bearings? Right. And just ask the question, is the Bible supporting this view or not? That's all.
Right. And that's a simplistic approach. Again, we're not trying to be advocate for a particular earth model. We're just looking at these particular proof texts. We're not trying to be shills for NASA. We're not part of some elaborate Jesuit conspiracy across, going on the last couple centuries. We're simply trying to look at, does the Bible actually match up with the claims that are being made, for sure? So on that note, let's go ahead and just jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So one of the things you brought up in your video is that there are texts that talk about the ends of the earth. This gets brought up, and that was one of the first things that you brought up. So tell me about, when you were putting this video together, how did you see people using those specific verses? Give us some examples of how are people who are adhering to a flat earth model, how are they using those particular verses?
So it's often used, what I've seen is it's often used to indicate, hey, we see the phrase ends of the earth in scripture, and therefore the earth is like it has edges, right? It's not spherical. It's not rounded with no ends. The land goes out for a while, then there's ocean, and then there's like usually they say there's an ice wall. and this is where confusion came in for me when I first started hearing flat earth stuff, because I didn't really understand what they were doing with our picture. So imagine if you have the idea of a globe, and you like put your finger right inside the middle of the South Pole, and you stretched that out, and you opened it up, and now you've got that Arctic ice all around this sort of circular shape, and that is like an Arctic ice wall, and beyond that there's just nothing, right? And so that's the ends of the earth. Then there's text after text after text in the New Testament, and Old Testament primarily, that says ends of the earth, and they go, well, that's what that means. It's talking about the ends of the earth. So when we look at, say, Job 28:24, that says he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. So then they go, well, there you go. Now, most often when I found flat earth, promotional materials like content and videos and stuff like that, they wouldn't actually walk through this carefully or slowly, I should say. They would just quickly list verses and then move on to the next topic. But I wanted to do it more slowly and methodically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andrew, do you have any initial questions about that subject when it comes to the end of the earth, or what are your thoughts on that initially when you were kind of looking through this?
Oh yeah, just a question. Like, so with Job 28:24, in terms of what the context is in Job, what exactly is being communicated here then? Instead of saying that, hey, I'm going to read this, and obviously it's teaching a flat earth model, it's saying ends of the earth, and we see that there's ends of the earth in this picture of a flat earth model. What is being communicated here in Job then?
So what we have with the term ends of the earth is we have a phrase that appears several times in Scripture. And one way to understand not just a word, but an actual phrase, a repeated phrase in Scripture, is to look at its use in multiple places and say, hey, if I want to be consistent, I'd like to see not, and this is important to stress, not just a word, but a phrase. I'd like to see, how is this phrase being used? What meaning does it have? When the original readers, saw it, did they think of that sort of edge of the ice wall kind of thing? That terminates all of what we would call earth in the broadest sense. And so there's other scriptures that talk about this. So Psalm 67:7, we'll bring another verse in to talk about it. So it says here, God shall bless us. Let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, when I just started this research, I just, searched ends of the earth and started reading all the verses that had to do with the topic. Because again, there's no magic here. It's just reading stuff in context. This, on a view that affirms a flat earth, you'd have to say that there are people on that ice wall edge of the earth, and they're going to turn to him and fear God. Now that starts to sound a little strange because on their view, there aren't people there, to my knowledge. But there's more. So Isaiah 45:22, it says, turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. And here there's people that can be saved that live on the ends of the earth. I'm starting to get the impression that this text is just talking about people from far away places. Right? This is just, you turn to God, all the ends of the earth, that it's just a far away place. I think one of the best scriptures, though, that shows how this phrase is being used is Deuteronomy 28. So in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49, we read, the Lord will bring a nation against you. God's speaking to Israel about, curses that will happen to them if they rebel against him. It's the Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth. So on that model where you have this ice wall, you'd have to have people that live there that are actually attacking Israel. It starts to feel like, wait, is that really the context? Because what ended up happening is Babylon and Assyria attacked northern and southern kingdoms of Israel and carried them away. And that's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. So Babylon and Assyria become the ends of the earth. And there's more support for this in Scripture. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 says this, and the Lord will scatter you among the peoples from one end of the earth to the other. Now, from a flat earth perspective that I've heard, one end of the earth to the other is one ice wall all the way across to the other. So I'm going to pass Australia, and I'm going to pass, what we would consider the North Pole over here. We're going to pass the Americas, and then boom, we got the other ice wall. So Israel was scattered that far in the ancient times. Like, that didn't happen. What did happen was they were brought to Babylon. They were brought to Egypt. They were brought to other places that are not that far, actually. So the biblical phrase seems to be referring to Babylon. Mm-hmm. There's other scripture that and not only Babylon. I'll say it seems like it's being used in the sense of far away places. Ends of the earth is just places that are far away, because I think that most of the time the Bible's being written from the perspective of a human being who's just looking out going, yeah, that's super far. It's like Babylon's like super duper far. They're not thinking about cosmology. They're just thinking about their normal daily experiences. So there's other scripture on this.
That's good, man. So pretty much what we're saying too is, like, in Job 28:24, if we're going to take the ends of the earth literal and look and bring into the text something that's actually foreign to the text, we actually need to apply that to the other scriptures that use the same phrase, ends of the earth. And if we do that, we see that you can't actually understand that scripture in context, especially with Deuteronomy 28:64, like you just mentioned. What about like Mark 13:27? Isn't that another good use of scriptures so that we can understand correctly what the ends of the earth what it means? Could you go into that?
Yeah. So Mark 13:27 says, Now he will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven. This is a very hopeful passage for the future, I believe. I don't know if your guys' perspective on that is.
Right.
So this just means, I think, that all people all over the earth are all over the earth are going to be people that belong to God. This is interesting because here's Jesus speaking in the first century in the middle of Israel. Sort of a subtle prophecy that Christianity will spread everywhere, will spread all over the place. It'll go much further than just the land of Israel, which is kind of like a pretty neat thing. But the biblical phrase "end of the earth" can't be used as a proof text here for those who support a flat earth, because it's just not a literal phrase about cosmology. It just means people all over are his. You know, when Nehemiah was at the ends of the earth, we know he was in about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem in Susa, right?
Right.
And so he's taught, and we know this. Let me read to you. We skipped this verse, but I'll share it real quick. Nehemiah 1:8. Nehemiah says, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven." That's an interesting phrase, uttermost parts of heaven. You would think uttermost parts of heaven, if on a flat earth model, is that ice wall, is right there near the ice wall. And he says, "From there I will gather them and bring them to the place I have chosen to make my name dwell there." Nehemiah is speaking about the fulfillment of the Deuteronomy 28 curse into the earth. And he's about 1,000 miles from Jerusalem. They knew there was land far beyond Babylon.
Right.
They didn't think it was a literal edge. They just thought it meant really far from where you are.
Yeah, and I think that the fact too, Mike, is that, we mentioned like Mark 13, so you and I will probably differ in certain particular areas in eschatology. I'm sure you've covered that too on Bible Thinker as well too. But I think one of the things we can agree on is that there is an importance, biblical languages are important, and there are many a times where there is specific geographical language used, but not necessarily meaning geography. For example, in Acts 17:6, this would be one example people need to think about. You mentioned the ends of the earth. Here's something to think about. And this is talking about, the New Testament church. And it says, but when they did not find them, talking about, the apostles who were doing evangelism in Acts 17, says they dragged Jason and some other believers before the officials, shouting, "These men who have caused trouble all over the world have now come here." Okay. So the question is, for this particular passage, are they saying that these people have gone to every single geographical location over the entirety of the world? Is that what they're truly arguing? No, these people that they're saying, it's kind of like, when something is taking a long time and a kid says, this is taking forever. That doesn't mean like forever and eternity. It's like it's taking a long time. And so this is an example where it's just talking about a specific geographical location. There's other areas too, where in Psalms, where it says, as far as the east is from the west, so as he removed our transgressions from us. Is that adhering? Is that giving and I've had friends of mine who I've, just having a drink with and talking about this. I'm like, that's not giving a geographical measurement as far as how you measure the earth. You can't make that argument. So that's where you need to look at the consistency of what does the Bible actually mean when it's giving these geographical locations. And it's very easy many a times, if you're passionate about this subject, and I'm capable of it too, to take something and then read it into the text. That's the issue that we're having here. And so when something is done, when there's a verse geographically, you need to just take away any aspect of what you believe the earth is and ask yourself, what is the actual context of that? Like I said, given that in Acts and also giving that in Psalms. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
I agree. We want to put yourself into the mind of the original readers of the text.
Right.
How many of them are thinking, all over the world means that's a cosmological description of, it's like they're just not thinking of it. And I don't know that they were answering the question, any more than we would answer those questions if we weren't raised with those answers being inputted into us at a fairly young age. Like you would just look out and you think, yeah, from the ends of the earth, okay, it's way over there. Another one, like say, is Psalm 19:6, that says that the sun rises from one end of the heavens and its circuit is to the end of them. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. Okay, now if I take this from a flat Earth perspective, I don't actually think on any flat Earth model I've seen that the sun actually reaches the end of any of the heavens, because they consider the end of the heavens where it's connecting with the Earth on this sort of dome, ice wall connection point. And this is saying that it reaches the end of the heavens. And you could say, well, this supports the globe thing. And I'm like, well, or you're just an earlier, pre-scientific person looking around going, the sun comes up and then it goes down and it comes up. And all you're doing is describing how it looks. And that's what I think we're actually getting in the text.
Gotcha. Definitely. Andrew, do you have any other thoughts on that before we kind of jump on to the next subject?
No, it's like poetic language, right? It's like trying to take things that are poetic and making them literal. I mean, you have the situation when you're talking to some LDS people in terms of God having a body of flesh and bone. They'll go to texts where saying the hands of God this or the feet of God there. But I mean, if you're consistent in that type of biblical interpretation, you can go to Psalm 91:4, right? And it says, he will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. How are you going to interpret that text? Does God have feathers? Does he have wings? No, people are speaking poetically. We need to read the Bible in context for what it's saying, specifically and especially in Job, one of the most beautifully poetic descriptions of God's sovereignty that we have in all text of Scripture. We've got to think biblically about those things, right?
Right. Amen to that, man. I think that what we don't want to do is say things are poetry that aren't. But it would be an equal mistake to say things are not poetry when they are. So we have to let it be what it is and take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Job, this is something that you brought up in your original video too. Maybe you can expand on it too, Mike, is that one of the things that a proof text that comes up is, does the book of Job describe specifically the nature of the earth? So maybe you could do is give some examples of how this is used, as specifically Job chapter 38, verse 14. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, "It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Word turned into..." Yeah, so that's the context. So maybe if you could just elaborate on that. But also, I think, again, it's very easy in this conversation to jump to a conclusion and talk about a specific verse. Also, if you want to maybe expand to it, maybe explain to people too, like, what is the whole context of the book of Job? Okay, I think when you actually understand the purpose of a book, then you'll get a better understanding of how to understand when something gets mentioned as far as, the earth, as far as when anything is mentioned as far as any sort of cosmology goes.
Yeah. Well, let me share some thoughts and then get your guys' responses to those things.
Sure.
But so one of the real proponents who really has pushed forward flat Earth views has been a guy named Dean Odell. And Dean Odell, I'll quote him now. Here's what he says. He says, when God was talking about the earth, and he's talking about Job 38:14, about turned as clay to the seal, and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, pushed down flat. And when that happens, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. Now you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around it. That pressed down piece of wax or clay or whatever it is. Now, that's a quote from him from one of his popular videos that promotes these views. So Dean Odell's claims are interesting, and he kind of puts this stuff out. A lot of these Dean Odell, Rob Skiba, they've put these things out like they're on a journey, and they're like, and then I found this thing, and it was amazing, and I couldn't believe it. And so they present it like that, but often they're presenting things as if they're discovering these new things. It's a little misleading, to be honest with you guys. So he says that the word turned is in Strong's, and it means to change, not to spin. Okay, so apparently some people are using this, that the earth is turned as clay, to say that the earth is a spinning globe. I think just like I say, others, flat earth views can be pushed. That could be pushing a globe view here. I don't think this is the context at all. But the word itself, you could translate it turned or change. I don't care. The Hebrew word for seal, however, means signet ring. And here's a big part of that sort of flat earth perspective. The Hebrew word means signet ring, he says. And he says, think of a ring used to stamp wax, right? It's a ring. But when you actually look up Strong's, even Strong's, which is a pretty bare dictionary, there's little data there. But when you look up Strong's, it says that typically when this word is used, unless a hand is mentioned, it refers to a disc, a cylinder, not a ring. And all of a sudden, all of Dean Odell's word picture, where he has like clay, he has a wax, and you stamp it with a ring, and it has a ridge, and that's the ice wall. That all falls apart because now it's a disc that rolls over clay, and it's like it comes out like a rectangular flat with bumps, whatever they wanted to put onto the seal. And so that's actually what's strong. But it also here's the bigger issue though. The context was not checked. It was just a verse out of context. Job 38:14. Just don't look behind the curtain to see the wizard back there doing his thing. And so the context here, Job 38:14, it says, yes, it's changed like clay under the seal. But if you read from verse 12 to verse 14, you see the poetic stuff that's going on here. And Job, the entire book, you asked for some context, the whole book of Job is poetry. The entire book, it's like Psalms is poetry. It is poetry, the whole thing. And not to say it's not teaching true things, real things, but yeah, it's poetry. A lot of it has to do with God's sovereignty and his right to do what he pleases, and the rightness of us to trust him no matter what is happening in our lives. And I think that this is something we can agree on. And I'm going to sound like a Calvinist, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room that people always like message about. Like, hasn't he had back and forth with James White? I'm like, yeah, we know that. So,
yeah.
But this, yeah.
So, okay, but let me just read the text. Job 38:12-14 says, have you commanded the morning? This is God asking Job questions, these rhetorical questions to kind of say like, Job, you're really small, I'm really big. This is kind of the thing. He says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? Notice that the morning and the dawn, we're talking about the sunrise, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Then it says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Nobody's going to take that literal. I'm not going to grab the skirt. The earth doesn't have giant skirts and the wicked are in them and they're going to be shaken out by the morning. What's he talking about? Then in verse 14, it says, it is changed like clay under the seal and its features stand out like a garment. So here we arbitrarily take verse 14 to be like this literal description of the cosmology of earth. But verse 13, we ignore because it's skirts and shaking the wicked out of skirts. Like that doesn't make sense. So here's what I get in this passage in Job. It's a description of the sun coming up. And just like when you have clay, it's just this flat piece of clay and you roll the cylinder over it. Now it's all got all these contours and bumps. When the sun comes up, the light shines onto the earth, and this causes the wicked to stop what they're doing or to be caught. Now, this fits the context of Job really well because Job 24, verses 13-17 describes the wicked as doing their stuff at nighttime so they won't be caught. Let me read it to you guys. Job 24, 13-17, it says, there are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways, and do not sit in its paths. The murderer rises before it is light, that he may kill the poor and needy, and in the night he is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see me, and he veils his face. In the dark they dig through houses. By day they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them. And it's as though morning, like it's the light to them. They come out in the dark, and they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. And so God's like, I'm the one that commands the morning that shakes the wicked out who are hiding in the dark. This is talking about, it happens every day. This thing that's being described in Job 38 is not the creation of the universe or of the world. It is actually the sun rising, and it shakes the wicked out. Yeah, because it brings light into the things that they're doing. Mm-hmm. So it's just the contours of light being cast onto mountains and valleys and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah. In fact, Andrew, do you have something you're gonna say, or?
I mean, even in Job 38, in the context, this is God replying to Job. Where were you when I was doing all of these things? Like, did you see this? Did you walk the chasms of the great deep? The picture again, it's just the sovereignty of God. If we're going to take texts like this and interpret them literal, we're going to have to go to like Hebrews chapter 1 as well, when we have the Father bringing the Son into the world, talking about the deity of Jesus, saying in verse, 11, it says, talking about, verse 10, it says, and you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment, like a robe you will roll them up. If we're going to take these things literally in Job, and we're reading the same type of language in Hebrews, is the earth now like laying on fabric? And then Jesus is going to literally roll it up like fabric. We have to be consistent in our interpretation of biblical text, and if we can't be consistent in that interpretation, hermeneutically, your interpretation's probably wrong.
Right.
The scripture is going to be right. So I think that's extremely important, something to say. And in terms of this too, Pastor Mike and Jerry, you guys can speak to this. Some of my worries when I was watching some of the videos by it's Dean Odell, right?
I believe.
Yeah. Well, before he starts giving these types of revelations, he says like the Holy Spirit showed me, right? The Holy Spirit led me to these things. And this is a big deal to me, because if someone's coming to know who Christ is through the flat earth model, well, what about the gospel? What about the gospel? Because all of a sudden, if somebody then is unconvinced of this flat earth model through biblical text later, maybe they were never saved to begin with, right? Maybe the whole Bible is then rejected. I think that's a big worry, right? Because we shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to say the Holy Spirit is showing me this when you could be utterly wrong. And that's a worry for me, is, just haphazardly using the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Well, let's say hypothetically, if I could add to that Dean Odell had said the Holy Spirit showed me this clay passage, which I think he may do that if I remember in the video, but I'm not sure. But let's say that he did. The Holy Spirit showed me this passage. Then he proceeds to misinterpret the Hebrew terms and to completely misinterpret the passage. Obviously, it's not talking about a creation thing. It's talking about something that happens every morning, and it's picturesque and poetic. Then this shows me Dean Odell does not know the voice of the Holy Spirit. He's saying God's leading him when he's not. So now we've elevated him from having a mistaken interpretation of a passage that is always a sad and unfortunate thing, to actually doing it in the name of inspiration. So now he's in a new category, if that's the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and in fact, and here's the thing too, is that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Andrew, as well. And obviously, I was joking earlier about you mentioned the whole Calvinist thing too. Obviously, we're Reformed, you're not. There's still areas, but still, there's areas in which we disagree when it comes to that, but we're still unified around the essentials. And so, we can definitely still have those conversations and disagree with each other, but still be unified as, as brothers in the Lord, and to be able to focus and to have an edifying conversation like this. And even, like the video series you recently did with your women in ministry. And so I haven't had a chance to actually go through it in depth. I've just seen some of your posts, and as part of me initially, I think our views might be different than that. And again, that's a conversation where you can be back and forth, but again, it's a secondary issue, and it's one of those things where this should not be something you purposely and you have to completely divide over. I think my concern when you kind of look into this whole discussion, and even why it's kind of on our platform, is because I think a lot of times, and this isn't indicative of everyone, this whole conversation about what the model of the earth is, it starts to become very white hat and black hat. Like, we have the complete truth that it's this specific model, and anyone who holds to a heliocentric model or anything else on some level, they're under spiritual deception. And to actually test what we're doing, we're taking a look at these verses, which biblically we have the warrant to do. It's almost like you're questioning the very revelation of God. And that's kind of the concern that I have. And so honestly, what we want to just encourage anyone listening in is that you want to just look at these verses and say, can you make a case for your belief of the model? Can you typically make a case for that? And when it comes to Job 38, what you see is things that are real and tangible that God is talking about, but there's also like a lot of poetic language. So, the point of Job 38 is to talk about God's sovereignty and him being able to, and God's wisdom versus Job. It's not there to give you a specific cosmological model. It's there to talk about the superiority and the supremacy of God and who he is and how he created the world. And that's really the purpose of creation as well too, is to declare the glory of God and to proclaim the work of his hands. And I think a lot of times if you start getting into these intricacies, you start losing track of what biblical cosmology, the purpose of it is to begin with.
Good thoughts. I think that my summary would be the stakes are so high for some people who think this issue gets elevated and elevated and elevated, where it was like I'm not actually that worried theologically in a person's life if they think the earth is flat. I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'm worried when it becomes a pillar of Christian faith. because it's not, biblically speaking, it's just not. And so where did this pillar come from, and how's it going to affect other things? Like you're saying, the whole looking at people as being under spiritual deception, that they're like under the God of this world just blinded their eyes. They're like, well, that's usually terminology we use for someone who rejects the gospel, not someone who has a different cosmological perspective than you. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, I appreciate you bringing those points, and this has been a great conversation so far. And I almost forgot at the beginning, we have a couple of sponsors too of Cultish that makes our podcast a possibility. So just real quickly, this podcast is brought to you by Forged Beard Company. If you go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, you can get some goodies for your beard, whether it's beard oils, beard washes, all the goodness and intricacies you need for your beard. Go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, and you will get all the goodies, and then a good portion of that will go towards this ministry. Also, a program like Cultish cannot continue without your support. So if you want to support Cultish, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time or monthly. And also make sure you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all access member if you want to support the studio, which makes Cultish a possibility. You can definitely get some great content, so definitely check that out. Also, make sure you go to shopcultish.com. We've got a merch store, so if you want to get some Cultish goodies, you can definitely check that out as well. All right, so back to the podcast, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Mike. So one of the things, just real quickly, you brought this up in the video, and again, this is just a matter of just understanding holistically biblical interpretation. So one of the things you mentioned is that Earth, usually in the Bible, typically does not mean specifically planet. So I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make when they really come into this conversation. Could you elaborate on what you meant in that video?
I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it happening as I was reading a lot of the proof texts that were being used, and then the way they were being discussed. And I even saw some saying, "Look, the Hebrew for Earth here is eretz, and eretz." It sounds like you're mixing on a yeah. You're doing some DJ work there, but the word there, they say it means planet, and this is definitely not the case. And so you could just look up the word in numerous places in the Bible. It mostly does not mean that. And I say planet, whether you define that as like a globe or a flat, Earth view, is whichever term you want to use there. But yeah, Genesis 1:10, God, he calls the dry land eretz, or earth, and then the waters he calls them seas. But usually when I see flat earth material online, they use the term earth only to refer to the entirety of everything: land, sea, ice wall, all of it together. Then in Genesis 11:1, we have the word used again. It says the whole earth had one language and the same words. Now that refers to all people of the earth. This isn't actually talking about it, and obviously the people don't live in the ocean. He's just talking about people and using the term eretz to talk about humans. We're not talking, like when the Bible says world, it often speaking of the people, not any physical structures. In Genesis 13:6, we have it used in another way. It says the land, the eretz, which you could translate earth, and some would say means all of existence, could not support both of them. It's talking about Abraham and Lot. So it's like, man, how big was their groups that the entire earth could not support them? Obviously, the term eretz doesn't just mean earth. Like, you just can't translate it that way. In fact, most of the time when you see the term earth in scripture, it's not trying to talk about, and if you look at it carefully, it's not trying to talk about, whether it's the globe or the flat earth model, all of that stuff. It's just usually talking about something else, something much smaller.
Okay. Yeah, I find that to be really important, because when we're thinking even of the ends of the earth phrases, like in Genesis 11:1, we can see referring to all of the people on earth. So it's a good thing to think biblically. So what about the footstool passages, Mike? What do we do with those, and where do we start?
Yeah, so I mean, I had never thought of this as being a physical description of the entirety of the earth, but that's how I've heard it used as I was looking into some of the flat earth perspectives. And so Isaiah 66:1 says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." And here's where I've even seen pictures, models of this. And they go, look, when you look at a footstool, right, it's rounded, it's flat on top, it has legs like pillars. It's describing the cosmology of the earth here. And then I'm like going, Like, I mean, as a guy, I mean, most of the audience already knows that this is like, wait a minute, what? So let me push back for those who don't, already see some issues with this. Footstools, they're round and they're on pillars and they're flat on top. Is that what we're getting from the text of Scripture? There's several pushbacks we can have. One of them would be that heaven is his throne. Does that mean that we're getting the physical shape of heaven? But they would describe heaven as having a dome shape. So how is heaven his throne? Earth is his footstool. Does that mean he puts his feet on earth? And in heaven, he is mostly taken up just by him sitting? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying, I rule in heaven and earth is beneath me? I'm Lord of heaven and earth is beneath me. It's a poetic discussion of God's power and sovereignty. Isaiah, here's if we use the same interpretive method to call this like cosmological descriptions of literal things, it's the issue you brought up earlier, Andrew, right? Where God, you can make a case that God has physical body parts and they're very strangely sized. So Isaiah 40 verse 12 says that it talks about measuring the heavens and that God measured the heavens by the span of his hand. So how big is his hand now? His hand would have to be from one eye wall to the other, right? The end, that measure the heavens. But then the earth is his footstool, so his feet are a lot smaller than that. Because I can't put my feet on a footstool that's only the size of my hand very easily. Right. And then heaven's his throne, so his throne is about as big as his hand span. So he's got this giant hand. He's got little feet, corresponding to the size of his hand, and he's on a throne that's about the size of his footstool as well. It's a little strange. 1 Kings 8:27 says this, but will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I've built? Solomon here built the temple, and he's like, hey, you couldn't fit here. Heaven couldn't contain you. But wait, if we read Isaiah 66:1 as a literal description of the earth as a footstool and heaven as his throne, then heaven does contain you. I mean, who sits on a chair that doesn't contain them unless they're massively obese? It just doesn't, it's not how it works. So what we're getting here is that when the Bible speaks poetically here, heaven's your throne, earth's your footstool, but when it speaks about God's actual transcendence, right, that's where he says, hey, your presence will be here, but you couldn't be limited by anything in creation. You're above and beyond it all. And so that's the transcendence of God. So these footstool verses, I think, fail because they don't, number one, they don't deal with the everything evenly. Heaven's not a throne now, but earth is a footstool, literally. And they don't deal consistently with Scripture, which says things like God doesn't fit on heaven or his hand span is the size of the earth. It's kind of weird.
Gotcha. And just so you know, too, I mean, we're covering a lot of topics here, and there's no way that we could encompass every single topic and every single, that could be a 10-part podcast, honestly. And again, we're just focusing specifically on different proof texts. So one of them that we unfortunately didn't have the time to truly cover in this podcast, although we would have wanted to, was a couple different areas, including the aspects of the firmament. So when this podcast drops, we'll have some additional content on the cultishow.com. If you go to our blog, by the time right now when you're listening to this podcast, we'll actually have some articles up there on the firmament you can definitely take a look at, and you can feel free to give comments on our social media about whether you agree or disagree on that. Also, specifically the passage, it's a story of when Moses is holding up the staff and Joshua is fighting, and there's a battle going on, and basically the sun stands still. That is typically used to prove the flat earth model. So we're going to take a look at that as well too, along with a couple other things we're not going to be able to cover just for the sake of time. So just if you want to definitely check that out, go to thecultishow.com and you can check out our blog and check that there. So the next category, I think this is really big. In fact, I just pulled up, just one of the examples of what people believe the flat earth model to be. And they truly do believe that, there's the earth, there's the underworld, and there's these pillars that, hold up this model of the flat earth. And so what ends up being used for that are passages about the pillars of the earth. So this is just an example. And again, we're even if people who believe in a heliocentric model, I think they're they're capable of trying to, sometimes maybe if they want to argue with someone who adheres to a flat earth model, I mean, it's easy to swing the other way to try and find something in the Bible that talks about something spinning or something, something that adheres to the heliocentric model, not thinking of context first. So that's just something to be wary of. But one of the verses that you mentioned in your video, and also that I've seen as well too, is mentioning of the pillars of the earth. So 1 Samuel 2:8 says, he raises up the poor from the dust, he lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world. And there's a couple other examples. So maybe if you can just elaborate on that. How did you see these from your perspective and all the research that you were doing? How do you see these contexts of the pillars of the earth being used when it comes to people adhering to a flat earth model? And is that a correct interpretation? And also, how would we interpret that correctly, biblically?
Well, the first thing I want to do is notice the context. And I noticed that because you might say, here's one verse. How did these two ideas relate to each other? They're obviously related because the second sentence starts with the word for, right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Like, well, how does that relate to this? He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. This is implying that someone's being raised up into some sort of governmental power. And then the response is, for the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Now, we've already seen how earth is sometimes used to talk about people. And I think in this context, it's an analogy for what's happening here, that the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They're being lifted up. And the pillars here are the people in positions of leadership. David is the example in this case, just as the apostles are called pillars in the church, that they're pillars. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just talking about leadership in this case. I really do. In this particular verse, that seems to be the only way to connect it to the idea that the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. He's the one who puts people in seats of honor. He can raise up princes. This is a theme a lot in the Old Testament, God, and in the New, actually. And God is the one who's sovereign over who's leading the nations.
Mm. Okay. Great. And then, so another one that comes up as well, too, and this is, again, enough proof text to just giving in context, just Job 26:10 says, he has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke. So the question is, I can see the appeal, if you have this, it seems to be, too, and I've seen some of the videos, too, where there's this excitement because I'm now understanding something in the Bible that I've never seen before. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, I just see that. And now this is describing, this particular model, and it goes against everything I've ever been taught. And all of a sudden there's this new unveiling. And I think a lot of times through that excitement, there tends to be a little bit of like emotional beer goggles of sorts, where you're not necessarily looking at the entirety of the context. So for anyone who would, if someone would look at you being a flat earther and they bring this up, like we mentioned Job earlier, like how would you respond to this? Or maybe explain how do you think they're interpreting it? Like what's the mindset of someone like this who adheres to a flat earth model when they read Job 26:10? Like maybe take us into that world. How would you think that they're looking at this passage?
Well, they're immediately thinking that it's fairly literal and it's describing the entirety of all that you could call earth in the broadest sense, right? So land, water, ice wall, edges, it's describing everything. So it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. They're talking about the boundary between light and darkness. That is seen as the edge on the outer edge of the entire flat earth. The pillars of heaven are seen as literal pillars, that there are actual pillars. Now they might be mountains, but they're mountains that actually get contact with like a solid dome that is over our heads, right on the very edges of things. So they're these pillars of heaven. I think that context really matters though. In Job, I think that Job is incredibly poetic. I know that sounds like a dodge to people because I see some people do that. Well, the Bible's being poetic there. And I'm like, come on, man. Like sometimes it's not, it's just telling you stuff. But in this case, Job is extremely poetic. It just really is throughout the entire book. We'll give more examples, as we go on and talk about other places in Job where even the most strict flat earth perspective would say, yeah, that's poetic. That couldn't be literal.
Mm.
So we'll show, and those are right alongside the same passages they used to say it's literal.
Mm.
So the literalism, I think, is being a bit forced. I think that probably what the original readers would have thought was God's inscribed a circle on the face of the waters, the boundary between light and darkness. They're just talking about the horizon around them. In fact, the boundary here on a flat earth perspective wouldn't even be water. It would be ice, not water. So that's a challenge to that view. But every use of pillars, it seems to just usually have these poetic contexts. I looked up, especially pillars of the earth, that phrase. I looked up every use in the Bible, and it seems like it has this poetic context over and over again. It's possible that pillars of heaven and Job are just talking about mountains themselves. But those aren't functioning as literal pillars in a structure. And I'd be like, yeah, it's poetic. Like, they're not functioning as literal pillars in this poetic passage. They're just these tall mountains that are astounded at God's rebuke. Other scriptures talk about the mountains shaking at God's rebuke. So I think that could be just a reference to mountains in general.
Yeah. No, that's good. In fact, we'll definitely elaborate on that more. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of wrap things up here. This is a good first part, kind of really kind of just looking at some basic verses. And so again, if you're a fan of the flat earth model, I guess you would say, we love you, we care for you, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, and we definitely would love to hear your thoughts specifically on the verses that we're bringing up. That's what I think we would really like for you to do, is take a look at it. Don't take our word for it. Let's test all things. It's a two-way street. Let's look at the scriptures, see what they say, and let's think. To kind of paraphrase from your channel, Mike, let's think biblically, for sure. Andrew, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of wrap up the first part of this podcast?
Yeah, just real quick, I think what Pastor Mike was bringing up is we can't just knock something off always by saying, oh, it's poetry. But what we got to understand is that it's poetry that's trying to communicate something specifically, right? We can't say, oh, we need to take this poetry literally to bring in something that's foreign to the body text of Scripture. No, we got to say, yes, it's poetry, but the poetry is trying to explain something. And in the context of Job, it's not the cosmology of the earth. It's just not. It's just a reply to one of his friends speaking in terms of the sovereignty of God, that this is the majesty of God. These are the things that he has done. It's just simply not biblical, like a cosmology, essentially. So I think that's very important.
Definitely. All right. Well, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And if you guys enjoyed this first episode, definitely let us know what you thought. I'm sure we'll be getting just a few comments on this episode when we post on our social media. So all that being said, Mike, thanks for hanging out with us. And we will talk to you all next week on Cultish, where we talk about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Talk to you guys next week.
Hey everyone, this was not a planned video, but to my shock last night, I found out that flat earthers still think that we maybe used a green screen, and that my drone possibly showed a studio or even the firmament. I learned this listening to Dustin Nemos, who was on with Austin Whitsitt last night on the Whitsitt Gets It channel. So here's the deal. Where's Wally? He's got an incredible channel on YouTube. Make sure to check it out. Link in the description below. He took the time to take 5 separate independent videos and put them all together, and he synced them up. So it was the live we did on the Final Experiment channel. It was MCToon's live that he was doing at the same time. Dave McKeegan was recording with his own camera, and then Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director, was also recording with his own camera. And then I recorded with my drone. I actually turned on the camera and recorded with my drone. So 5 different videos, all at different angles, all recording the exact same thing. And he did such a good job. I'm releasing his video on our channel so that you can see this, and hopefully stop talking about green screens and the drone beeping. So just in case it's not clear, based on all of these videos completely surrounding me doing the live stream, there could not have been a green screen. And then the beeping on the drone is the proximity sensors on the drone, which are on the front and the back and even the sides. And so as the drone starts to get close to something, it does a slow beep. When it gets really close to something, it does a fast beep. And so as it gets close to MCToon, you hear the beeping. As it's moving away from MCToon, you still hear the beeping because he's still in the proximity of those sensors. And then once it gets far enough past him, it stops. And then as the drone comes back toward him, it will start beeping again. So anyway, this video here, please enjoy this. It fully dispels green screen gate and drone gate. And then make sure you watch to the very end for a very special treat, which is my drone footage being released pretty much for the first time raw. And you get to see Antarctica in all of its beauty in 4K on that video. So enjoy. Thank you so much. You can get back to filming. So anyway, how it works is we have things like, this is the water bottle I've been using out here that are green in color, and you have that chroma key turned on, it removes that. Here is a can of some Chilean Pringles called Crispos. You'll notice here the red and the green color, so no green screen. But what I'm most excited about is I am going to utilize my drone.
So he's gonna use his drone here, and he's gonna fly it away behind him.
Hopefully this goes well here.
To show there's no green screen,
because
there was a conspiracy theory that there was a green screen. It was all backwards. It wouldn't have worked at all.
But this
in
is gonna
fact,
be fun for me.
the way that it worked out was
getting everything
pretty much
booted up
proof that
right
it
now.
wasn't
I'm actually
a,
going to remove my
green
gloves
screen. So
that I have
he's going to fly this drone back away, and I'm
control of the
going to
drone.
move off into the distance here to
have
show
any accidents.
how it works,
So
or
here's
how it
the
can't
drone.
work or whatever.
Upside down.
You would have to go through the
right
green
side
screen.
up,
Of course,
it
I'm
all
pretty far
around.
away from him already.
This is my DJI drone that I brought
This
to
is, you know, the conspiracy theories they come up with to deny reality is.
Go ahead and launch this
interesting.
here real quick for you guys.
Godwin's law, right? Look it up if you're unfamiliar with it. All right, here it goes. He's flying his drone. It's going to go through, backwards through wherever a green screen would have to be.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record
he's
what
going to
the
record
drone
this
is videoing,
on the
which is
drone
my
and publish it
screen.
later.
And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, there was a green screen. This drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. And who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm going to come right back to us. All right.
Look at that. Mount Rossman in the background as it flies by. Amazing. So cool.
And then back again. So here we go. We now come on.
There it is. He landed it. Awesome.
And right back. So here's what I'd like to say.
There we go. All right.
Is that
back to
Flat Earthers? I
back
do
to
want to
showing
give you
some stuff
credit
here.
for
This is
the amount of
Jaren's
effort
camera
that you put into
here.
what you believe.
It's been
Now this week, Jeff Bezos pushed the human race one step closer to commercial spaceflight by launching a reusable rocket into orbit. And in the same week, Doug, the flat earther, told me that there was something wrong with me if I believed we lived on a spinning ball, and Ryan told me I was a moron if I still believed in the moon landing. So, one step forward, two steps back, I suppose. But I don't suppose you can blame the flat earthers for lashing out. After all, in the events of the last few weeks, where one of the internet's largest flat earth leaders has left the flat earth cult after witnessing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, flat earth needs to find a way to cope and respond. And that is really what this video is about, starting here. This YouTube channel here belongs to somebody called Flatzoid. He's a flat earther and he's not afraid to ask and answer the very biggest of questions. This week he decided to tell us what the sun was made of. And as a science teacher, I was incredibly excited to click on the stream and be educated.
So what is the sun, guys?
I don't know. I can tell you, bro. It's an illumination from God. That's all I could tell you. As for substance, for the dynamics of it, what it's made of, I haven't got a bloody clue.
Okay, now I know what you're thinking. Yes, if you were going to do a live stream about what the sun was, maybe you should find out the answer to that question before you start streaming. But that's not how Flatzoid and his team roll. Here, we're going to see them progress their knowledge over the course of what was about 20 minutes. And they start by asking some pretty serious questions.
God clearly states in the Bible that sun is not a star. So why are we calling it a star?
It's a question that at some point in our lives, we've all pondered the answer to. And once you've started asking the important questions, it's important you know where to look for the answers. And of course, children's television is always the best starting point.
Have you ever stopped and wondered what the sun is made of?
Yeah, absolutely.
And here in Flatzoid's stream, we had the honour of watching live how this form of education can fuel a passion and a wonder about the universe around us.
It's so extremely hot that any ship would vaporize from the heat before it got anywhere near the sun's surface.
Yeah.
And that is how progress is made. It's how we go from saying this.
As for substance, for the dynamics of it, what it's made of, I haven't got a bloody clue.
To saying this.
It's a perpetual nuclear explosion.
Yeah, of course, we could tighten that language up to make it more accurate, but there's no doubt there that you've got to trust the process. It sure is working. Now, why is it important? Why is it important that we look at flat earth channels and highlight really just how silly and how pointless the whole thing is? Well, I showed you this fella before, Jeren, that came back from Antarctica with a whole new world view, and he left the flat earth cult after seeing the 24-hour sun. This week, he's been receiving an awful lot of messages from his old subscribers whose lives haven't been going so well since he left the cult.
I've gotten a lot of messages, so many messages this week, and it's kind of all over the board. I've got some people that are claiming their life is over. Some people telling me I've left my wife or my husband, and now I don't know what to do with myself. That's not easy to listen to.
And that is a reality when you have these extreme flat earth beliefs. You're going to be stuck down some kind of rabbit hole of paranoia, and it's obviously going to have negative effects on your life and separate you in time from your family and friends. And it's good that Jeren is owning that and he's sticking around to try and help some of the people that maybe he's pushed further into that rabbit hole. I do have to respect him for that. But it does seem that the rest of the flat earth community are trying to perhaps undo Jeren's message. And rather than try and use science to do it, they're trying to use something a little bit more biblical.
I don't panic because somebody saw a light in the sky.
Yeah, I don't know either what that noise was all about. I just didn't want to be left out. I thought I'd join in. Now, at this point, you're either subscribed to me or not. And if you're not subscribed to me, let me convince you to hit that button. Because if you do hit that button, here is a list of ways in which your life will suddenly improve. Probably should have thought of those before I started this video. Just hit it anyway. The guy you've just seen there was Pastor Dean Odell. And he is definitely a biblical flat earther. And he's not taking the scientific route. In fact, he's got no interest in debating the science whatsoever.
I'm not even going to debate camera angles and no footprints in the snow where they were walking and all these weird anomalies.
No, of course he's not interested. And as we'll see in this video, when you're a biblical flat earther, facts and science mean absolutely nothing because we can always fall back on saying stupid stuff like this.
Why is everybody up in arms? See, one reason I've sat back and just watched all the hoopla about all this, because I'm like, I don't care if you see 15 suns in the sky and they do whirlabouts. God's word is true from Genesis to Revelation. Amen?
And then you can go on to claim that the people that went to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun are somehow in league with the devil.
I'm not even going to say, I'm just going to say, they went and they saw a light go around them in a circle that they thought was the sun, or that they knew, because they're Satanists, some of them, that Satan would be there to help them.
Now, this idea of putting biblical stories in front of scientific evidence and facts when it comes to explaining the observations of the world around us isn't limited to just Pastor Dean Odell. Even Flatzoid, the guy we've seen as already being a strong proponent of science and the scientific method, even he likes to put biblical ideas ahead of scientific facts. Here he is talking to a pastor about the final experiment, or TFE as he calls it, and the topic moves on to Will Duffy, the leader of the expedition.
What you're saying now is exactly why I have an issue with this whole TFE thing and what Pastor Duffy stands for. He's literally playing the game the snake, the serpent did in the Garden of Eden. It's okay to be deceptive, it's not wrong. Yeah. And I find big issues with that. And it's sad because he's teaching a flock. And I mean, you as a pastor, that God takes things like that very seriously.
Yeah. Yes.
So we have to pray for Will Duffy, even though we don't agree with him. He does need prayer, guys. He needs to repent and open his eyes that what he's doing is literally a seed from Satan, I'm sorry to say.
Flatzoid not mincing his words there at all. Now, Will Duffy was the leader and funder of the final experiment. He spent an awful lot of his own money taking people down there so they could witness this sun for themselves and dig themselves out of a rabbit hole of paranoia. So I wonder how the good pastor believes that Will should be treated.
Listen, the punishment for this is it's not good. Leading people astray it doesn't end well.
Now, the irony of a Flat Earth YouTube channel accusing somebody else of being misleading isn't lost on me at all. And it is, I suppose, ironic that it is coming from a religious channel as well. Now, not all Flat Earthers out there, it has to be said, are taking a religious approach to refute the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. One such channel belongs to a man called Phuket Word, or as I like to call him, Gigantor, the tallest Flat Earther in the world.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters and debunkers.
Now, in recent years, Gigantor has grown so tall that he can't be filmed by a camera built by mere humans, so he now does most of his videos behind PowerPoint. And here he is talking about the final experiment, explaining that if the flat Earth was as the model was presented with the Antarctic around the outside, then it certainly would be destructive to Flat Earth to see the 24-hour sun. However, he's got a simple fix.
What if it wasn't like that, but the map projection that we were presented with for Flat Earth was like this, putting Antarctica in the middle of the Flat Earth and saying this is how it works. And then you put a sun going around Antarctica like that, and this would appear to fit. So a trip to Antarctica in this case wouldn't prove anything. If this was our map, this would work fine. And they'd have to be making a trip to the North Pole.
Now, to be fair, he's not wrong with that. The only problem he's got is that all the Flat Earthers and everybody in existence already agreed before the trip to Antarctica that we could see the 24-hour sun around the North Pole. So thanks for trying anyway. But as I was reminded recently by Antonio Achilles Castro 4458, Phuket Word isn't the only person trying to come up with an alternative model to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Joseph Hanvey is still developing and refining his fine model. But at least Antonio was polite and he thanked me for posting my video. Well, Antonio, thank you so much. Go posting your comment too. Anyway, let's take a look at Joseph Hanvey's recent developments. Well, first of all, Joseph took a bowl, turned it upside down and shone a torch into it. And this model absolutely perfectly predicts sunrises, sunsets, eclipses, circumpolar stars, night and day, the retrograde motion of planets, the opposite direction of star trails in the northern and southern hemispheres. This had it all. But that didn't explain Noah's flood. So what he did is he took a sphere and he filled it with water inside of a fish tank, and this perfectly predicts the formation of the geological column. In fact, I can't think of one thing that this doesn't do correctly. Except it didn't predict the tide, so it comes out of the fish tank, the dome comes off the top, and we stick some invisible biblical electrodes into it, and now with the salt water inside we can see some kind of movement, and that is absolutely everything about the tides perfectly predicted without any questions remaining. Now, here's where I could use your help. Those models are far too sophisticated for me to poke any holes in. So if you could let me know in the comment section why they might not be absolutely perfect representations and explanations of what we see around us in the real world, then maybe I'll grow intellectually to the point where I can make a video to debunk them. Until then, I want to turn my attention to the core of the flat earth community who are trying to claim that the final experiment, the Antarctic 24-hour sun footage, was somehow a hoax. It seems not to be jiving with the biblical side of the flat earth community, who are just happy to just accept that there is a 24-hour sun and God just did it. Here's Daniel Pratt, very definitely a biblical flat earther, pouring scorn upon those people claiming the 24-hour sun was indeed a hoax.
But these people calling the hoax on the internet, the evidence you are bringing is the weakest I think I could see. It is overwhelmingly underwhelming, this evidence you're bringing that it was a hoax. You know, I don't know. Maybe people are limiting God and think that they couldn't have their biblical model and somehow he couldn't produce a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So it has to be a hoax. I don't know.
And another example of what's becoming increasingly more obvious, and that is that flat earth never grew out of a desire to carry out scientific experiments to explain the world around us. It sprang from a belief in a creator, and then any kind of scientific observation was shoehorned into that belief. And Daniel, he's not shy about saying the truth, that the most important thing to him when it comes to flat earth is finding God.
Heartbroken and terrified for those that have been in the flat earth topic and haven't yet found Jesus out of it. Because without that, flat earth has done you absolutely no good. So I pray for you.
So with all that in mind, let's focus our attention now on the three main characters left in the Flat Earth circus. We've got Mark Sargent, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, and Witsit Gets It. Surely these three people will make it very clear that they are basing their belief in a flat earth on science and scientific observations and not in some biblical fairy tale. Well, luckily for us, we have a clip here of all three of them on the same video call. And we start off with Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, a friend of Jeren, who is now no longer a flat earther, saying this.
They're having people on that say that they used to be flat earthers, but after TFE, they're no longer flat earthers. And no, I've never seen any of these people. You can obviously tell that they're lying. But that's the narrative that they're pushing, fake, ex-flat earthers now.
Well, maybe, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, if you'd spoken to your personal friend JirenISM since he came back from Antarctica and witnessed the 24-hour sun and left the flat earth cult, you might have heard him say something like this.
If you are a flat earther or in the flat earth or following flat earthers, I'm just telling you, I've been in this for 10 years. It's going nowhere. Again, if you want to remain here for 10 years and get nowhere, you're in the right spot. Just be a flat earther. You will get nowhere. You will accomplish nothing. You'll lose more friends. You'll lose more family. The stupidity of flat earthers is astounding. Nobody believes anything. You don't have to believe anything when you're in flat earth. You don't have to believe anything because you don't have a model. We don't have a map. You just kind of go through it, and if something comes up that doesn't match our worldview, we just kind of say it was fake and move on to the next thing and say, water lies flat. I cannot associate myself with these people or consider them smart ever again. I don't want to be called a flat earther. I don't want to be associated with people who can't see reality in front of them. Every single person that I used to think was a good researcher, from Level Earth Observer to Plain Truth to Don't Sphere the Truth to Eric Dubay to you name it, they all turned out to be trash.
Now, if you've made it this far and you're a flat earther, then first of all, well done for putting up with it. Or maybe not well done. Maybe it's just that you can't figure out how to get the video off the screen. Both are probably equally likely. But if you have made it this far, then maybe think twice about accrediting Mark Sargent, Whitsitt Gets It, and Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole as being people that put scientific facts before a religious belief in the flat earth. I've taken some clips of the conversation they've had here, and I've just knitted them together for you. Make of it what you will, and let me know in the comments.
People forget, I think this place was built with an illusion in mind. Not that God was trying to trick us, but that we made it towards, no, you're not going to figure it out that easy.
I'm also very interested in figuring, or really laying out that we need to address our limitations and being humble. The Creator made something that you could never make it. Just be humble and be like, this is amazing, this is incredible.
The way that Flat Earth wins is by you being brave enough to just put yourself out there, to have conversations with your friends and family, to try and push this narrative forward. That's what the mindset needs to shift to at this point. Knowing that you have truth on your side and you have the Creator on your side when you do that. As far as, who created this place and where are we and who are we, but those were the things that the flat side can help you answer. They ask us, why do you have so much peace, even though, quote unquote, you were wrong about the 24-hour sun? It doesn't matter. It's trying to peek into the mind of the Creator. And who are we to claim that we know exactly how this place works? Why not leave some wonder?
Yeah, for sure.
Now, I'm not suggesting that flat earth is religious extremism. That would be going a little bit too far, but it certainly shares a lot of things in common with it. And when we have people that hold on to these extremely firm religious beliefs, then dismiss any science that doesn't gel with those beliefs, misrepresent the rest of the science, that they think they can kind of squeeze into holes to fill their belief out, and then take that ignorance and that confirmation bias and put it to huge audiences on YouTube, then you get people being dragged down the rabbit hole. And remember, it can lead to things like this.
I've gotten a lot of messages, so many messages this week, and it's kind of all over the board. I've got some people that are claiming their life is over. Some people telling me I've left my wife or my husband, and now I don't know what to do with myself. That's not easy to listen to.
Now, with that in mind, there is a very, very interesting debate coming up at the debate con that Modern Day Debate are running. FTFE, or Fight the Flat Earth, is going to be debating a guy called Andrew Wilson. And Andrew Wilson has this belief that following religious doctrine makes people a better person. It's better for their ethics, it's better for their morals. And FTFE is going to be providing a counter-argument that actually using science and logical objective thinking will create a better human being. It's a fascinating debate, and I think it links into this topic really, really well. I've actually put a link to it in the description, and I've pinned the link in the comments. I would really urge anybody, if they can, to go and watch it, and it will not be the first time I mention it. I'll be promoting that through a series of short videos between now and the debate. It is going to be in the middle of February, so plenty of time to bookmark it in your calendar. Other than that, I'm going to go. I will be back probably sooner than you think with a comments video, but until then, goodbye. Long live Flat Earth. Flat Earthers are crushing the globe. The little experiment didn't prove any globe. They weren't in Antarctica. Excellent work. This may be confirmation of the dome. Thanks, Dave. Another very well done vidro. I guess it's final. They proved Flat Earth. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica video is another fake video. No, it's a real video of a fake sun. Now, if you don't know what all that's about, maybe you've been living under a rock for the past few weeks, or maybe you've got a life and you don't waste it watching nonsense on YouTube. But this nonsense is worth watching because it's hilarious. Meet JirenISM, one of the biggest flat earthers on YouTube. He was recently flown down to Antarctica by a wealthy entrepreneur for something called the final experiment, in which he'd be able to see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica for himself, an observation which would, if he's intellectually honest, destroy his entire worldview. I made an entire video on it linked in the description, and it's brilliant. But for now, here he is making that admission.
Sometimes you are wrong in life, and I thought that there was no 24-hour sun. In fact, I was pretty sure of it. The sun does circle you in the south. You should be able to accept that the sun does exactly what these guys said as far as circles the southern continent. So that's about it. I realize that I'll be called a shill for just saying that.
But there's a lot of money to be made in telling people that the earth is flat. And one person who makes an awful lot of money from this ideology is this man here, David Weiss.
Don't believe anything I say.
Now, the comments I showed you at the beginning of this video came from a recent video on David Weiss's YouTube channel, DITRH, or Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, because he thinks he's found a way to explain the 24-hour sun in Antarctica that will allow him to continue to sell his Flat Earth app and make lots and lots of money out of gullible people. And here is that video on his channel. You can find it and watch it for yourself. TFE, the first expedition squashed. Now, I'm not going to show his entire video here, but what I have done is I've taken it and I've condensed it to show you exactly how you debunk the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Given that there are very, very few, if any, words in David's video, I think this is an excellent representation of what his video shows. But hey, go and watch his video anyway and compare the two. Step number 1, start off with a little bit of word salad about optical lights getting compressed. Now, we've got to remember that doesn't mean anything, but it does look good. What we need now is some random photographs of rainbows. Why? Well, that's not important. What did you expect? Some sort of explanation? Now show a video of somebody shining a torch through an upside down glass bowl. But be careful, if you're going to repeat this yourself, make sure that bowl is empty before you turn it upside down. Now we've collected all the evidence we need to compare it to the 24-hour sun time-lapse in Antarctica. Show the two videos side by side as if it actually fucking means something. And then finish off with another dumb question that you also haven't got an answer to. Job done. Now, believe me, if you do go and watch his video, that is exactly what his original video does. And I'm not surprised that he doesn't try and put any explanation in it, because he's basing his video off somebody else's idea, somebody else's model, one that Dave Weiss clearly doesn't understand. Here's the guy he's basing it off.
Flat Earth's not dead, people. You can't kill the truth. What matters is, can we model it? Yes, we can model it. So, if we can model it, then no one can say it's impossible.
Now, this guy here is called Joseph Hanvey. He has a small YouTube channel himself, which isn't monetized as far as I can tell. And I want to make it very clear before I go on, because this probably won't be pleasant listening for Joseph, that there is a clear distinction between David Weiss and Joseph Hanvey. David Weiss is one of the most scientifically illiterate people on the internet. He makes an awful lot of money from other scientifically illiterate people by selling the flat earth to them and selling his Flat Earth app. It is in his best interest for people to believe in this conspiracy theory, and if he has to misrepresent science to make that happen, well, it doesn't seem to have stopped him so far. On the other hand, Joseph Hanvey seems to be just an extraordinarily nice guy who just happens to have very misguided beliefs. But still, those beliefs are now being shared by David Weiss to his 107,000 subscribers. People who are now being further pushed down the rabbit hole by the model that Joseph Hanvey has created. And therefore, it is in everyone's best interests to show this model for what it really is.
Well, I'm often asked to show day and night in the realm at the same time in the model. But this is for everyone who asked for day and night. You're clearly seeing day and night. Again, on this side, I'm on the day side. So when I come in and look up at the night sky, you don't really see much but blackness and darkness over there. But when I come over to the side where the night is, and the sun's not washing it out, you see the stars. So it does work. It's pretty cool. Hope everybody enjoys this, because I sure do.
Now, I think Joseph is implying that the 24-hour sun at the Antarctic is possible here because we have a glass bowl, and when the light is shined on it, the glass lights up at the bottom around the rim, which is the South Pole, which I suppose means if you are stood at the South Pole, you will be trapped under some sort of glass. I don't really know. That's only one minor problem with it. Another problem we've got is that whether it's day or night in his model, we can see the sun clear in the sky. But let's not worry about the small details, because he is improving his model, including showing us how the moon can be introduced.
Now I've added in the moon. So we have a projected focal point of light representing the sun, a projected focal point of light representing the moon, day and night, the stars in the night sky, the blue in the day sky. I mean, it's a model.
Now, Joseph, you are clearly a very talented guy to be able to build something that looks as nice as that. You are clearly a very nice, pleasant guy from what I can see when I look at your YouTube channel. And I don't want you to take anything I'm about to say personally, but given the fact that your model is now being used by Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole to help push people down a conspiracy hole that ultimately could help unravel their lives, I need to be honest about your model. And I don't like to say this, but Joseph, your model, as far as it goes to represent the workings of the solar system or, you know, day and night, etc., your model is fucking shit. Like, it's really, really shit. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. I know you're not going to take that well, but it's no different than me doing this. Okay, so here is my model. This is whatever is underneath the flat Earth, but now we do need the Earth. Here it is. This is my house here. That's my friend Paul. I've not seen him for a long time. He's a great guy. This is PhD Tony. He lives in Australia, so, you know, that would obviously account for that. Now we need a dome. For that, I'm going to use this ball here. We turn that upside down. We can see it fits almost perfectly. I really like that. Now, already we can see little bits of light shining here. They could be stars or nebula. That's coming from my kitchen cabinet. But I can turn those off if you want to. That's not a problem. In fact, I will do. Hang on. Yeah, see, already. And now we need the sun. So I have another phone in my hand, and I'm going to put the torch on. Get the torch app. Right, there we go. Look at that. Now, when it comes to the sun, I can move this. Look at that. I can move this in whatever way I want. And we can see the bit that's underneath the lit part is the daytime. At the minute, that's everywhere on the planet. But I can do all sorts. I can move it anywhere I want. See, we've got some day and night there. Absolutely fantastic. But to be honest, you might wonder about dusk and dawn. I've actually got a better way for day and night. You know, that would be day. But if I really want night, I mean, that's undebunkable, isn't it? Clearly, that's going to be darker under there now. I might lift that up. And, you know, it's great. Now, what a lot of people ask me about this model is they say, sure, you know, obviously it's the best thing, you know, we've ever seen. But how does it, for example, explain the opposite movement of star trails in the northern and southern hemisphere? And they'll wonder, for example, how it can explain eclipses, as well as a variety of other things. Now, my answer to that is that it's good to wonder, you know? Let's not dwell on the details. Wonder is an amazing thing. So there we go. Clearly, this is a physical model. The globe doesn't have a physical model. That puts us ahead of them. So proud. Now, some of you will be saying, Catz, you are so mean. He's obviously spent a lot of time working on that model. He's obviously put a lot of effort into it. And how dare you say something so cruel? And I agree, it was not a nice thing to say. I didn't enjoy saying it. It was horrible. And if he lived near me and was just making these models and held those beliefs, that wouldn't be a problem. I'd go around his house, I'd have a beer with him, and I would tell him what an amazing job he's done with the model, how artistic he is, and how we should go and sell them. You know, I think it looks beautiful. But the fact is, when it's being put on such a big platform, it then becomes a form of activism that undermines science and science education, and it starts to drag people into a rabbit hole. And ultimately, flat Earth is one of the worst rabbit holes you can go down, because from that point, you have to believe in all of the conspiracies for your flat Earth delusion to work. And it will take over your life. It will make you obsessive, and you know, it could very well ruin your life. So they are not the words perhaps people want to hear, but they are the words some people need to hear. Now, some people have dealt with the final experiment in different ways. Joseph has made a model. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole has promoted that model. But this lady here is taking the legal route. Take one Flat Earth Queen at McKeegan02. She donated some money in the hope that the 24-hour sun would be debunked, but she was upset because apparently the 24-hour live stream she was hoping to watch got shut down. But as Jacob reminds her, even the flat earthers who went down to Antarctica have admitted openly that this 24-hour sun has occurred. I mean, is she really calling them liars? Well, she is. She's calling at least one of them a fraud and a liar, and she's really angry about it. So angry about it that she's actually going to go to the FBI, and I think we can all agree they are going to take this extremely seriously. But she won't stop there. She's also reported it to the Federal Trade Commission and the Internet Crime Complaint Center. Now, I will be following that case. I'm sure the FBI, like I said, will be taking it very, very, very seriously. Hopefully it can be filed alongside some of the other cases that also need to be taken seriously. We're now finally hearing about the drones flying over New Jersey and how that needs to be investigated. I live over here in Blackburn in the UK. It's currently wintertime, and we don't have drones in the sky. We've got this really weird cold white stuff that seems to be falling down, and it's on the ground. It's on the ground, and then you'll go to sleep and it'll rain, you wake up the next day, it's sunny, and the stuff's just gone. It's like it's got up and it's just sprinted somewhere else. I don't know what these things are that are landing and running away. Maybe Flat Earth Queen could help. I'm going to go off and investigate that. What I do want to say is, some of you might know me for making lots of videos on Flat Earth on previous channels in the past. I'm not going back to making lots and lots of Flat Earth videos, but I do think watching the fallout of this final experiment will be very interesting. So I'm going to hang around maybe for a week or two on that, and then get back to some more serious content. But again, if you're watching Joseph Hanvey, I am sorry for showing your model up like that. Hope you understand my reasons for it. You're a talented guy. Put your talents to, perhaps a use that's a little bit more adult, I think, would be what I've got to say. Anyway, take care, everybody. Goodbye.
This is the most important question. Is Flat Earth still tenable after the final experiment? What do you think? My answer should be obvious with my new background. If you did not notice, I removed the Flat Earth map, the AE map, from my background, as that map was falsified by TFE. I also removed the ice wall version of Antarctica, as there was no ice wall when we flew to Antarctica. So the ice wall was also falsified by TFE. If you haven't noticed, the Flat Earth community cannot make up their mind as to what to do with our trip to Antarctica, and most importantly, the 24-hour sun. Was it a green screen? Were we in a studio? Did we film this in the Arctic last June? Did we fake a sun? Were we in a giant sphere of LED screens? The latest theory I heard from the Flat Earth community is Vapegate. This one is hilarious. People think they caught Austin Whitsitt vaping on Dave McKeegan's 24-hour time lapse, and they think Austin did this because no one could see his breath in the cold. I just love all these wild theories. Why, you ask? Because you are giving the greatest gift to the 4 flat earthers who were with us in Antarctica. You are showing them the truth of the flat earth movement. It's not about truth. It's not about critical thinking. It's essentially just dogma at this point. Dogma that is believed regardless of anything presented, regardless of evidence, regardless of eyewitness testimony from your own fellow flat earthers, regardless of reality. Eric Dubé is one of the most well-known flat earthers in the world, and he released a video about a week ago shortly after TFE concluded. And in this video, he said something very interesting.
They made up their own straw man experiment and labeled it final, with the hope that their results would be the last words on the flat versus globe debate. Unfortunately for Will, and to the surprise of no flat earthers, the results of his experiment haven't changed people's minds and aren't the final words on anything.
Now, this is rather disingenuous of you, Eric, because you of all people know that the final experiment changed the minds of flat earthers even before we went to Antarctica. And you know this because it was your longtime supporter, Amarel, who left flat earth thanks in part to your reaction to TFE. He saw with his own eyes your claim that the 24-hour sun in the Arctic proved the Earth is flat.
The midnight sun rises on the 22nd, and for the next 72 hours never disappears from sight, slowly ascending and descending every 12 hours, showing 3 brilliant sunsets and sunrises without ever actually setting below the horizon. And yet the midnight sun can clearly be seen as low as the 65th parallel. This is another absolute proof that the Earth is the flat, stationary center of the universe.
But then after we announced we would go to Antarctica, you then completely changed your tune and now criticize Globers for saying essentially the same exact thing you used to say. It's precisely because flat earthers such as yourself, completely going back on what you've said for years and acting as if you never said these things, that will convince flat earthers like Amarel to leave flat earth. And you are incorrect that TFE has not changed people's minds. Testimonies of people leaving flat earth are starting to make their way to me, and we will never know how many people the final experiment actually converted. Here's one that was shared with me a few days ago. It says, so my son is a flat earther. We hadn't told him anything about Will's trip to Antarctica. Well, he called us yesterday and said, did you hear about this guy going to Antarctica to prove the globe? Haha, we said yes, we actually knew him. Well, he told us that the Antarctica trip has completely changed his mind and he's no longer a flat earther. And then I received this email just this morning. Hi, Will. I just want to say thank you for doing TFE. I had been waiting for months in anticipation of what would happen. I have been a flat earther for the past 3 years. What initially got me into the flat earth was a video I saw by Dave Murphy called The Biggest Lie of All. And then I watched many other flat earth videos. I became a Christian during this period, and I saw a lot of scripture that I believed described the earth as being flat. I have been convinced the earth is flat, as the globe just didn't make any sense to me after what I looked into. I made a lot of connections online and in real life with people who believe the same. I am very surprised how many people believe the earth is flat, Christians in particular. Anyway, this belief of mine started to have an impact on my family. Not only did my siblings think I was a nutter, I have children who I home educate. I didn't have a clue what to tell them about the shape of the earth, other than some people believe it's flat and others believe it's a globe. I knew I had to make a decision and teach them something more than this because they are growing and I couldn't avoid it forever. The issue I had was I would not lie to my children about this just because the majority of people believe it's a globe. But then I and they would be ridiculed for this belief going forward. I had questions on both sides that didn't make sense, and I felt so stressed about the whole situation. I then saw a video of you and Justin Peters discussing the final experiment. I thought it was a great idea, and I decided that whatever the result of that experiment was, is what I would teach my children about the shape of the earth. She goes on to say that she found Dave McKeegan's channel because of TFE, and that he soundly debunks so many things she believed about flat earth. She ends her email by saying, anyway, the point of my email is just to say thank you, because without TFE, I would still be worrying and unsure what to teach my children. It has completely changed my life, and I can't describe the weight lifted off my shoulders. All I've ever wanted is the truth, no matter what that may be. So I am happy to say I am no longer a flat earther, and I'm embracing the beauty of the true world we live in and the wonder of how God made it. Here's another email I received a week ago. The subject is, thank you. TFE set me back on a correct path. You can pause the video if you want to read the whole thing. And then you might remember Rob. I interviewed Rob on our channel over a month ago. He had his Gleason's map, and we had a good discussion about TFE and the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, Rob called me and said he is no longer considering flat Earth as a possibility. People are leaving flat Earth thanks to TFE, and I have no doubt that this will continue as word travels about the results of our trip to Antarctica. If you have left flat Earth due to TFE, please send me an email. My email is in the description below. And if you know of someone who has left flat Earth due to TFE, let me know. I won't ever mention your name, but it's encouraging to see the good thing that is coming from what we did. As I've said before, the purpose of the final experiment was to help humanity as a whole. Too much time is wasted debating the shape of the earth. And that time would be much better spent with our loved ones and making this world a better place. So is flat earth even tenable after the final experiment? It is not. Flat earth is finished. Don't believe me? Well, tune in tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel, where this very question will be debated. MCToon, who was with us in Antarctica and conducted over a dozen experiments of his own, will be arguing that flat earth is simply not plausible anymore after TFE. Now, of course, he never thought flat earth was plausible in the first place, but the evidence we brought back from our time in both Chile and Antarctica is simply irrefutable. It makes flat earth impossible. And here's the cool thing about TFE. The final experiment changed this debate forever. The topic of flat earth will always be remembered pre-TFE and post-TFE. You know how we use BC to refer to before Christ? Well, I think we should start talking about flat earth as BTFE and ATFE, before the final experiment and after the final experiment. Now, I know everyone is dying for us to release our data and our findings and our experiments, and we will do this starting Monday. Our channel's new playlist, The Final Experiments, will be released on Monday with our first video in this playlist. And this playlist is going to be the most important contribution that TFE will give to the world. When all 15 videos are released, they will be a preponderance of evidence against flat earth. And if someone cannot deal with this preponderance of evidence, they need to abandon flat earth. Of course, willing ignorance and cognitive dissonance are always an option, but don't call yourself a truther if you are going to go down that path. If any flat earther going forward wants to debate flat earth, everyone on the globe side needs to demand answers to our 15 experiments and their results. Those must be answered first, and if they can't, the debate is over. If a channel is not willing to respond to all 15 of our experiments, then unsubscribe from their channel and move on. There's no need to watch their content anymore, as they have proven to you they are not in pursuit of truth. You see, we did actual science. We have some of the most important data ever collected in the history of the debate over the shape of the earth. Dave McKeegan and I were actually emailed by a university professor, and he's interested in some very specific data that we collected, which he says he doesn't think has ever been collected before in history. Now, if you are not interested in our data, you are not interested in truth. If you aren't just dying to know what happens in the Southern Hemisphere, which is the part of the world where the globe and the flat earth myth vary the most, you aren't interested in understanding the true nature of our world. And if you aren't willing to acknowledge that the results of our experiments match the globe predictions, and if you aren't willing to admit that this preponderance of evidence means it's very likely the globe is true, then you are not a truther. So buckle up. This is going to be an incredible ride. We thought of just about everything, and we aren't going to hold anything back either. All of our raw original footage will be released to the public. It just will take time, so please be patient. So make sure you tune in tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel to see if Flat Earther Brian is able to rescue Flat Earth from the devastation that is the final experiments we did on our trip. And starting Monday, right here on the TFE channel, I will begin releasing our 15 experiments. You do not want to miss this. And Flat Earthers, you should be the most excited for this. Because as Jesus said, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat earth. If they say that flat earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat earth is impossible, because a flat earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to crossing Antarctica. Flat earthers have said for years that no one has ever crossed Antarctica. They've acknowledged that crossing Antarctica would be impossible on a flat earth and that it would prove the globe. And the reason for this is simple. On a flat earth, Antarctica is an ice wall that encircles the entire known world. It's not something you can cross or traverse in the traditional sense. But on the globe, Antarctica is an island continent, and you can cross from one side of an island to the other. Here, flat earthers confidently claim that Antarctica has never been crossed and can't be crossed, starting with a flat earth channel called Can't Cross Antarctica.
I'm claiming that crossing Antarctica is impossible. So my whole channel is, when I hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to go cross it because it's impossible. So I'm going to go find the edge, right? But I'm just going to go across Antarctica and let's go find out what's out there. Like, let's go. It's all on YouTube, right? The whole community's on YouTube. So why not have a channel that is the entire point of it is to do the one thing is that it's impossible. And we're saying it's impossible. The people believe that the world is a globe. They say is for sure possible.
On a flat earth, if you go south, you keep going. On a ball, if I go south, I should pop up over here. I should cross Antarctica and pop up over here. If I go south from Santiago, I should pop up in Australia. Never been done.
And nor do they ever circumnavigate under the supposed ball from one side of Antarctica to the other. They always go around.
Okay, he's not crossing it, he's not going to the tip of South America to here and then crossing it and then going around the other side and coming out and ending up somewhere over here on the Australian side.
But the problem is no one ever goes from here, crosses Antarctica, and then ends up over in Australia. Never happens. Too far of a distance.
Nobody has actually really gone all the way across Antarctica. Yeah. Now there are millionaires out there who could assemble the resources to make an expedition and completely go across and chart Antarctica and make a name for themselves, being the first person to do that. Yeah. But nobody ever does.
Now they'll take you to this little peninsula. They'll show you some penguins. They'll charge you $40,000, then they'll kick you out. No one's allowed to go down to Antarctica, and no one's ever crossed over Antarctica.
How do we get to go across Antarctica? I want to go across Antarctica and pop back up on the other side of the ball and just end this for good. You can't do it. No one's ever done it.
When we were in Antarctica at Union Glacier Camp for the final experiment, a conversation was happening between Globers, flat earthers, and an Antarctic logistics and expeditions staffer named Scott. The topic of crossing Antarctica came up, and Austin Whitsitt said that when people claim to have crossed Antarctica, they always go to the South Pole and then turn. Scott corrected Austin immediately and said that's just not true. This intrigued me, and so I pulled Scott aside later to ask him more about this, and I'm really glad I did. Scott is an Antarctic veteran, and while with us was in Antarctica for his 14th season. And Scott introduced me to Eric Phillips, the founder of Ice Trek Expeditions and also PEX. I'm extremely excited to now pass on this incredible information about the world of polar exploration. Eric Phillips is from Australia and has been a polar explorer for over 30 years. And he has been guiding polar expeditions in both the Arctic and Antarctic for over 20 years. He founded Ice Trek Expeditions back in 1999, and they are a world-leading polar adventure company offering numerous trips to the Arctic and Antarctic every single year. And they are the only company to have operated through every established gateway to both poles, specifically reaching the South Pole from Punta Arenas, Chile, Cape Town, South Africa, Hobart, Australia, Christchurch, New Zealand, and Ushuaia, Argentina. Before digging deeper into crossings of Antarctica and PEX, I need to point out again that flat earthers have no idea where the South Pole is. If you ask them, they will first deny that there is even a South Pole. As insane as this is, they must do this as a geographic South Pole cannot exist on a flat Earth. Well,
the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is located right next to the geographic South Pole. This research station is massive at 80,000 square feet. And since flat earthers have no idea where the South Pole is, they also cannot show you where the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is either. This is significant as all full crossings of Antarctica go through the South Pole. So here we are in the 21st century, and many people every year plan expeditions to the South Pole, and the more audacious plan expeditions to fully cross Antarctica from one side of the island continent to the other through the South Pole. And despite this, the flat earth community does not see the glaring problem that they don't even know where the South Pole or South Pole Station are located. And TFE has shown a very bright light on the South Pole, because no amount of research will ever lead a flat earther to find the South Pole on a flat earth map. And that is because both a North and a South Pole can only exist on a globe. As we will see throughout this video, crossings of Antarctica not only go through the South Pole, they also begin at different locations along the Antarctic coastline and end at different locations along the Antarctic coastline on the other side of the great southern island continent. And all full crossings of Antarctica are impossible on a flat Earth and confirm the globe. The first land crossing of Antarctica was the Commonwealth Trans-Antarctic Expedition of 1958, led by Dr. Vivian Fuchs. They started at Shackleton Base in the Weddell Sea, which is near 77 degrees south, 35 degrees west. And after the 2,158-mile journey through the South Pole, ended at Scott Base, which is near 78 degrees south, 167 degrees east. Going back to Eric Phillips and Ice Trek Expeditions, Eric has created two very important resources when it comes to polar expeditions. First, he helped create PECS, which stands for Polar Expeditions Classification Scheme. And then he has also mapped out all the various Antarctic expeditions dating back to Scott and Shackleton in 1903. PECS was created as a grading and labeling system for unmotorized polar journeys. This includes skiing, snow kites, windcraft, dog sleds, bikes, and even on foot. The Ice Trek website has maps of hundreds of Antarctic expeditions, including a map specifically for team Antarctica crossings and another for solo Antarctica crossings. I'm going to focus on the solo Antarctic crossings for two reasons. First, flat earthers claim that you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. But a solo crossing is just that, free and private. According to PECS guidelines, a solo polar expedition must meet the following three criteria. A single person traveling alone for the entire length of the journey. They must be breaking trail for the majority of the journey, and only transitory encounters are permitted. So while flat earthers falsely claim you cannot freely and privately explore Antarctica, there are in fact official guidelines as to how to have your Antarctic expedition qualify as a true solo journey, which means you must be alone the entire time. I would like to highlight just two of these solo crossings. First is Berg Ausland's crossing back in 1996. He started at Berkner Island, which is near 48 degrees west and both south and east of South America. And after going through the South Pole, he finished at McMurdo Station, which is near 167 degrees east and south of New Zealand. This crossing took 64 days and covered 2,845 kilometers and was the first unsupported crossing of Antarctica ever achieved. The next solo crossing I want to highlight is that of Mike Horn in 2016. He started at the Nivy ice shelf right at 10 degrees east and traveled an astonishing 4,930 kilometers, traveling first to the South Pole and then finished at Dumont D'Urville Station, which is right near 140 degrees east. This is the longest solo, unsupported traverse of Antarctica ever completed. He started south of Africa and ended up south of Australia. These routes not only make no sense on a flat Earth, but the distances become physically impossible as a flat Earth makes the southern hemisphere bigger and bigger. These unsupported Antarctic crossings, while extremely strenuous and demanding, are only possible with the human body because we live on a globe and because the South gets smaller and smaller the closer you get to the South Pole. Mike Horn traveled 4,930 kilometers, which is about 300 kilometers wider than the continental United States. But to travel from south of Africa to south of Australia, remaining in Antarctica the entire time, would require traveling the continental United States nearly 6 times, as you can see on the AE map. Not only is this physically impossible, imagine allowing the record books to show that you only traveled 1/6 of the actual distance you traveled. No one would settle for that. There are so many solo and team crossings of Antarctica, it's a bit overwhelming. But each one of these crossings falsifies flat Earth and confirms the globe. But we're not done. Crossing Antarctica on foot or skis or dog sleds is not the only way to fully traverse Antarctica from one side to the other. You can also do this by plane. Yes, flying over Antarctica is something else that would be impossible on a flat Earth and would prove the globe. And again, flat earthers for years have acknowledged this, while also claiming that it's never been done, and if done, would end the debate over the shape of the Earth.
Well, what is just a fact is that what would prove the globe is to circumnavigate north to south, go over Antarctica, and pop back up on the other side of a ball. What's illegal to do is freely and privately explore Antarctica and try to go over the continent and pop back up on the other side of the ball, and no one's ever done it.
I say, why do they lie about the globe? Because everything that would prove the globe, they have to lie about. Like, hey, let's circumnavigate across Antarctica. Let's go from Santiago, Chile, across Antarctica and end up in Australia or New Zealand. And it's never been done.
You can check for yourself on all these flights. If the Earth was really a ball and they can survive the cold of outer space, they should be able to fly a straight route across Antarctica.
Other than maybe the 24-hour sun, I would maybe go to see the alleged 24-hour sun, which no one ever sees. But no, not you would have to be able to go over the actual continent, right? And like you can't. So I just find that weird. I mean, because if you could just go over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side of the ball and then continue back to where you started, that would just end the debate for good. And conveniently enough, it's illegal to do that.
The only thing I do know is that nothing flies over the South Pole. Because, again, on a flat map, the South Pole, the continent of Antarctica, is the ring around the Earth. So, you know, you can't fly over the ring and get anywhere. That's why we're not allowed to go there.
And no one has ever gone across Antarctica from Santiago and ended up in New Zealand or Australia. Nobody has ever done that, okay? But nobody crosses Antarctica. You want to put flat Earth to bed? Fly directly across Antarctica from Santiago to Australia.
Planes aren't even allowed to fly over Antarctica anymore. Not even close. They've been banned. They've been banned since the 70s.
I think it's also weird that we've never flown over Antarctica.
You can't fly across Antarctica if we're right. If the globe is right, you can fly across.
On a ball, Antarctica is an ice cap on the bottom. All you'd have to do to prove the Earth's a ball and shut this stupid flat earther up is fly over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side. That's impossible on a flat Earth. It's called north to south circumnavigation. Never been done in the history of mankind, and it's illegal to even try to do it.
It doesn't get much more clear than that. Flat earthers collectively agree that you cannot fly across Antarctica if the Earth is flat, and you can if the Earth is a globe. Well, flat earthers, today is your lucky day. Because not only can you fly across Antarctica, it's been done many times. The first flight across Antarctica was completed in 1935 by Lincoln Ellsworth and Herbert Hollick Kenyon. They flew from Dundee Island, which is near 56 degrees west and just south and east of South America, to the Ross Ice Shelf near Little America, which is at 162 degrees west, both south and east of New Zealand. Their flight across Antarctica, a world's first, was covered in National Geographic magazine back in July of 1936. And here are some of the more notable flights to fully cross over Antarctica. The Polecat flight from 1965 did a pole-to-pole, north-south circumnavigation of the globe. With 5 pilots and 27 passengers aboard, they spent a total of 57 hours and 27 minutes in the air, circumnavigating the world from north to south. After refueling in Buenos Aires, Argentina, they flew over the South Pole to Christchurch, New Zealand. In 1977, Pan Am's Polar Flight 50 did another polar circumnavigation of the globe, this time setting a speed record for polar circumnavigation with a total flight time of 54 hours and 7 minutes.
Pan Am decides to celebrate its 50th anniversary by taking 172 passengers on a spectacular one-time only flight from San Francisco over the North Pole to London, from there to Cape Town, South Africa, then over the South Pole to Auckland, New Zealand, and on back to San Francisco. Around the world over both the poles, all between Friday afternoon and Sunday evening. This will be a weekend to remember.
This flight flew from Cape Town, South Africa, over the South Pole to Auckland, New Zealand. Pan Am's speed record stood for 31 years until 2008. That year, Transpolar 08 circled the globe over both the North and South Poles in just 52 hours and 32 minutes, beating the previous record by 95 minutes. This flight flew from Christchurch, New Zealand to the South Pole and then across Antarctica to Punta Arenas, Chile. And then a very recent flight, actually due to COVID, flew over Antarctica in 2021. Qantas Flight 14 was created to bring 107 Australians stranded in South America back home to Australia.
Australians stranded across the South American continent are scrambling to get to Argentina's capital for their chance to catch a flight back home. The route home travelled involved a fly over the South Pole, giving passengers a spectacular view of Antarctica below.
What makes this flight so important in the flat Earth debate is that the flight was from Buenos Aires, Argentina to Darwin, Australia. The significance? These locations are much further north than most flights which fly over Antarctica. Buenos Aires is almost 34 degrees south, and Darwin almost 12 degrees south, just south of the equator. This means the most direct and shortest route by far on a flat Earth would be to fly north over the North Pole. But since we live on a globe, the actual shortest route was south over Antarctica instead. This record-breaking flight took just 17 hours and 25 minutes, covering 9,334 miles. And the best part? They filmed the beauty of the Antarctic landscape from the cockpit.
Yeah. So this one here, Alex, or straight over the left?
All flights over Antarctica falsify flat Earth and confirm the globe. And the flat Earth claim that no flight has ever flown over Antarctica is just plain false. But we're still not done. There is one more way to cross Antarctica. We've covered crossings by foot, ski, dog sled, and airplane flights. What other method could possibly remain to cross Antarctica? Well, this one is my personal favorite, and it's what's known as a polar orbit. Last month, April of 2025, the world's first human spaceflight to do a polar orbit took place. Fram 2 was a private human spaceflight operated by SpaceX. For 3 days and 14 hours, the Crew Dragon spacecraft orbited the Earth in a polar orbit and crossed the North and South Poles over 50 times. Flat Earth has absolutely nothing left. Just as they were wrong about the 24-hour sun and the geographic South Pole and the South Celestial Pole, they were also wrong about crossing Antarctica. Antarctica has been fully traversed in all possible ways. And this, of course, only works on the globe. I originally created the final experiment specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these in our other videos in the Final Experiments series. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Okay, we're not allowed to go to Antarctica. So
there was a treaty, what, the UN thing. You know, what year was that? Just for folks?
1959, the
59.
UN treaty. Yeah, the not the UN treaty. The Antarctic Treaty said that nobody can go to Antarctica. I'm just looking for it. Yeah, in 1959, they after Admiral Byrd went out there, said, "Oh, there's more land, there's resources, there's everything."
Mm-hmm.
All the nations of the world eventually signed the treaty that said nobody can go there. But nobody is allowed to explore Antarctica, right? They took our map, they wrapped it around a sphere, and they said, we have to protect the penguins and the ice. No one is allowed to independently explore here. Now, they'll take you to this little peninsula. They'll show you some penguins. They'll charge you $40,000, and they'll kick you out. No one's allowed to go down to Antarctica, and no one's ever crossed over Antarctica. Weird, right?
Hey everyone, so it's been almost exactly 1 year since I published my innocuous little flat Earth debunk as part of my astronomy series. That was the one that the Globe Busters foolishly engaged with, and their idiotic insult-filled commentary prompted me to make this little gem that they never recovered from. Then, based on the ridiculous comments I received on that video, I made one more to mock the moronic things that all flat earthers say verbatim, or at least they did until that video made the rounds. And then I put the whole thing down for a while. It was never my intention to make that kind of content, but it was quite satisfying, and I got 10 times the views of my normal content, which was a plus, but I had to move on, lest I be tempted to rebrand myself from a channel with academic intentions to one devoted purely to debunking con men. However, it's been a year, I've made so many tutorials since then, so why not jump back in the muck for a second? This time I'd like to offer some challenges to you remaining few that are desperately clinging to this dying fad to derive some semblance of self-worth. Let's call them 10 Challenges for Flat Earthers. These will be some basic things that anyone could do to test the validity of the flat earth hypothesis. These are so mind-numbingly obvious that the fact that you don't do them is an immediate indicator of your complete lack of intellectual integrity. Let's get started and you'll see what I mean. Number 1. Here's the flat earth map that you all seem to agree upon. Anyone with half a brain can immediately tell that this does not correlate with reality, but for those with an even smaller fraction, let's do a few things to prove it. For example, make a scale. You know, a scale? It's that thing on maps that tells you how far away things are from each other. Look at this map. There's a scale. You can pick two cities and determine the approximate distance between them. Then you can drive your car from one to another and verify that it is the correct distance. Now back to your little map. Where's the scale here? Why do you never include one? Is it because it's impossible? Yes, that is exactly why. And if you disagree, here's your challenge. Pick some distance on this map. A centimeter, an inch, whatever. Tell me the distance it corresponds to in reality. Then pick some cities and use your scale to estimate the distances between them. Pick two on the same continent. Pick two on different continents. Use it to tell me how wide this inappropriately enormous ocean is. Use it to tell me literally anything about the distances between literally anything. When you can't do it and your numbers do not correlate with reality in the slightest, recall that this map does it just fine, and then admit that your map is stupid. Your complete inability to make any kind of remotely legitimate map single-handedly proves the Earth isn't flat. But let's continue just for fun. Number 2, as we all know, the existence of Antarctica poses a huge problem for you. When it is summer in the northern hemisphere, you love to pretend that the sun moves inwards to this tropic, making the days longer here and shorter in the southern hemisphere. And then when it's winter in the north, you like to put the sun at the other tropic, which you think gives you the shorter days up north that you want, but in the south, it's total chaos. You have the sun tracing this enormous trajectory, which would leave everything out here in darkness for most of the day, when in reality, there are long periods of time in Antarctica where the sun never sets. Since your dinky little sun can never illuminate this entire fantasy ice wall at once, this completely obliterates your model, which is why you resort to conspiracy. You simply deny that this midnight sun ever occurs, while claiming that no one can go to Antarctica to verify it for themselves, because the government NASA Jew penguins will kill you. Well, apart from all the commercial cruises, civilians can even apply for jobs there, so you totally could go see it for yourself. But you don't really have to go all the way to Antarctica. Just go to the tip of South America, like this town, where people live. Or don't even go there. Just look up times of sunrise and sunset on the internet. In mid-December, sunrise is earlier than 5 a.m., and sunset is later than 10 p.m. Now take your little model for the seasons and make it show night and day. Then try and make the night and day portions match up with these sunrise and sunset times. Demonstrate the light from the sun illuminating this location for more than 70% of its trajectory. And as you do that, make sure that it does not illuminate Point Barrow, Alaska whatsoever during its entire trajectory, as that town has endless night during this time of the year. That's right, lots of sun over here and zero sun over here. Good luck. If you decide to even try, observe that the light patterns become so nonsensical that not even the most meth-fueled creatives amongst you could vomit enough magnetism jargon to justify it. If you can't make your model show the seasons and night and day at the same time, as I pointed out that you can't almost a year ago, then seriously consider shutting up forever. Number 3, here's an idea. What if you were to actually make a prediction with your model? Like any prediction. You know, those things that you have to do in science for it to be science? Pick any celestial object, a planet, a comet, a star. Now pick any time in the future, and using only the flat Earth model and nothing else, tell me where it will be at that time. If you can't do this, and I know you can't, consider admitting that your model is absolutely irrelevant. People who actually understand the geometry of the Earth and the solar system can predict a solar eclipse, specifying the start and end time down to the second and tracing its precise path down to the square mile. Doing that even a single time means the model used to make the prediction has been undeniably verified, and it's done every single time. Anyone who doesn't see the importance of that has no clue how science works. Number 4, after I demolished essentially all of your favorite talking points in my previous videos, you all now cling primarily to the classic "I shouldn't see this thing" argument. You love this one because you can lie about heights and distances, do incorrect math, and in general act incredulous without having to actually do any science. Well, every time you whine about this, the objects are always suspiciously close, such that you can fudge the numbers, and they're always over water, so you can lie about refractive effects to people who have no idea how refraction works. So try this one on for size. Show me a picture of something over land that's 1,000 miles away. May I suggest the middle of the country where there's not much in the way? It's a straight shot after all, so what's the problem? Use a telescope. Pull Las Vegas into focus from Dallas, Texas. Isn't that where you have your little meeting? Maybe you should try doing something productive rather than blindly perpetuating the dumbest hoax on the internet. Number 5, speaking of things that are far away, you all love whipping out your Nikons so much that I wouldn't be surprised if a Nikon executive dreamt up the entire flat Earth hoax as a viral marketing campaign. You take a boat that's far away, pull it back into focus, and then marvel at your own brilliance for figuring out how to operate a camera. Well, try this one then. Stay on the boat. Don't cut away. Stay on it until it disappears. How will it disappear? Bottom up, just like everything else. I wonder why you've never put that on YouTube. Number 6, the most hilarious thing about Flat Earth is that the most mundane everyday observations make absolutely no sense in your model. Like a sunset. A small sun above a flat Earth would simply recede high in the sky and get smaller and smaller until it fades away. It absolutely would not retain the same angular size and set below the horizon. It stays the same size because it's unbelievably far away, and it sets below the horizon because the Earth is a sphere that is turning. Even a toddler can understand this. It's so blatantly obvious that you have to resort to your typical ad hoc antics, talking about refractive effects that defy all logic and somehow magically apply to the sun but nothing else. Or even better, some of you talk about a dome with the sun on the other side that produces some bizarre optical effect. Apart from the sheer absurdity of this magical dome that no one has ever seen or touched, it creates big problems for you because you also claim that the sun and moon perform other kinds of magic to push the air and water around, to get tides and storms and what have you. That would require that it is inside the dome. So which is it? Is the sun outside of the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the sunset? Or is it inside the magical non-existent dome so you can pretend to get the tides? It can't be both. Or if you bail on the dome and say it's just water, how do all those water molecules that make up around 1% of the atmosphere produce 1,000 times greater refractive effect than actual liquid water? How does the appearance of a sunset never vary at all, whether it's dry or humid or raining? Why does nothing else but the sun behave that way? Show me a projectile or a plane going below the horizon as it recedes. Or show me this dome and explain the phenomena with more than buzzwords. Do something to explain a sunset. Do anything besides making idiotic videos with action movie soundtracks that contradict middle school level science. Number 7, what the hell is a lunar eclipse to you? Seriously, explain anything about a lunar eclipse. The things you say about solar eclipses are stupid enough, but at least you say something. A lunar eclipse happens when the Earth gets between the sun and the moon. That's right, in between. These two objects are not perpetually above a flat plane, and you know it, which is why you're totally silent on lunar eclipses. And if you're going to propose that some other object besides the Earth is what obscures the moon, good luck trying to demonstrate its existence. Number 8. Speaking of the sun and moon being small and close to the Earth, what is stopping you from strapping a camera to a weather balloon and sending it up there? Go get up close and personal with either of these objects and take some pictures. If you get crafty with some robotics, which is a stretch given your complete lack of education, you could even scoop up a little sample. Maybe the moon is made of cheese after all. Can't you get even halfway there such that the sizes change? Reach for the sky, fellas. Number 9. Take some flights, like any direct flight in the southern hemisphere. Whoops, shouldn't that be impossible? Better yet, fly between two cities 2 different ways, the shortest way on the globe and the shortest way on the flat Earth. Which one do you think will be faster? I'm just joking. I know that none of you will ever be employed long enough to afford a private jet, but next time you're on a regular plane, notice that flights going east or west are not constantly turning slightly to one side, as you seem to believe they all must be. Yeah, you would notice that. If humanity is unfortunate enough that you've actually procreated, send your kid up to the cockpit to meet the pilot and snap a pic of the wheel. What do you know? Straight as an arrow. And number 10. Do anything legitimately scientific at all. Publish anything whatsoever about your model in anything reputable anywhere. Invent any technology based on your model. Do anything at all that could be considered actual empirical science. Here's a hint. You may have to study some real science to do it, but then of course you would immediately learn that the Earth isn't flat, so it probably won't be of much use. So that's it for the 10 challenges. I use the word challenge facetiously since all of you will immediately recognize the futility and resort instead to calling me names in the comments section. You flat earth priests with your waste of space channels know full well that doing anything even remotely empirical demolishes your hoax, which is why you stick to shouting conspiracy and very little else. And you handful of mindless followers hanging on to the only thing that makes you feel special, maybe 2020 is the year you finally get a clue and move on with your lives. There's a whole spherical world out there, a world filled with people who won't instantly mock you or be ashamed to know you. There are so many opportunities to actually be a person of even minor consequence. I know I've been hard on you, but I really am rooting for you folks. All you have to do is disengage from these charlatans that lie for a living. Save that $10 super chat and buy yourself some dignity, or even put it in a college fund so you can go to school and learn something useful. The choice is yours. Good luck and good night.
Hey, I'm very excited to announce the first of 3 TFE challenges. These challenges are going to allow each side, flat Earth and globe, to make predictions based on their respective models. And then we will see which side's predictions were most accurate. And since I'm a competitive guy at heart, we are going to add a little competition to the mix here. For TFE challenge number 1, we will have a winner from each side. 1 winner from all the globe entries and 1 winner from all the flat Earth entries. And the best part, we will announce the winners live from Antarctica. Now, the first challenge has to do with our flights to South America. We will all fly on a very long, nonstop flight to Santiago, Chile. And our participants will fly to Santiago from 4 different airports: Los Angeles, LAX, Atlanta, London, and Sydney. Now, 3 of these airports are the busiest airports in the world. It's not well known that Atlanta has the busiest airport in the world, and it's not even close. They have over 100 million passengers each year, and number 2 on the list doesn't even have 90 million passengers. London Heathrow is the 4th busiest airport in the world, and LAX is number 8. Now, the Sydney airport in Australia is not one of the busiest airports in the world, but as you will see shortly, will probably be the most important flight for this challenge. I have modeled these 4 flights on both the globe and the AE map. So let's take a look at these. First, we have the 3 flights from the Northern Hemisphere to Santiago, which is, of course, in the Southern Hemisphere. Just looking at this visually, the flights from Atlanta and Los Angeles look like they are about the same distance from Santiago, with the flight from LAX just a little bit longer. And then the flight from London is clearly the longest of the three. So that's the Northern Hemisphere flights, which leaves us with the one Southern Hemisphere flight, Sydney, Australia to Santiago, Chile. This flight is going to be the most interesting for this challenge, as you are about to see. Let's look at this one on the globe. We are now at the southern end of the globe, and that's, of course, Antarctica in the middle there. And this flight path should travel south of New Zealand or over the southern end of New Zealand. New Zealand is those two islands just east of Sydney there. So those are the flight paths on the globe model. Switching to the flat Earth model, let's take a look at these. We will start with the three flights that begin in the north. As you can see here, things look pretty similar to the globe. The flights from Atlanta and LAX look about the same, with the Los Angeles flight a bit longer than the Atlanta flight, and then the London flight, again, is clearly the longest of these three. But now let's turn to the Sydney to Santiago flight on the flat Earth map. And this is where things get interesting. This is the one which is going to make this challenge tough. Here is the flight on the flat Earth map if a direct route is taken. And as you can see, this flight would be way longer than the other flights, at least double the London flight. But if you remember on the globe, this flight would travel south of New Zealand. This flight path goes nowhere near New Zealand. And the flight on the globe travels over the ocean the entire time. This flight would actually fly over North America. Now, I've been accused of not understanding the flat Earth side, and I've been accused of not spending enough time looking into flat Earth. 3 years is apparently not enough time. Now, I believe I have quite accurately represented the flat Earth position. I spent a long time listening to flat earthers and watching videos to get a good understanding of what you guys believe. Now, if you doubt that, I can even tell you what just went through your mind. You said to yourself, we don't believe this, we know it. Pretty good, huh? So with this Sydney to Santiago flight, it would not be fair of me to force the flat Earth entries to calculate the distance of this flight flying in a straight line, leaving Sydney and heading north, flying over the United States, and then to Santiago. Because I think we all probably agree that this flight does in fact fly south of New Zealand or over the southern part of New Zealand. And I do know that jet streams play an important part when it comes to aviation. As I mentioned in a previous video, airlines must do two things to stay in business. They have to keep their prices competitive, and most importantly, they need to keep their customers happy. And the only way to do this is to reduce operating costs, which fuel is the largest one, and to make the flights the quickest as safely possible. So if flying in a jet stream makes the flight faster, that makes sense. So I went ahead and made a flight path which travels over the southern portion of New Zealand. And here's what that flight path would look like on a flat Earth. So this is the flight path you would want to calculate the distance for. Now, keep in mind that this flight path becomes way longer with this different path that travels south around the perimeter. It would now be at least 3 times the distance of the London to Santiago flight. So make sure you keep that in mind when you are doing your calculations. Now, when you've done a calculation, look at your answer. And if it's not at least 3 times or so the length of what you calculated for the London flight, you may want to double check your math. Now, I think I'm probably going to get some complaints from the flat Earth side that they're not sure how to calculate the distances, and I have a solution for you. Check this out. Gleason's map has a scale on it. Notice it says at the top there, 60 miles to the degree. This is for degrees latitude. And from that, it defines the scale for the rest of the map. And people tell me I'm not familiar enough with the flat Earth model. Come on now. So here is the official challenge. You need to calculate the distance from each of these 4 cities to Santiago. Los Angeles to Santiago, Atlanta to Santiago, London to Santiago, and finally Sydney to Santiago. Now, if you think you're just going to cheat and look up the distances online, not so fast. You must show your math. This is going to separate the men from the boys. Yes, you will need a pencil and paper for this one. I need to not only see your distances from these 4 cities to Santiago, but I also need to see your math. So don't forget to include that. And here is how we are going to know who wins. Remember, there will be a winner from the globe side and all the globe entries, and a winner from the flat earth side and all the flat earth entries that I receive. Obviously, this assumes I will receive entries from both sides, so please don't let me down. Since we cannot directly measure these distances, as these distances travel over land masses and oceans and cover a lot of ground, here is how the winner will be determined. We are going to use the actual flights that all of us take on our journey to Antarctica. All 9 of us are flying through Santiago, and I will obtain the flight data after each flight. And I will use that data to obtain the distance for each of those 4 flights. And the person whose 4 distances with supporting math are the closest to the actual distances for those flights will be declared the winner. All right, the challenge starts now. Go ahead and start working on this and send your answers to me, to my email, which is in the description below. Now, when you send your email, put TFE Challenge 1 in the subject line. Nothing else, just TFE Challenge 1. That way your submission won't be lost in the black hole that is currently my inbox. And remember, if 2 people submit the same answers and those end up being the closest to the actual distances of our flights, the one who turned in their entry first will be the winner. And again, winners will be announced live from Antarctica. And I will see everyone tomorrow with TFE Challenge number 2. Bye for now. Hey everyone, we are live again from Antarctica, which is super exciting. It is midnight again here at Union Glacier. By the way, go ahead and turn the computer here, and that is a midnight sun once again. So the sun has never set the entire time that we've been here. All right, I'm going to do my best to see here. It's incredibly bright, hard to explain, but it's like all day is magic hour. Essentially, it's feels like it's the middle of the day. In fact, I put sunscreen on so that I would not get burned at midnight while I was doing this live stream. So just imagine being in a place where you can get severe sunburn at midnight. I'm going to do my best to see the comments. Someone just asked if we are using Starlink, and the answer is yes. We are using Starlink. It has actually been phenomenal for us, which is exciting. So a lot of things to talk about tonight, a lot of updates. I will also be thanking some people, recognizing some people. I'm going to be giving out some awards, some TFE awards. And then I'm also going to announce the winners of the 3 TFE challenges. So hopefully everyone has been looking forward to that. Before I start, I do want to say that the last 24 hours was probably the most difficult 24 hours I can remember in my life. This was just incredibly taxing. It's hard to explain, but you've got the reality of very little sleep with what we're trying to pull off here. You've got the exhaustion from the sun being up for 24 hours. You have the extreme cold that you're battling and making sure you're staying warm. You have the just the mental stress of trying to think of everything and
make everything work and remember to change batteries and check on things and make sure no one touches or bumps the tripod. So anyway, yeah, it was very difficult. Tonight we were talking just a few minutes ago, and Jaren couldn't believe that we got here yesterday, that it's only been 24 hours. It was the longest 24 hours of our lives. Just crazy what this took to accomplish. And so that's a reminder for everyone to think about the things that you ask for and the things that you state should be easy to do, which are not. Flat earthers have asked for many years for just give us a video of the 24-hour sun. And when you do, they say, well, it's not all 24 hours. Or they say it's a time lapse and not a video. It's like, you guys have no idea how difficult it was to film the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica, but we pulled it off. I personally filmed the sun from 2 different angles with my 360 camera. It might sound weird to people. How can you have angles with a 360-degree camera? But it's really 2 cameras that are like this and come together on the sides. And so that side angle we had facing different directions. And I filmed the sun for 25 and a half hours straight without interruption. And I did that at 5.7K resolution, 30 frames per second. I don't even know if that's ever been done before, to be honest with you. Usually long form videos like that are time lapses as opposed to videos. And a time lapse will take a picture every few seconds, whereas video is 30 pictures per second. So yeah, very exciting times. We obviously dealt with the crazy green screen conspiracy today. Never thought I would be accused of that one, but we dismantled that rather easily by doing back-to-back, meaning 2 people with our backs to each other, live streams. People are already putting those on YouTube side by side to show that we couldn't have been using a green screen to pull that off. I wore a blue jacket in case somebody would say there was a blue screen, and I brought out my green water bottle and a green and red can of some Chilean Pringle type chips to show that we're definitely not using a green screen. And then I flew my drone backward and then came right back. So there is no screen. The mountain back there, which is just absolutely stunning, is Mount Rossman here in Antarctica, right by Union Glacier. That's about 4,000 to 5,000 foot peak there. And I do want to mention that I was able to drone a little bit around Antarctica today. I actually got my drone higher than I've ever flown it before, 5,000 feet. So I was actually higher than that mountain and was able to do a beautiful cinematic panorama of this area, which I will hope to release soon, one day, maybe in the next few weeks on the TFE channel. But anyway, there is a new conspiracy, surprise, surprise, which is that we are lying about the time and this being midnight. And that's not true. So again, people need to focus on asking questions. If you want to learn, that's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is to not make accusations and do Google searches and believe the first thing that you read. It's to ask questions and to be inquisitive. And that's how you learn, because then you're going to get answers and you can process those answers. So let's deal with this one now. Googling what time is it in Antarctica is not a valid question. There are 8 time zones in Antarctica, which actually makes perfectly logical sense. It's funny to me that flat earthers would think there's only one time zone when they have made Antarctica so much bigger than it really is as an island continent on the globe. There's 8 time zones. And the reason why is because the different areas and bases and stations around Antarctica are usually in touch and in communication with somewhere else in another continent, and that's where supplies come in, and that's where the people come in through. So, for example, I think McMurdo is on New Zealand time. Maybe it's Scott Base. I don't know. They're both right next to each other. But Union Glacier is on Chile time. And the reason why is because ALE runs Union Glacier, and ALE is run out of Punta Arenas, Chile. That's where their flights come out of. That's where their staff is. They have a headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, as they're an American company, but they have staff here in Chile. So they use that time zone for logistical and just efficient reasons. So anyway, if you look up what time it is in Chile right now, it is just past midnight. So that would be GMT -3. So last night we covered midnight as the time, which we're doing again right now. So again, there's another beautiful midnight sun. It's the second midnight sun we have broadcast live from Antarctica. And we also did a live stream yesterday at solar midnight, which is different than the midnight of time. Solar midnight is when the sun reaches its lowest point. So anyway, we're covering all our bases here. I did want to mention Steve from England. I woke up this morning with a very negative email from him. He was very upset with me for not calling him at midnight yesterday when we did the live stream. I did mention him. The reason I wasn't able to call him, which everybody should know, is because our original plan with Candace Owens was to live stream the 24-hour sun on a camera known as an X4 made by Insta360. It was going to be a 360-degree camera. Now that camera is capable of live streaming directly to YouTube, and Mark brought it out. Mark Herman, Candace Owens' director, he practiced it back home, and it was all ready to go. And when we got out here, it did not work. So we did a little bit of research, and the reason it did not work is because you need cell service and Wi-Fi simultaneously in order to live stream with that device. We did not know that. Obviously, back in the United States, you got cell service everywhere. So he was just live streaming and it worked, and we thought it would work. And so there is no cell service in Antarctica. There are no towers in Antarctica, no cables, nothing like that. So we're able to do this through satellite internet only. So yeah, that threw a huge wrench into things, and we really wanted to do the live stream. So we pivoted, and I let them use my cell phone to do the live stream. So we took my cell phone and we kind of jerry-rigged it onto the top of a camera tripod and did the live stream that way. Now, we did it through Rumble because Candace had some big things she was getting out on her YouTube channel and didn't want to tie up her YouTube channel for 24 hours. So we used her Rumble channel to do that. And then we ran into a couple of issues. The first one was that my cell phone, Murphy's Law, asked to do a software update. And so that cut the live feed. We caught that and got it back up and running again. And then Starlink actually did an update as well. It was funny because this Starlink did an update in the middle of MCToon's live stream, which was around 3 to 3:30 in the morning here at Union Glacier. And so I'm guessing that Starlink does updates like that at the most, ungodly hour of the night, thinking that that's when people will not be utilizing the internet and sleeping. But we're doing something pretty special and pretty historic here. So that actually cut MCToon's live stream as well, very abruptly. So anyway, that caused an outage for a long time. And after that, we were not able to get the live stream back up and running on Rumble. Rumble, from a UI/technology standpoint is very inferior to YouTube, and so I don't think they were able to handle it being cut out a couple of times. So anyway, that's what happened there. What we're doing is still pretty incredible with just the technology here, and I'm just really excited that I can bring everybody with us to see the beautiful landscape and to see the midnight sun and to just get some live updates. Again, people are trying to state that this is all a studio, and that's a green screen behind me, which of course is ridiculous. I can spin around here. Somebody said today that I spin really slowly or something like that, but I can spin very, very quickly. And I can also show you the snow down here is actual snow, and you can pick it up and throw it at somebody if you want, or eat it, or whatever else you want to do. So anyway, yes, so we're trying to keep up with all the reactions / coping, whatever it may be, from what we're doing out here, but it's not stopping us. We are all very tired, but we all feel very privileged to have this opportunity and excited that we were able to pull it off. So with that, I would like to mention some names for a few different reasons. The first one is I'd like to give a shout out to Frankie. Frankie is the daughter of Cassidy, who was the runner-up in the golden ticket offer. And I felt bad. I had to choose one person out of so many people who gave entries, and I narrowed it down to the top 10, and I had to pick one out of the top 10, and Cassidy ended up coming in second place. And so I told her that I would give her daughter Frankie a shout out from Antarctica Live. So hopefully you're watching, Frankie, and you enjoy hearing your name from Antarctica. I want to thank some people individually who have been very, very helpful to me throughout this entire process. I could not have done this without so many people coming together and just volunteering their time, being available to me to do tasks, answer questions. So the first one I would like to mention is Globy McGlobeface. You can check him out on TikTok, but he's been very, very helpful with me throughout the process of creating and bringing the final experiment to where we're at today. He actually did some crowdfunding to try to get here, which didn't quite work out. But yeah, I just want to thank you, Globy, for everything that you did to help me out there. Next is Peter Markley. So Peter Markley is someone that I was introduced to this year, and he's been very helpful to me in many different ways with social media and answering questions. And so I'm sure many of you have already heard his name in this space of debating the shape of the earth. And if you haven't, you probably will soon. Next up is a YouTuber by the name of Wolfie6020. Many of you probably know who he is. He is a pilot and very knowledgeable. And so he's been very helpful to me throughout the past year or so, as I've been trying to bring all of this together to just be there to offer suggestions, answer questions, and just always be there for me. So thank you, Wolfie6020, for that. Up next is Where's Wally? So another YouTuber that you can check out. He is very thoughtful and is always thinking. I think he's comes up with ideas in all hours of the night, and when he does, he sends them to me, and they're always so great. He actually created something. I believe he built it from scratch. The name he gave it is the Jeranometer, and he's going to be releasing that on his channel soon. And I'm telling you right now, you have to watch his video when he releases it. You have to see exactly what it is he built. When I saw it, it was so intricate and detailed. I just couldn't believe it. I was just in awe, and I didn't even know if it would work. A lot of moving parts and a lot going on there, but it definitely worked out. And so you'll want to see that. Up next is Ruhif. You can look him up on YouTube, Roohif. Ruhif has been very helpful. He's a numbers guy. He's very, very knowledgeable. And whenever I had complicated questions about math or numbers or flight plans and flight paths, he was always there for me to help me get the data that I needed and to understand what I was trying to accomplish. So Ruhif, thank you so much for everything that you did to help me out there. And then also Danny Faulkner. Danny is an astronomer. He taught astronomy and physics, has a PhD in astronomy, and was very, very helpful. The world we live in is incredible, but it's also incredibly complex. And sometimes it's a bit hard to wrap your mind around what's going on and understanding it. And so when I had questions about the cosmos, I would reach out to him, and he would always give me great answers and help me understand it in a way that I could understand it, at least with not having a PhD in astronomy. So Danny, thank you very much. All right, I am going to give out some TFE awards right now. It's nothing physical. It's just going to be just some recognition for a couple of people that really, really, really went overboard in helping out with the final experiment. So the first one, I'm calling the TFE Promoter Award. So this would have never happened had we not had people talking about it, had we not had people making videos about it and sharing it with their friends and their families and their audiences and their social media groups. And so the TFE Promoter Award goes to the Creaky Blinder. If you don't know who he is, please look him up on YouTube. Go ahead and give him a subscribe. He is knocking on the door of 100,000 subscribers. And I think with our influence, he could hit that before the end of the year, which would be amazing. So Creaky has really supported the final experiment, and he has done I just checked, he's done 51 videos on his channel promoting TFE. So thank you so much, Creaky. Really appreciate it. He comes to us all the way from Wales, which is pretty exciting. That's a place I've never visited and would love to visit one day. But can't thank you enough. Your bringing attention to the final experiment was such a huge help for us. And it was clear that you believed in us and were excited about what we were doing, because you just kept talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. So thank you so much, Creaky. Next award, I am calling the Beast Mode Award. And this one goes to Dave McKeegan, who I just noticed is standing here right next to me. So Dave McKeegan obviously came all the way out here to Antarctica with us. And I want to let everybody know he has not gone to sleep since we got to Antarctica. He brought multiple cameras, multiple tripods, and an equatorial mount, and so many other things. And he just was not willing to let that fail. And so he's like, I'm not going to go to bed. I need to make sure all of this is working and continues to work so that we get all of the data that we need. So I don't even know the exact number, but I think it's been about 40 hours since he has slept. So Dave, you have my permission to get a good night's sleep tonight.
I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing the 24-hour sun, and now I'm thoroughly looking forward to not looking at it again.
Awesome. Yeah, so it's been really great having Dave here, because there were times where, as I mentioned at the beginning, this has been the hardest 24 hours of my life. And there were times where I was just completely physically exhausted, where I was completely mentally exhausted, and I would just lay down on the floor and fall asleep. And when you do that, things can happen that are not good, that you don't want, such as batteries dying in your cameras or things going wrong. And so without even me asking him, he kept an eye on all of my stuff and made sure everything was going well. So thank you to Dave. All right, that brings us to the TFE challenges. So these are very, very important,
these are going to end up being part of the final experiment. So what became clear to me throughout time, so this wasn't clear to me at the beginning, but what's become clear to me throughout the last year is that the final experiment was actually so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun. The final experiment is really more the final experiments, plural. There are so many other things that I didn't realize until I became more educated, such as things that we could do being at the southern tip of South America, other things that we could do in Antarctica. And so anyway, as will be clear in the coming weeks, there is a lot of data that we're going to be releasing. There were a lot of predictions made by the globe, and we'll see if those predictions came true. And there were actually a lot of predictions made by Flat Earth as well, and we're going to take a look at those predictions. So the TFE challenges were inviting people from both sides of the debate, Flat Earth and Globe, to make predictions prior to our trip. So all of these challenges were open to the general public. Anybody could have made a submission to me, but it just had to be prior to us departing for Chile for the first time. So the first challenge that we did, and this is where I'm going to need to see my screen here, hopefully. First challenge that we did was flight times. This is an important one. So I do believe, as I've hinted at in previous videos, that if we look at flight paths, we will see something that quickly tells us that we live on a globe. Flight paths have to be efficient. They have to be efficient. They have to be efficient for multiple reasons. One, so that the company can stay in business, the airline can stay in business, because they want to make that flight happen in the cheapest way possible, without sacrificing safety. So they're not going to want to just spend tons of money on extra fuel for no reason. They won't be able to stay competitive in that regard, and they'll quickly go out of business. Flights also have to be as short as possible, again, as safely as possible. You're not going to fly an airline whose flights take twice as long or 50% as long as some other airline. That's one of the beauties of capitalism, is letting the market dictate pricing. And so it's a very competitive market, and they're all fighting for your business. And so flight paths are very, very telling. Again, I've mentioned this in the past, but my grandfather worked for Delta Airlines for his entire career. So I kind of grew up around planes, and my dad had a love of planes, and so he would always talk about them. He could just look at one up in the sky and tell me exactly what it was. I still don't have that skill, but the ability to travel by air today is just an incredible blessing that we have, and it's just completely changed the world. We can visit family that's very far away. We can visit and see so many different places in the world in a relatively short amount of time, with a relatively low amount of cost. And so the reason the flight paths for the final experiment were so important was because we were all 9 of us took a direct flight to Santiago, Chile. And all 9 of us went through one of 4 airports, LAX, Atlanta, London Heathrow, and Sydney. And so what I did is TFE challenge number 1 asked for submissions on the distance for those flights. And the cool thing is that I had people make sure that they gave their math. Giving the math is super important, because there's a big difference between the globe and a flat earth when it comes to flight paths. And there's especially a big difference when it comes to the southern hemisphere. I received a lot of submissions on the globe. Let's see, I received
I received submissions from 5 different continents. So countries spanning 5 different continents, which is pretty incredible. And I received all globe submissions except for one. I only received one submission on the flat Earth side. There were some people who are globers that submitted answers and numbers for what it should be on a flat Earth, which I thought was interesting. They did the math for the flat Earth side, but only one official flat earther made a submission. So again, there's a huge difference between the globe and the flat Earth when it comes to flight paths, especially when it gets to the southern hemisphere. So I'll tell you what the main difference was related to the final experiment. On the globe model, the flight from London to Santiago is actually longer in distance than the flight is from Sydney to Santiago. And so on a flat Earth, it's not even close. On a flat Earth, the flight from Sydney to Santiago would be 2 to 3 times as long as the flight from London to Santiago. So it's a very, very big difference. Let's see here. I am trying to read my screen. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners for TFE challenge number 1, which again, I wanted there to be a winner from each side. The winner on the globe side was Andres Puelma. Andres, I wouldn't say that this was an unfair advantage, but he actually lives in Santiago, Chile, which is cool. So he was having to calculate the distances from those airports to his own hometown. All of the globe answers that came in were all very close to each other, which makes sense because the formula for calculating distances on a globe includes the radius of the globe. And so that's why I was asking for the math, was so that I could look and make sure that people were actually doing the math themselves and not just looking it up online. The one flat earther who made a submission, which means he wins, right? If there's a winner from the globe side and there's a winner from the flat earth side, if there's only one flat earth entry, that's the winner. So the winner is a Stephen Alonso. Now, what's fascinating about this is that his numbers also were very, very close to the globe, which doesn't make sense. As I just mentioned, on a flat earth, that flight from Sydney to Santiago should be 2 to 3 times longer than London to Santiago. But this flat earther, Stephen Alonso, said that the London to Santiago flight was longer. So this didn't make any sense. But this is why I planned ahead and said you must include your math. So I went ahead and checked his math, and what do you know? He used the radius, the average radius of the globe in his formula. But this was supposed to be a flat earth entry, Stephen. So in asking and looking into why he was using the globe's radius to calculate his numbers, I found out that he says that the height of the firmament is the exact same number of the globe radius, which I believe is 6,371 kilometers. Very interesting, Stephen. So I think you know what I'm going to have to ask you, which is, how did you measure the height of the dome? As far as I know, the dome has yet to be seen, which means it can't be measured and can't be tested. And why? And how is it that it just so happens to be the exact average radius of the globe? This smells a little fishy to me. So anyway, the second question I've got for Stephen is, can you please explain how the height of this dome would affect the flight path of an airplane? That doesn't make any sense to me. So these planes are not going that high. And so I don't quite understand what that has anything to do with it. If I had to be honest with you, I would say that you knew ahead of time that the globe numbers would be accurate. And so you wanted to essentially hijack the globe math formula and use it for yourself. And so, in a sense, you kind of proved the globe by stealing the radius of the globe and stealing the globe model for your submission. So anyway, thank you for those two winners, Andres Puelma and Stephen Alonso. Thank you for taking the time to take part in TFE challenge number 1. And thanks for everyone else who did as well. Again, blown away, entries from 5 different continents. So that brings us to TFE challenge number 2. This one had to do with the sunrise and the sunset in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is where we stayed for a few days prior to flying here to Antarctica. Again, this was a very significant one because the sunrise direction is different on the globe versus the flat Earth model. The main difference is that on the globe, the sunrise should come from the southeast and it should set in the southwest. But if you look at a Gleason's map or an AE map, the sunrise down that far south, which would be beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, should be from the northeast and set in the northwest. By the way, I was watching a lot of videos from flat earthers once we got to Punta Arenas, and they were asking questions like which direction was the sun rising and which direction was the sun setting. They know the importance of this, and good on them. They probably thought if they could get a northeast sunrise and a northwest sunset, that would be evidence for flat Earth, and it would be an argument against the globe, which I agree. So before I tell you what actually happened while we were there, I received a ton of entries on this one as well, countries spanning 4 continents for this one. And I received all globe entries and only 1 flat Earth entry until the last minute. I got a second flat Earth entry. So everybody on the globe side gave sunrise times and sunset times, and then also sunrise directions and sunset directions. The winner for this one was PD194. So PD194, thank you so much for entering. He is coming from the UK, and he did a great job with showing me how he came up with this. By the way, I told people they could cheat if they wanted to and look this up online, because again, on the globe, it's the southeast and southwest, but on a flat Earth, it's northeast and northwest. So it's completely different. So if you want to look it up online, that's completely fine. PD194 actually posted a video about this prior to my challenge, which I didn't realize. He made me aware of that when he sent his email. All right, now on to the 2 flat Earth entries. The first one is from a guy who you may recognize his name, none other than Stephen Alonso. Before I get to him, I will say the second guy was a David Henry. Now, David Henry told me that he used Stellarium to get his answer, which again is completely fine. You can use Stellarium. But I responded to him and let him know that Stellarium is a globe app. And so I was curious why he was making a submission that completely and perfectly matched the globe if he was a flat earther. He responded by asking me what we saw in while we were in Punta Arenas, and I wouldn't tell him. I just said, are you willing to admit that you're submitting a globe answer as a flat earther? And he was unwilling to do so. That brings us to Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso told me that he expects the sun to rise in the southeast and set in the southwest, and he gave pretty accurate times. Once again, his answers aligned with the globe. We have a common theme here, ladies and gentlemen. You may recall on the channel, if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you go watch it. But we released a video in the last few weeks, which was challenging flat earthers to give any globe prediction at all, future prediction, that they think will not come true. The globe has thousands of predictions. This is a prediction. When the globe says on such and such a future date, at such and such a time, the sun will rise in this direction, and the sun will set at this time, and the sun will set in this direction, that is a prediction. So the globe makes lots of predictions. One of the globe predictions right now is that there will be a total solar eclipse over Orlando, Florida in 2045. And so that's a pretty specific prediction. And so I'm curious, which globe predictions do flat earthers think will not come true? If all the globe predictions come true, that would obviously be evidence of the globe. So interesting pattern we have here. Stephen Alonso, I do know from seeing his stuff that he ascribes to the AE map, which of course has been falsified now with the final experiment. And so he gave a globe answer, even though that doesn't work on the AE map. And I don't know why. All I can do is speculate. And I speculate that he did that because he knew that the globe model would come true. Now, I will say this, the sun did rise in the southeast and it did set in the southwest, just like the globe predicts. I will also tell you that we had a very difficult time filming that. That was something that I really wanted to film, and it was very difficult. We were so far south in Chile that we were experiencing 17 hours of daylight. 17 hours of daylight. So the sun would rise around 5 a.m. or so, and it would set after 10 p.m. And so why did that make it difficult? Well, we're on a mission here with the final experiment, and so we were doing a lot of things. We were also hanging out, and we were excited about going to Antarctica. And so when the sun's out, you're out. And so we would stay up very late, which made it very difficult to get up in the morning. And it just was a rinse and repeat cycle. One morning I woke up at 4:45 and it was already light out. And I was like, oh, wow, maybe I could catch the sunrise. And so I ran outside and I was able to catch the sunrise for only once. There was a ton of clouds while we were there, but one time I was able to catch the sunrise. I will be releasing a video of that on my channel. And I was also able to catch a sunset as well, which we'll be releasing a video. But those videos will prove that they happen in the southeast and the southwest, just as the globe predicts. But anyway, the winner for the flat earth side is none other than Stephen Alonso. All right, that brings us to TFE challenge number 3. Now, this one is very, very important. And again, it is a significant difference between the globe and the flat earth model. So let me try to make this easy to understand for everyone, because these issues can be complicated. On the globe, lines of longitude at the equator are the furthest apart. As they go away from the equator, either north or south, they get closer and closer together until they eventually meet up at the poles, North Pole and South Pole. On the flat earth model, that's not the case. On the flat earth model, the North Pole is in the center, and then everything is south from the North Pole. And so lines of longitude diverge, they get further and further apart indefinitely on the flat earth model. Whereas south of the equator, they converge on the globe model and they get closer and closer together. We were so far south at the southern tip of Chile that we were able to test this. We could measure between lines of longitude and see, are they getting closer together than they are towards the equator further north, or are they getting further apart, which is what you would have on a flat earth. And so what the TFE challenge number 3 was, which was the most difficult, was we asked people to calculate for us the distance between lines of longitude, the distance between these meridians at 53 degrees south, which is where Punta Arenas, Chile is. And so we received tons of entries again that cover 4 continents, and they were all globe entries except for one flat earther, and I'm guessing you know who that is. Yes, Stephen Alonso. So all the globe entries had very similar answers, and the winner of TFE challenge number 3 is Hall Store. Hall Store. Thank you for participating. And Hall comes to us from Norway. And what is Norway? Well, Norway is the home of the midnight sun. Norway is the home of a 24-hour sun, but that would be in the north. They wouldn't, he's not having a midnight sun right now or a 24-hour sun. Why? Because we are having that right now in the south. This is the southern summer. So, Stephen Alonso, interestingly enough, what a surprise, his answer almost perfectly lined up with the globe. This doesn't make any sense. Why would he say this? And so this was getting a little bit crazy. And so I decided to email him and ask him a question. And so I did. I asked him a question and I said, Stephen, can you please help me understand your math here? Based on what I'm seeing, which by the way was globe math, I said, based on what I'm seeing, you would say that the distance between lines of longitude is the same at 53 degrees south as it is at 53 degrees north. Do I have that correct? And he said yes. So he confirmed that in his math, the distance between meridians at 53 degrees south, which is the southern tip of South America, is identical to the distance between meridians at 53 degrees north. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you know what that means. He is describing the globe. So, Stephen Alonso, you are the winner again. You get the trifecta. You won all 3 TFE challenges. But what's super interesting is that you used the globe for all 3. And I think that means you knew what we were going to find down here as part of the final experiment. Yes, super interesting. We are going to be releasing all of this data once we get back. We have a ton of data. I believe we have well over 100 terabytes of information already. Obviously, a lot of that is high definition video and pictures, but we brought hard drives on top of hard drives on top of hard drives just to make sure we could collect all of the data that we were going to be obtaining as part of the final experiment. But anyway, spoiler alert, the distance between the lines of longitude at 53 degrees south matched the globe. They did not match flat Earth. So anyway, thank you everybody for participating in those 3 challenges. I did think it was a little interesting that well over 95% of these submissions came from the globe side, and we only had 2 people, 2 flat earthers make submissions. Stephen Alonso made 3, and the other guy made 1 using the globe app Stellarium. But anyway, all of these things are important. They're important because we are in search of the truth about the world that we live in. That was the goal of the final experiment from day 1, was to settle this debate. That is still my goal, and I do believe we have succeeded. You may not agree, but all I would ask for is a little bit of patience and let us get back to our families, let us get back to the warmth, and let us get back into our own homes and spend some time with our families over Christmas and the New Year's, and then we can start to release all of this information. But it is a plethora of information. We have measurements, we have videos, we have so many cool things that I've never seen before. And so again, it became clear to me over time that the final experiment was going to become so much bigger than just the 24-hour sun, even though I think the 24-hour sun is definitely definitive as well. So that is all that I have. I am a little delirious. I am really looking forward to getting a good night's sleep tonight. But I am really happy that we did this and that we pushed through very hard for our first 24 hours in Antarctica. We have an uninterrupted video of the sun over 24 hours, which is super exciting. What's on deck for us tomorrow? we have a couple more things, I would call them experiments, that we have set up that take time to run. They actually take more than 24 hours or so to run. So we've got those running, and those are just going to be running through until tomorrow at midnight. But we're also going to be doing something fun tomorrow, which I think everyone that joined us, all 9 of us, are really looking forward to, which is we will be taking a scenic flight over Antarctica. It's mainly going to be over the Ellsworth mountain range, but we're going to be getting in some smaller planes, much smaller than the 757 we came over here in, and they're going to fly us over the Ellsworth mountain range and let us enjoy the beauty of Antarctica by air. So we'll be sure to get a lot of great video to share with everyone so that you can enjoy it as much as you can with us through that as well. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. I'll give you one more look at the midnight sun here in Antarctica, and I'll do one more spin around here so that you can take one last look at everything that we did and where we stayed. It was amazing. So we're actually leaving this campsite. All of this area behind me was just full of devices and tripods and cameras and equatorial mounts and sun trackers and you name it. But it's all been packed up, and our last 2 remaining experiments are set up over there. It's a little bit hard to see, but we'll get you good high quality video of that when we return. And we're also going to be leaving tonight. This will no longer be our special TFE camp. That orange vehicle back there is called a Tucker, and we're going to pack up right now, and they're going to take us back to Union Glacier base camp, which is where our tents will be for the next few nights or so. So I'll try to keep everybody updated. And again, just want to thank everybody for all the support, all the love for this last year. We made it, we did it, and it's gonna be fun sharing all the details with everybody. So, all right, have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye. Hey, everyone, we are live. So it's been a long journey, but we finally got to the end of it. Today was a good day. We had a good meeting with everybody as kind of a debrief of everything and what I'm hoping will happen now going forward in both the globe community and the flat earth community. So we shall see. But I do predict that the final experiment is going to be a very, very significant point in time in this whole debate over the shape of the earth. I think things will be referenced as before TFE and after TFE. I can see, since we're no longer in the incredibly bright white 24-hour sunlit Antarctica, so I will monitor comments. Please let me know if you have comments or if you have questions for me. Someone just asked about TFE too. That's a hard no. This was hard. This was hard to do. I have a lot of updates for you guys today as well. I think the thing that is going to be most exciting about this particular live is I'm going to let everyone know what to expect in the coming weeks. So this is not over, not by any stretch, meaning we have a lot of information, a lot of data, and we're going to be releasing that over the next few weeks. So pretty cool. But someone just said I look tired. I'm very tired. It's trippy out here with 17 hours of sun here in the southern tip of Chile, and then obviously 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It just really messes with you when the sun is like out, bright, magic hour. You know, you just aren't thinking about, hey, I should be tired, I should be going to bed. So
really messes with you. And we have a lot going on. By the way, it's pretty fascinating. Different, geographical areas and cultures do things differently. So down here in Punta Arenas, Chile, their restaurants open up at 8:00. So that's a little bit late for how I do things with dinner, but that's kind of how they do things here. So we went to a restaurant all together last night around 9, and we were looking for a place that could seat us all 9 of us. And the restaurant was at least half empty. So it seemed like it wasn't going to be a big deal. And they said, they have all these reservations coming in. So they definitely do dinner late here in Chile. But anyway, exactly, Luca, it's a once in a lifetime experience, and not going to complain. So I can always sleep later and catch up on sleep later. Yeah, this is a real hotel, not a green screen. Someone just made a comment about Joseph Hanvey and Stephen Alonso saying that they were predicting the movements of the sun. That is false. So please don't believe the lies. You guys need to do a little bit more research. Flat earthers are quick to grasp onto something in the middle of their panic, which has been clear just the last couple of days here. All we did was we did a live stream at midnight in Antarctica, and the conspiracy theories were running wild already. So number one, Joseph Hanvey, I have a video of him a year ago. So this is before TFE. And he was bragging to a large room of flat earthers that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He even said he had a friend who was in Antarctica and confirmed for him that there was no 24-hour sun. So I'm going to hold everyone's feet to the fire, to be honest, and to set the record straight, and not to act like anybody predicted this, because no flat earther predicted this. It was not until I came out and said the final experiment is going to go to Antarctica that people started changing their mind. And that includes Joe Hanvey. Now, Stephen Alonso has stolen Walter Bislin's model. It's very easy to refute. Walter Bislin created a flat earth model based on heliocentrism. So anybody following Stephen Alonso is actually utilizing a heliocentric model. Congratulations. You didn't know that because you didn't look into it, and you just trusted a man who calls himself a doctor and claims he has a PhD in geocentric cosmology. None of this is real. He created a fake university called Flat Earth University and gave himself a PhD. These are the people that you are trusting. And I'm essentially done trying to convince people to think for yourselves, to look into things. I've tried for a year. So now that we're at the end of the final experiment, if you guys are going to keep doing this stuff and not learn, that's on you at this point. I've done my best. But anyway, Stephen Alonso's model is a fictitious model based on heliocentrism. And Walter Bislin created it to show the impossibility of a flat earth. So we will be debunking that rather easily. So if you guys all want to hang on to Joe Hanvey and Stephen Alonso, go for it. It will all be clearly debunked over the next coming weeks. And then I guess we'll wait for the next thing that someone wants to come out with. But you guys really need to look into this stuff before you just latch onto it. Okay, so craziness. A lot of craziness going on. The first one is there is a flat earther who I've never heard of. She is on X. Someone sent this to me today, and she has filed an official complaint with the Internet Crime Complaint Center. She has filed an official complaint with the Federal Trade Commission, and she is working on filing a complaint with the FBI. against TFE. So that one really gave me a chuckle. I don't exactly know what she's hoping will come of this or what her complaint is. But yeah, I'm wish I could be there to see the FBI's reaction to her complaint. Pretty wild stuff. That one will be filed in the "you can't make this stuff up" file. All right. Let's see here. The reactions in the flat Earth community have been difficult to follow. They've been very varied. And yeah, it's pretty wild. So, number one, let's set the record straight here. Flat Earthers were adamant. They were adamant that there was no 24-hour sun. They shouted this one from the mountaintops. There is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And so it's like, cool. You've taken a stand, and so let's see who's right. Let's see who's right. Flat Earthers have said that we would not be going to Antarctica. They're still saying that, some of them. Flat Earthers have said that the footage we have was filmed 6 months ago in the north, in the Arctic Circle near the North Pole, and that we would just reverse the footage to make it look like it was Antarctica. And all of a sudden, what do you know? After we live stream at midnight and release a time lapse that we took of the 24-hour sun, all of a sudden, the position seems to be that a 24-hour sun in Antarctica works on a flat Earth. Here's the problem, okay? And I really hope any flat earthers listening or any flat earthers who will hear this, just set aside any emotions. Who cares about me? Who cares about TFE? Just think about something for a second. If you want to call yourself a truther, if you want to say that you care about truth, then when evidence is presented to you, evidence that's pretty solid and is being confirmed by other flat earthers, 4 of them, in fact, including flat earthers who have been in this game for almost 10 years. When you immediately look to come up with an excuse or find an issue in the videos and measuring shadows and looking for missed frames, that only means one thing. It means you don't care about truth. Can't mean anything else. It means you have your mind set on something and you do not care if you are wrong. So the final experiment is going to expose who is actually a truther, which side is actually looking for truth. So consider that. And again, I can't say anything else, but it was a mere hours after we live streamed that this green screen conspiracy came up. Anyone that's used a green screen immediately knew what was going on, including flat earthers. But it sounds like a lot of flat earthers don't use green screens. So 2 hardcore flat earthers, Dave Weiss, Flat Earth Dave, and Divergent Droid, who I've dealt with before online. They both have green screen experience, and they're both like trying to stop the flat Earth community from saying this because it's so clear that there's no funny business going on there. But man, you guys are still running with it. Again, if you were searching for truth, you would try to search out why that happened and what it means, as opposed to just stating that we are in some big studio. Flat Earth Banjo, who some of you are familiar with, he's really digging in. He just made a community post on YouTube where there's the picture of us with a giant mountain, Mount Rossman, behind us, stating that we are in some sort of a giant set. Craziness. You can go look at videos taken at Union Glacier for probably the last 10 or 15 years on YouTube, and you can see exactly where we were standing and the exact mountain in the background and the exact tents in the background. So anyway, I've tried. I've tried my hardest to help you guys look good and to realize that you need to be making arguments that would convince you and not arguments that are just pulled out of the sky. So anyway, let's see here. Jordan Rose, no idea if he's watching, but he has been the man when it comes to memes. He's been making TFE memes for months, and he made a good one. He made a real good one here. Do I even have it handy? Just wanted to thank him for that. Yeah, I can't find it, but anyway, it was, it essentially, oh, here it is. So, flat earthers on December 13th, they're going to fake the sun in Antarctica to make it look like a 24-hour sun. By the way, that's what they said for months and months and months and months and months. And then flat earthers the next day, changed my mind, 24-hour sun works perfectly on flat earth. That is what's happening. That is what's being said. And it just, like, if your goal is to feel good about yourself, okay, I can understand what you're saying. But if your goal is to convince people that you've thought this through and that you have the truth, this is not the way to go about it. An example would be Sean Griffin. So you guys might remember Sean Griffin. He runs the channel Kingdom in Context. He's actually on the TFE scoreboard. He is number 3 on the flat earth side. But anyway, he was adamant just a month ago that there is no 24-hour sun. He even stated, I think a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, that he was not sure we were even going to Antarctica. And all of a sudden, he's contacting me today, telling me that there's a model that works with a 24-hour sun on a flat earth. And so flat earthers have a reputation for moving the goalposts, and that's not a reputation I would want. And so hopefully you guys at some point kind of stop doing that. The good news is we are bringing a lot home. Please don't think that one live stream at midnight and a 48-second time lapse from Dave McKeegan is all that we have. We have a lot. So to quote Bob Nodell, we're bringing home a preponderance of evidence that cannot be overcome, in my opinion, cannot be overcome. Now, a lot of people are frustrated, and I'm reading comments that are, why aren't you releasing all this stuff? And it's like, you guys have no idea how much work this is, how hard this is. Like, you know, today we had a group event at 1 o'clock. And after that, Jonathan Morandi was doing everyone's final interviews. So he interviewed everyone prior to going to Antarctica to kind of get their thoughts on what we were going to do and what we were going to see. And then he's interviewing everybody now that we've seen the 24-hour sun. There's just a lot going on. We have to pack today, and we don't even get to go to bed. So they're going to come pick us up at the hotel around midnight to drive us to the airport to start our long journeys home. But anyway, there's just not a lot of time. And because of the extended daylight hours, because of the fact that in Chile, they just do late dinner, we're out super, super late. And the internet is abysmally slow. It's abysmally slow out here. Downloading something takes forever. Uploading something, forget it. So the reason Dave McKeegan only did that quick time lapse was because he can't even get anything else rendered. There's just not enough time. The data that we have is incredible. The resolution, the length of it. I guess I'll just give away one little thing here. I actually took a 36-hour time lapse at a different location than where we were set up for TFE. And I'm having a hard time getting that off the camera. And my theory, I've contacted the manufacturer of the camera. My theory is that they didn't plan for someone to take a time lapse that long. So it gets cut off at a certain point. I think it gets cut off around 30 hours. So I have a call into them, and I've sent them my files, and they're working on it. But anyway, yeah, it's been a journey. It's been so much fun. This is a trip that I will never forget for the rest of my life. I think everyone feels the same way. And I'll tell you right now, the camaraderie is incredible. We are all like having fun together, laughing together, breaking bread together. Like at the beginning, you know, there was this feeling of one side versus the other and being careful with what you say and sit together, and it's just not there anymore. And that was a huge part of this, was to try to change and break down these walls that happen in this very heated world of the shape of the earth debate. Okay, cool. So what else are people saying? A lot of flat earthers are still running with the green screen narrative. And again, you guys can do that actually. I will tell you, because it's the right thing for me to do, that I'll tell you that it doesn't make you look good because there's no way to show that it was a green screen. But if you do it, the final experiment is a story. Like, we're telling a story, and the story started a year ago and it's continuing to be told. So just realize that the past is not changeable, and whatever happens is going to be in the record forever. So if that's what you guys want to do, go for it. But man, that's not going to be a good look if that's the best answer, is that you guys think we were using a green screen. Wow. Okay, so there's a guy named Sean Hibbler, and I invited Sean Hibbler as one of the original 24 for the final experiment. The reason I invited him is he's actually a pretty big flat earther, and he also makes documentaries. He makes flat earth documentaries. They usually have the word level in them, and I've watched them all. He never responded to me once. I tried everything I could to find him, contact him, reach him. I sent emails to him through his website. He has a contact us form on his website. And I thought it would be cool early on if he would get involved and, you know, maybe even film the documentary. He's a filmmaker. Well, he never gave me the time of day, never had the courtesy to respond. And he never even said a word, to my knowledge, about TFE. Not a word. All of a sudden, after we show the 24-hour sun, now he comes out about this. And he made a video, and I really hope no one would fall for this. I really hope no one would fall for this. He quickly made a video which was clearly reactionary, and he said that it's either a second sun that we saw or a fake sun. And I'm like, wow. Now, does he actually believe that? I would guess no. But maybe he does. But the reality is that I hope nobody would just believe that. So there's obviously only one sun in our videos. The shadows only go one way. And for someone to say that there was a second sun, you have to have a first sun before you can have a second sun. So if the sun in Dave McKeegan's time lapse is the second sun, where's the first sun? I can also tell you, we're all coming home with sunburns. It was brutal out there. We were literally putting on sunscreen at midnight. And he's also talking about a fake sun This fake sun really gets me. Where in the world are people coming up with this idea that we can have a fake sun? Wow. But anyway, Antarctica has always had a real sun. So if there's a fake sun, where's the real sun? And if you think there's a real sun that gets swapped out for the fake sun, then where's that moment? Something we did is we took we're talking a lot of pictures of the sun using a solar filter to get the sunspots. And what do you know? It's the exact same sunspots everybody else was getting all over the world. The orientation of those sunspots, by the way, is different. It'll be interesting to see if that aligns with the globe or not. I think it will. Let's see here. I saw a flat earther saying that the sun was going through the sky in our video in the wrong direction. That was an interesting one. My guess is that he has seen 24-hour videos in the north and just assumed, because this would be the case on the flat earth model, that it would need to be the same direction. But on the globe model, it goes in the opposite direction. So it's just another globe prediction confirmed. Someone just mentioned a video by Dave Weiss, and I did see that. All right, let me deal with this Jaren paying me back thing. Everybody's talking about it. So just so you know, that's my sense of humor. That was a joke, and I have not stopped laughing about it. Every time I look at that picture, by the way, if you want to know what I'm talking about, go to our community page on YouTube. And I posted last night that Jaren paid me back all $40,000 for the trip. And I just couldn't believe it. When you look at Jaren's face, it's just, he's making the most perfect face ever. And I'm holding, two $20,000 bills. Well, those are actually not $20,000 bills. Those would be pesos. And so anyway, it was hilarious to me. I paid for something with my credit card. I don't remember why, but he wanted to reimburse me for something. And so he just gave me 40,000 pesos, which is about $40. And realizing the cost of the trip was about $40,000 for Jaren. I just thought it'd be a hilarious joke to say, hey, he paid me back. I'm so excited. And so I held them so you could see that they were pesos, but that was missed by a few people, which is fine. But that is my sense of humor. So I came up with that. I said, hold on. I want to see if I can. Oh, bummer. I was trying to pin a comment, but I can't. But anyway, I asked him permission. I was like, Jaren, I think this is hilarious. Can we take this picture? And he's like, oh, definitely. And his face is the best face. Like, hey, I just gave him money and it's not really worth that much. So anyway, someone just made a comment here. Shiloh Carpenter. They said, you are an idiot, Will. Cool. So this gets me back to my point. I try to encourage people and to tell people that if you want to convince someone, make an argument that would convince you. So Shiloh, I wouldn't do this, but if somebody came up to you and they said, Shiloh Carpenter, you are an idiot, what would you do? How would you react? Would you immediately believe it? Be like, man, I am an idiot. Oh, I need to change. Like, think about it, right? How you would react to someone calling you an idiot is probably similar to how I'm going to react. But I am curious if you want to let me know what you mean. Did I do something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Or is that the only thing you have to say after a very successful globe mission with the 24-hour sun? Cool. All right. I do like to keep things light, and so I do like making jokes. It's just fun. So we've been joking all the time. Okay. Oh, here we go. Okay, Shiloh Carpenter. You said that I already knew the 24-hour sun existed. That's correct because we live on a globe. So you're right. I did know. I didn't know from personal experience, but I did know because we live on a globe, and therefore globe predictions come true. This is important. I made a video, and we're going to keep hammering this. And I asked flat earthers if they could find just one future globe prediction that they don't believe will come true. Could be an eclipse, could be a sunrise angle, could be a sunset time, anything. A future globe prediction that has a very specific date and geographic location. Can you find one that won't come true? Because if all the globe predictions will come true, then that would be evidence for the globe. So anyway, yeah, let me know. I've been making a list of the flat earth predictions for TFE, and I can't find one yet that has come true. So for example, the flat earthers predicted for 9 years that there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The globe said there was, and there was. That's an example of a flat earth prediction that didn't come true. Another flat earth prediction was that the trip would be canceled. Heard that one 100 times. As you'll see, when Austin and Jaren start making more content and talking about the trip, they both will admit to you that they did not think the trip would happen, that it would be canceled. That was a flat earth prediction that did not come true. Another one is flat earthers said that NASA would make clouds so that we couldn't see the sun. Now let's break that one down. This is a fun one. By the way, it's a prediction that didn't come true. We had 2 days without any clouds in Antarctica, which everybody told us was unbelievable. People that work at Union Glacier, people that work for ALE, told me to my face that it was awfully strange that as soon as we showed up, all the clouds disappeared. And as soon as we were done filming the 24-hour sun, the weather came back in. I'll let you guys interpret that how you wish. But when you predict that NASA will create clouds to block us from seeing the sun, that does not have the effect you think it does. You think that that prediction will come true and prove that there's a grand conspiracy. But that's not what we hear. What we hear is that you don't have faith in your model. Because if you actually believe the sun would set, you would not want clouds. You would want blue skies so that we could record the setting sun. So anyway, that's another prediction. So we're making a list. It's almost at 20. And again, we're not leaving anything out. We have yet to find a single flat earth prediction that came true. So someone just gave me some love from Scotland, Steve Draper. Thank you. I've actually been to Scotland and I would go back. It was a very, very beautiful country. I was all over the place. I made it all the way to the Highlands up north, and then obviously all the cool stuff in the south. I will say food was a little weak, but I did enjoy it, and I would love to go back. And if I ever do go back, there are at least a couple people that I would want to visit. One of them named Craig. So, all right. What else? Okay, this was a fun one. By the way, I have the time delay on the comments, and it's not helping. I'm missing 85% of the comments, but I'm trying. Talking and reading is not my expertise here. So I saw a flat earther complain about the time lapse, complain about Dave McKeegan's time lapse, stating that it was only a series of pictures and not a video. What do you say to that? Obviously, videos are a series of pictures, so that wasn't the best argument, but it's okay. We're prepared for all of this. So everything that's thrown at us, we will have a response, and that is because we came prepared. I've been listening to the Flat Earth community for 3 years now, and MCToon and Dave McKeegan and Critical Think, they've been listening a lot longer than me. And so we knew the types of arguments that you guys were going to make. And so we came prepared. Matthew Hakeem just said Duffy's failure. I'm curious what the failure was. I just pulled something off that your entire community told me I couldn't. So what exactly was the failure? Curious about that. Okay. By the way, so at Union Glacier, I wish I would have counted how many tents there are. There are staff tents, and then there are guest tents. And the guest tents are double bed, so double occupancy. And there's a lot. There's at least 30. There's probably, if I had to guess, I'd say 35. And they assign them randomly, and they are all named after someone famous associated with Antarctica. Most of the names I didn't recognize. I didn't even read them all because I just didn't recognize them. But there's a lot of history with Antarctica. And they assigned me my tent, and they gave me Admiral Byrd. And I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm going to be putting a picture out of myself in front of my tent, my Admiral Byrd tent. And I think that it was symbolic in a way. Flat Earthers have taken Admiral Byrd onto their side as kind of he's on the flat Earth side in a way. And I think the fact that I got that tent and we showed a 24-hour sun means the globe has taken Admiral Byrd back. So as of today, Admiral Byrd is officially on the globe side. Happy to say that. What else? Oh yeah. This is not the best story, but you'll enjoy to hear it. You'll enjoy hearing it. I love flying my drone, and I love it because not only is it like the coolest adult toy out there, but you can get shots, pictures, and video in just the coolest ways with a drone. You can go where you can't go without it, right? You can go where even a plane could not go or a helicopter could not go. I mean, drones are incredible. And I actually bought a new drone, which was a little bit risky coming to Antarctica because I wasn't familiar with it. But I crashed my other one in Puerto Rico, actually. And I put it back together and it still functions, but I just wasn't willing to take a chance. So I bought a brand new drone. I also had weight issues. Oh, sweet. The Scottish Highlands are so beautiful. Love it. Pikachu. I had major weight issues, okay? I want everybody to realize the sacrifice that I made for that live stream, because that live stream was historic. I bought the biggest Starlink that they sell. It's massive. If you have Starlink, that's tiny compared to this one. It weighs like 28 pounds. And I brought it in my suitcase, in my checked bag, and it weighs so much. The checked bag itself weighs 12 pounds. The Starlink and the router and all of that weighs 28 pounds. And so I'm going in with a bag that can only weigh 50 pounds with 40 pounds right off the bat. So I sacrificed clothing. I just didn't have the space. So I decided to buy a super lightweight drone. So my drone is 249 grams, super, super lightweight, brand new. So I wasn't worried about having any technical difficulties. And when we got there, the weather was so good that it was great. If you didn't see it, I took a picture of Union Glacier from very high up, and it's a really cool picture. You can see the small plains, the Twin Otters there. You can see all of the buildings, all of the tents. Super neat. I also took a drone picture of our own TFE camp that was set up a few miles out. But anyway, we went on this excursion, and I wasn't even thinking, but we went to this place called the Icefall. And what's funny is our guide, Scott, was from Scotland, and he had his great Scottish accent. And I kept thinking he was saying we're going to the ice wall. So I was like, man, why is he calling this the ice wall? Like, that is not the word to use with our group. So I pulled him aside and I was like, are you saying ice wall? And he's like, no, ice fall. And I was like, okay, cool. So we went to this thing called the ice fall, which looks like a waterfall, but it's frozen and it's massive. And when we got there, I was like, I forgot my drone. I didn't even bring my drone. I felt so bad. Because it's just so beautiful. I cannot tell everyone how beautiful Antarctica is. It is by far the most beautiful place on Earth. It has to be. And people told me that, and I thought that they were just trying to get me to go to Antarctica. And I was like, no, there's no way. It is, okay? It's the most beautiful place on Earth. If you ever have an opportunity, just do it. If you want to get to Antarctica cheaply, I didn't know this until I met all the marathoners here at the hotel that I'm in right here. But if you want to go for about half the price that we paid, just sign up for the Antarctica Marathon. Who cares if you do marathons or not? You could either use it as an opportunity to train for a marathon, or you could just say you're not feeling good, but that will get you to Antarctica cheaply. But anyway, I forgot my drone. I'm just like kicking myself. And Jonathan Morandi, who's the filmmaker, he has a drone as well. And his is legit. It's very heavy. So it does well in the wind. Mine is 249 grams, super, super light. So I'm really bummed. And I decided to ask Scott, I'm like, hey man, I forgot my drone. I feel terrible. Do you think we could come back? And I just want everyone to know, ALE, Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, hands down, one of the best run companies I've ever seen. Incredible. Running a company in Antarctica is almost impossible. And so they just always bent over backwards for us to get us what we needed to be there for us. So when I asked him, he was like, yes, I can definitely do that. But he said he can't do it till 9:30 p.m. And it's funny how we think. And I immediately was just like, man, it'll be too dark. And I completely forgot in the moment of the 24-hour sun. So it's always bright, bright day. It's always great for taking pictures and videos and droning. So I was like, great, 9:30, done. So we have dinner and do whatever else. Actually, I'll tell you what we did. It was interesting. We ended up doing a big talk for everybody at Union Glacier. I forgot to talk about that. So he takes me back out at 9:30 p.m., full bright day. And if you're a photographer or a videographer or you fly a drone, you're always looking for the shot, right? You're looking for the shot. And I found the shot. I was like, this is perfect. We were driving and I'm just looking for the shot, the location where I can just get that shot. And it was so beautiful. It was like insanely beautiful. The wind picked up and the snow was blowing at us real low to the ground. The mountains were lit up perfectly. And I was like, Scott, this is it. This is where I'm going. This is the shot. So I knew what I wanted to do. With a drone, you always have to take chances to get that perfect shot. Like you never get it where it's just no risk. And for this shot, I needed to be low to the ground. And I also wanted to be low because normally the higher you go, the worse the wind gets. And I didn't want it to just take my drone. So I'm low to the ground and the wind is heavy. Like it's really picked up. And I'm like, man, I don't even think my drone can make it. So I launched it and I was like, well, it's hanging in there. So when you launch a drone, it'll immediately start to compensate for wind. The drone tries to stay in one location regardless of the what's going on with the environment and the wind. So it's fighting to just stay right there. But I'm like, you know what? It's hovering. I'm going to give this a go. So I start flying at like 30 miles an hour. And I'm looking at the screen and I'm just like, I am getting the shot. I'm getting the shot. I can't even believe it. This is the best thing ever. Cannot wait to share it with everybody. And then lights out, gone, nothing. So that means I crashed. Brutal. Crashed my drone in the middle of Antarctica. I'll tell you right now, in the moment, the emotions I had were a very strange mix. I was super discouraged. It's a brand new drone, top of the line. So super discouraged that I crashed my drone, brand new drone. And number two, embarrassed. I was like, I'm going to have to tell Scott that I just crashed my drone because they don't allow any trash in Antarctica. It's like the last place on Earth that hasn't just been completely destroyed by humans. So you're not even allowed to leave your waste. Like, you're not even allowed to go to the bathroom in the snow. So if you are going out on an excursion, you bring a Nalgene bottle, and if you have to go to the bathroom, you go in the Nalgene bottle. ALE takes everyone's waste from camp back out of Antarctica. So anyway, I'm like so embarrassed, and I have to tell him. And so if you crash a drone, they have to recover it. And it's kind of on you, you know, to whatever, if it takes something significant, that's kind of on your shoulders. So anyway, I told Scott, I was just like, man, I feel terrible, but I crashed my drone. And I've never had a crash like this. This was a bad one. I have no idea what happened. So here's the cool thing. He's layering up because he's going to have to now go into the interior of Antarctica, into the wind, to try to find my drone. They can't leave it out there. It's like now a search and rescue mission here. And the cool thing is my controller has GPS coordinates for where the drone last was before it crashed. So I gave him those coordinates. He plugged it into his GPS unit and then just took off. He said, you wait here in the car, in the vehicle. It was, by the way, the vehicle was really cool. It was an F550. I didn't even know there was an F550. That's a beast. And so he just is walking and walking. He's just following his phone, and the weather where we were at. Because remember, we drove far away to get here. This is not Union Glacier anymore. And he's just going and going and going and going. And eventually I see him stop, reach down, pick up something off the ground, and come back. So he recovered my drone. Super cool. Now I was like, okay, I know I got that shot. I know I got the shot, but will it be recoverable? And did it save to the SD card? So he brings back the drone, and it is completely covered in snow and ice, just like crazy covered. And I was like, there's nothing I can do right now. So I'm just going to let it thaw out. So I put it in the car. We drove back to camp, and I just had to let this thing thaw out. After it thawed out, I took the SD card out, put it in my computer, got the shot. So cool. Got the shot. Not only did I get it, I got the crash too. So I know what happened. I was flying low to the ground, and that's super easy to do over water, like a lake or even an ocean, because you're going to have essentially the same distance between you and the drone. But out in Antarctica, not going to have that. So there was a little bit of a snow bank, like an ice bank, and I hit it. Such a bummer. I hit it, and you see it in the video. I hit it, it crashes, the drone actually goes upside down, and then bam, lights out. But anyway, I got the shot. Now here's the cool thing. The shot is so good that it's going to be in the documentary. So I can't show it to anybody, unfortunately, until the documentary gets released. But I did show it to Jonathan Morandi, and as soon as he saw it, he's like, "That's the open right there. That's the open." So anyway, look forward to this. It's surreal. So in the end, it was worth it. I haven't even tried the drone after that happened, so I don't even know if it's going to work anymore. The propellers are trashed. I'm gonna have to replace those. And again, the whole thing was full of ice and snow. And so I'm just letting it dry out, and we'll see what happens. But I will tell you, when you get the shot, it's worth it, even if you lose the drone. Someone's asking when the documentary is going to be released. Zero clue. Know nothing about it. Jonathan Morandi has done an incredible job. You guys, like I told him, we did an awards ceremony yesterday. I wish I had an example in my room, but I don't. If someone's listening like MCToon or Dave McKeegan right now, and you want to bring your award to my room, I could show it to everybody. But there's a guy named Max, and he reached out to me a few months ago and said, hey, can I make some awards for all the participants going to Antarctica? And I was like, sure, absolutely. So he made these himself. They're so beautiful, so cool. And it's just a great keepsake to remember this trip. But anyway, we had an award ceremony where we handed these out. They're the equivalent of a participation trophy, but that's okay. And I just gave my thoughts on everybody and told them what I thought about them being with us and how important they were. And it was really like a very special time, very emotional time. Some tears were held back by myself and others. It was great. But anyway, I told Jonathan that I feel like he's the hardest working man in Hollywood. You guys will have no idea what he's had to go through and endure to film a documentary in Antarctica. The landscape down there is so beautiful. It's a perfect place to film a movie. Like, you don't need to use CGI to make some place. You could just go there, but I realized the conditions, you can't film a movie down there. So he's been carrying these heavy bags and around and laying on the ice and snow and freezing, his butt off. And oh, hold on, someone brought the award. Thank you so much. Okay, so MCToon just brought this. So check out how cool that is. So it's got the location of Union Glacier. It's got the official true shape of Antarctica, which has now been confirmed. It says the final experiment. It's got the dates, December 14th through the 18th, 2024, and then everyone has their name on it. So these are what we handed out. But anyway, Jonathan Morandi has been just incredible. I have a picture of him laying on the ice. Okay, let me pull this up for you guys. I looked out, like, I'm cold, at this moment. I'm cold. I'm trying to thaw out a little bit in the F-550. And I look outside the window, and Jonathan is literally laying out flat, prone on the ice. And I'm just like, man, this is so incredible, this guy. And of course, I can't find the picture. I've got so many pictures. It's ridiculous. I don't even know how I'm ever going to find anything. But he's laying on the ice in order. Here it is. I got it. Look at this, you guys. He's trying to get a picture that he wants to get. And so he has no gloves on and he's laying down to get that. That's, by the way, that's the blue ice runway. That's the blue ice runway. So anyway, having Jonathan out here has been incredible. I don't know what it takes to make a movie, but he's put his part in. And I think when he gets back is when the editing process starts. No idea. Could be months, could be weeks, could be longer. Just don't know. But obviously we'll let everyone know once we do. And I'll tell you right now that this documentary is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal. No one's going to dislike it. Flat earthers obviously are worried about something like Behind the Curve. No, this is not Behind the Curve. We had a flat earther make the documentary. So you're not going to have to worry about that. It's going to be incredible. It's going to let you feel. I got to answer that question. I've seen it twice. It's going to make you really feel like you were with us and experience this with us. So it's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see it and to see what they do when they work their magic. Okay. Melvin G just asked me a question, which I've seen a couple of times now, which is that we were viewing the sun due south. So the answer to that is yes. When I did the live stream called It's Midnight in Antarctica, I started with you guys looking at me and behind me was north. But I wanted to add a little drama to the mix, little suspense. That's my style, as everyone knows by now. So I wanted to add a little suspense, and I'm like, hey, it's midnight, so we're now going to see who's right. Is the sun still up, or is this bright from a coffee cup caustic? And so I eventually spun the laptop around, and you could see the sun. Now that sun was almost perfectly due south. Behind me was due south, but the sun wasn't exactly due south because solar midnight, which is different than midnight Union Glacier time, differed by about 2 hours. But yeah, as a general rule, the computer was behind me was south. So yes, the sun goes south. And again, anybody that's going to try to hop onto Joe Hanvey's model is going to regret it, because Joe Hanvey's model is a reflected sun, and it was not a reflected sun, and we can prove that. All right. I'm also sick, by the way. That's okay. When you don't get a lot of rest and you don't eat well, you get sick. What else? Okay, this is cool. Turns out everyone started talking about the final experiment at Union Glacier. The staff was talking about it. Other guests were talking about it. And it got to a point where everyone was talking about it and they all had questions and no one knew the answers to the questions. So ALE came to me and they were like, hey, Will, everybody wants to talk to you guys. Everybody wants to know what's going on. By the way, guys, give me 1 second real quick. I'll be right back. I just have to blow my nose. Okay, thanks. That would not have been fun to keep going like that. So they came to me and they said, Will, everybody wants to talk to you and talk to your group. They're just so curious and inquisitive. And of course, rumors start that are not true. One of the rumors was that we were all flat earthers and that we were there to prove the earth was flat. So they had an event after dinner that was already scheduled and they canceled it. And they switched it to the final experiment talk. They have a whiteboard where they put up, things going on, what time dinner is and what time events are, what building they're in. So they put this thing up and they're like, hey, if you guys want to come to hear about the final experiment, it's going to be in this building at this time. And let me tell you, everyone showed up. There was a group of climbers that were there to climb the tallest mountain in Antarctica called Mount Vinson, which is a 16er. Super tough climb, especially in those conditions. They actually take a twin otter plane and take you to 6,000 feet and land there. You set up base camp and you go from there up to the top. And everyone was there. I mean, it was standing room only. Every chair was full. This room was completely full. People were standing all the way to the back door. It was like everybody was just like, we want to know what the final experiment was. That was really cool. So I explained it. And we opened it up for questions, and people got to ask questions of me, questions of Austin, questions of Jaren, and some people were getting upset and they left, but it's fine. People are going to have different reactions. Okay, this is interesting. So a lot of you know Critical Think. His YouTube, oh brother, Nicholas Quinn, you're killing me, dude. Like, I don't understand why you just call someone a Freemason deceiver. Like, I'm not. So that means you're making it up. And so I'm curious why you would just make something up. Like, again, if someone called you a Freemason deceiver, like, would that do anything for you? Like, you guys need to be using arguments that would work on you, because then they might work on other people. But anyway, bizarre stuff, guys. So anyway, Critical Think. Now his YouTube channel, unfortunately, is hard to find. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because he talks about flat Earth and so he's censored, or if it's just the words critical and think come up for other things. But anyway, for those of you that know who he is, he's obviously a very sharp guy. He's from Australia. And he's got a great mind. Let me just tell you, when he talks, I listen because he has a very interesting view of the world. And he told me something super fascinating. And I want everyone listening to really think about this because it's really good. He's listening to all of the excuses that have been coming out from the flat Earth side now that we've seen a 24-hour sun. Mainly, everybody looking through the time lapse and the live stream, looking for glitches, looking for mistakes, looking at the shadows, trying to measure the shadows. And we're all here, like Austin, Jaren, Lisbeth, MCToon, Dave, McKeegan, myself, Critical Think, Jonathan. We're all here, right? We're all living it. And we all know we just did it. We're sleeping on the floor because we're trying to stay up late. We're freezing our butts off. So we literally just gave blood, sweat, and tears to give you guys a live stream and to get a 24-hour sun video, which was so hard, so hard. We're like feeling like true polar explorers here at this point. So we just live all of this. Not even 24 hours later, people are measuring our shadows on the videos and saying there's something going on, light angles, camera angles, like it's just crazy, all this stuff going on. And we were all just like setting up tripods and filming. So Critical Think was like, Will, you know what's interesting is they're using the exact same arguments that they use for the moon landing. They look at those pictures and they look at those videos and they look at the shadows and they're like, this doesn't work. And I was like, you're right. And here's another one. With the moon landing, they say, oh, the background is the same. And if they were moving to different places, the background would be different. And someone actually pointed out that we said we were at a different camp, but the background is the same. And it's like, yeah, these are mountains and they're big and you can move a long distance and you still have the same mountains in the background. And so Critical Think was like, that's what they did for the moon landing and that's what they did to us. So at the very least, the 4 flat earthers that came to Antarctica got to see how their shadows and their cameras and their videos are being overanalyzed, and people are making these crazy conspiracies about their shadows when they just did it. And it's like, wow. So anyway, I liked that point that he made about that, which is like, yeah, they're going to do this for anything. And so Critical Think was like, man, maybe that's more evidence that the moon landing was real when they can do the same thing to us within 24 hours of us being on the ice. I saw a Facebook group. It was super interesting, and I want to know what people's thoughts are because I think it's valid. So a Facebook group posted that they had a new rule effective immediately because of TFE. And this is a Flat Earth versus Globe Facebook group. They said effective immediately and going forward, they are not going to allow anyone to post the Gleason's map or an equidistant azimuthal map of the world, an AE map, because that has now been falsified by TFE. And I thought about that and I was like, that's not a bad idea. It's definitely been falsified. By the way, it's going to be falsified 6 ways from Sunday, but once we get everything out, but just the 24-hour sun falsifies that map. So anyway, we're already seeing a change. And here's what I want to tell everybody what I'm most excited about. I am most excited for the first Flat Earth versus Globe debate post TFE. That is going to be epic. I don't care who it is. I'm going to watch because the entire debate will change. It will change based on what we now know about the world. And all of the things that we experienced and documented and videotaped and recorded while we were on this trip are going to be brought up. And it's like, wow, how is Flat Earth going to stand up to all of that? It's going to be interesting. And I think it's going to change the game, as I mentioned before. I did see one other interesting stretch, one other interesting reach this morning, also on Facebook in a flat earth group. This flat earther was pulling out an AE map and trying to make it work with us being in the North Pole. And so the picture had like just enough light to where it was like kind of lighting up an area in the Arctic Circle. And I think she was just like, is it possible they're at the North Pole? And it's just like, guys, like, there's no point in this, you know? No, it's not possible we're in the North Pole. If we were in the North Pole, we'd be refuting the globe, number one. Number two, even your model, I'm gonna respond to Jared in a second. Even your model does not have a 24-hour sun in the North Pole right now. It's super important, you guys, that you understand the opposition, okay? If you're going to convince someone that they're wrong, and that's your goal, then you need to first convince them that you understand their position. If they understand you as someone who doesn't understand their position, you're never going to convince them that they're wrong because they don't even think you understand their position enough to show them that there's any issues. So make sure people understand the globe model first, then you can work on trying to convince someone that they're wrong. For example, there's a meme going around X and Facebook and YouTube showing a 24-hour sun in the north and comparing it to the 24-hour sun that we recorded. And they're saying, ooh, they look different. So this is something's amiss. No, the picture going around that was taken of the 24-hour sun in the north was taken at 68 degrees north. We were right at 80 degrees south. So there's going to be a difference. Not only is there going to be a difference in latitude, there's going to be a difference in the time of year. So comparing a picture or a video of a 24-hour sun in the north to the south, you need to understand the details. So again, I'm just trying to help people make arguments that will be solid. All right. Jared mentions Dean Odell. Super, super important. I was actually telling everyone at dinner last night how important Dean Odell has been to the final experiment. For those of you that don't remember, there was a debate between Dean Odell and Greg Locke in Nashville, Tennessee a year ago. It was last December. And I had already been working on TFE. No one knew. I had already connected with ALE and was already working on the plans. And I found out about that debate, and I was actually going to be in Tennessee already. And I was like, if I'm already going to be there, I'm going to go to the debate. Just see what happens. See if it's any fun. So I go to the debate. I see Dave Weiss there, knew about him. Austin Whitsitt was there, but I didn't know him yet. And I knew a couple other people, but I didn't really know a lot of people. And I'm sitting there curious how, hold on. Oh, that's okay. You're getting a response here in a second. These comments are awesome. So I have no idea what to expect. I honestly don't know Dean Odell at the time. I don't really know him that well. I don't know Greg Locke at the time. And I just am curious, as I think everyone was, how is this going to go? And towards the beginning of the debate, Dean Odell says that the entire debate can be settled by just going to Antarctica and seeing if there's a 24-hour sun. And I was so happy at that moment. I can't tell you guys how happy I was, because that's what I was working on. And when you're working on something and no one knows about it, you have no idea if it's going to work. You have no idea if you're right. And so I had confirmation from this man, Dean Odell, that hundreds of flat earthers came to see and were rooting for and believed was going to destroy Greg Locke, saying from stage that exactly what I was doing would end this whole debate. And he didn't just make that one comment, because I've been accused by flat earthers of taking him out of context, which is insane. Go watch the debate yourself. He then explained it. And he said, he first said, if the sun, does a circle over your head, we live on a ball. He said, but if the sun comes in here and goes out that way, then it's flat. And then he talks about shadows. And he said, if there's a 24-hour sun, the shadows would go all the way around 360 degrees. But he was expecting the shadows would start here from the sun here, only go here, sun sets, and then it repeats. So you'd only have shadows that do that. So he's literally explaining TFE And it's incredible. So anyway, I'm thankful to Dean Odell because it's not, people think that I came up with this and that it's a straw man and a false dichotomy and all the other lines that people parrot. And it's like, no, I got this from you guys. I first got it from Flat Earth Dave. Then I started working on it. Then Dean Odell confirmed it. So anyway, super happy about that. There's a guy named Robot Polisher who makes some very bizarre content. But after Dean Odell said that, he went on X and he said, let's settle the debate in Antarctica. Like, he's like, let's do this, because he was so convinced that there was not a 24-hour sun. Now, of course, after I announced that we were doing the final experiment, we were actually going to go, Robot Polisher changed his position to, oh, that's stupid, and the lights in the sky don't tell us about the Earth. And it's like, wow, you guys quickly lost faith in what you said. And so here's my opinion, and it's my theory, and I could be wrong, and I'm totally fine being wrong, but I'm going to give you my theory. My theory is that the flat Earth side was not actually that confident that the sun would set. They weren't that confident that there was no 24-hour sun. I think they know that the videos were actually real of it, and they were holding on to the Antarctic Treaty from preventing anyone from verifying it. They were holding on to that as their confidence. So I think that's what gave Dean Odell the confidence to say on stage in front of thousands and thousands of people, both in person and online, that's what gave him the confidence of saying this would settle the debate, is we can't go. So even though it'll settle the debate, good luck trying. And he probably got thrown a little bit of a curveball here in Greg Locke saying we can go and I'll pay for it. That was interesting. Someone actually offered to pay for Dean Odell once the final experiment was announced, and he turned it down, but he turned it down for personal reasons, which sound completely legitimate. I don't want to say what they are because I think it is personal, and I'd rather him say it publicly. But I do think it was legitimate, not like a lot of the other excuses, like Mark Sargent saying he'd be too cold, and Flatzoid saying he'd be too cold, and Dave Weiss saying that I'm a demon. That his was good. But I'm curious now. So if anybody has access to Dean Odell, please ask him if he now accepts the 24-hour sun. If he doesn't, he did tell me that he still does want to go to Antarctica, like he said on stage. He even told me he could afford it. He doesn't need a free trip from someone. So if he doesn't accept it, I want to make sure he's there next December. Or if he does accept it, then he doesn't need to go. And I just want him to publicly say he accepts the 24-hour sun, and that what he said from stage is accurate, that it would settle the debate. Okay, so someone named Love Morgan Love and Grace just commented and said, where is your model, Will? Still waiting from your debate with Flatzoid. You never produced your globe model. Where is it? I did. I had a globe with me during that discussion. And the globe model is easy to research and to look up. The globe model makes predictions, and those predictions come true. As I mentioned before, I'm still waiting for a single globe prediction, future globe prediction, that has a geographic location, a date, and a time that flat earthers think will not come true, because the Earth is a flat stationary plane and not a rotating globe. The reason there is no flat Earth model is because you can't model something that doesn't exist. So that's the problem. So for example, flat Earth will never be able to model the exact path of totality for a total solar eclipse, because you can't do that, because flat Earth doesn't exist. The only way to model that is if you're dealing with something that does exist. So anyway, just remember that. My model is very robust. It's the globe model. It makes thousands and thousands and thousands of future predictions. No one's time traveling, and the predictions always come true. And if there's one, just one, that's all I want, is that won't come true, because we don't live on a globe. Just tell me what it is. That's the model. But again, you'll hear flat earthers say we don't have a map, we don't have a model. And that's correct. It's because you can't model something that doesn't exist. So that's the problem. All right. Somebody just asked about my friend Wendy. So thank you. Absolutely. Axolotl. Believe it or not, so many people have asked me about Wendy. By the way, her name is spelled with an I, not a Y. I like to get people's names right, so I figured I would tell everybody that. So I have not heard from Wendy since before I left for this trip. But prior to leaving, she put out a 4-part video series making her predictions for TFE. She changed the name, The Final Experiment, to The Fraud Experience. She was claiming the whole thing was going to be a fraud. I don't remember all of her predictions. I could go back and look at it, but one of them was that we would not be going to 80 degrees south. We did. One of them was that we would only be going to near the shoreline of Antarctica. We didn't. She made a prediction early on that the plane would not have windows. Our plane had windows. She said that we would be receiving internet via underground sea cables. That didn't come true. We received it via Starlink. There are no cell towers in Antarctica. We tested that. There is no cell service. There are no underground sea cables. I think the flat earthers that came with us were like impressed. They were like, that's the real deal. We brought out the Starlink. We put it on the roof because it's got a face to the sky. And bam, we are live streaming and interacting with people in Antarctica. So haven't heard from Wendy. Do I expect to hear from Wendy? Yes, but I might just be hoping for something that's not going to happen. But I do hope to hear from her. I will give her credit. She never wavered on the 24-hour sun. She said all the way from beginning to end, there is no 24-hour sun. And so now that it's been confirmed, I'm curious what she's going to do. She's probably going to say that it works on a flat earth now. I think that's kind of where everyone's going. By the way, we have a plan for that. So go ahead and say it, but we will be debunking that here in the coming weeks. But is she going to apologize? That would be cool, but I don't know. We'll see. This issue of the shape of the earth is way more important to her than it is to me. And I do think at this point in her life, it is a part of her identity. I really think it is. And so that's going to be tough to deal with. And I honestly have sympathy there. So anyway, that's my thoughts. Some guy named Brian Cash says that Shane St. Pierre predicted eclipses on flat earth sorocycles. So Brian, I use words carefully, and I mentioned a path of totality. So please show me how flat earth can predict a path of totality. Show me how a flat earth can predict anything. I'm not seeing it. There was one very strong prediction that everybody agreed on, which was there is no 24-hour sun. And that prediction was wrong, completely wrong. So anyway, all right, lots of comments. I'm trying to catch some of them here. We have a dinner reservation. It's going to be our last group dinner tonight, which I'm looking forward to. So I've got another 20 minutes or so. So anyway, if you have questions, now is the time to ask them. I'll actually see them. And if you've already asked them and I missed them, then you can ask them again. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, brother. Same question that I just answered. Okay, so this guy named Vincent just said, I think he's responding to somebody else. I don't want to take him out of context here. Yeah, this whole idea of us being in a studio. By the way, that was another prediction that Wendy made. She said that we were going to be in a set, like a movie set. And she said it would be similar to the Truman Show. So obviously that's not the case. We flew a plane. The plane landed on the Blue Ice runway. And not only that, but a cargo plane also came there while we were there. And we got to film the cargo plane coming and leaving. So Never heard of a set that a cargo plane can land in. Okay. Someone asked if there's an email to contact me. Yes. It's thefinalexperiment2024@gmail.com. It's actually at the bottom of our website now. We added that this morning. Let's see. I'm just going through these real quick. Okay. Someone asked if we saw any penguins. No, we were too far south. So that's more evidence that we were where we said we were going to be, which is right at 80 degrees south. No penguins. Interestingly enough, I don't think there are any penguins in the northern hemisphere. There's some right at the equator that might like be a hair above the northern hemisphere, but penguins are predominantly southern hemisphere and only near kind of the shoreline of Antarctica. So it would have been cool to see penguins, but that's not what we were doing. We were there to see the sun, and we got it. Okay, yeah, so someone's asking about shadows. I don't really have time to deal with this nonsense, so I'm guessing someone will, but this whole thing of looking at shadows, I don't exactly know what they're trying to say with the shadow arguments, but when you have ground that is bumpy and wavy, which is exactly what it was, you're going to get weird things with shadows. But I'm sure you could just go out into your backyard or some ground that's not flat and easily see what we're talking about, but maybe somebody will deal with that. I don't have time right now. Okay, someone asked if we got a time lapse of the South Celestial Pole. Here's what I'll say. Flatzoid pretty much said a couple weeks ago that a South Celestial Pole would prove the globe. And then he challenged me to capture it and then started laughing as if that was going to be an impossibility. So to answer your question of whether or not we got a time lapse of the South Celestial Pole, I will say, I don't think Flatzoid's going to be very happy. All right. Brian Cash says the path of totality changed from the original prediction. That's false. There was one news outlet that made a wrong prediction based on bad data, but the path of totality didn't change. And once again, Flat Earth can't predict the path of totality because you can't model that because Flat Earth doesn't exist. You have to have something that exists to model a path of totality. All right. Someone asked what the worst thing about the trip was. The trip's been just phenomenal. I'll tell you the worst thing. I'm a germaphobe, okay? I'll just admit it. It's probably not good for my health, but I'm a germaphobe. They do not have soap and water to wash your hands after you go to the bathroom. So that grosses me out. They have hand sanitizer, and I don't know if maybe I don't understand hand sanitizer, but I feel like using hand sanitizer is not going to magically deal with the issues there. So that was the worst thing for me. The rest of it was phenomenal. People keep talking about Joseph Hanvey. It's like, yeah, I know. I made a video of his 17 attempts at making the 24-hour sun work. So you guys acting like he predicted this is crazy. I don't know how many models he's on now, 21, 22 or whatever, but it doesn't work, and we'll be dealing with that. Okay, let's see. People are thanking me. You're welcome. This was, I do appreciate it. This was not easy to pull off. It was hard, and I'm super glad that I made it to the finish line, and excited about that. Someone asked about tax write-offs. There's no tax write-offs for this trip. So someone asked if anyone recorded the trip to the second camp. I don't really know what that means. If you mean like the drive, I don't know if we recorded the drive, but I do have drone footage of our camp where you can see our camp, Union Glacier, and Mount Rossman. And I also took a picture from above. You can see all of our tripods, and you can see the shadows from the top, which will make more sense than shadows from the bottom. If you guys have ever seen just like a lineup of poles, the shadows look like they don't line up, but as soon as you go above them, they're all at the exact same angle. Again, guys, how about this? How about you just talk to Austin and Jaren and Lisbeth, and they'll tell you that we were there and there was only one sun. Like, you guys are missing out, I think, by making a big deal about shadows. Crypto roast. Yes, thank you, man. He's the one that gave me the drone tip to unlock altitude with my drone. So I unlocked the altitude and I was able to go almost a mile up. And so those shots are pretty cool. I was a little bit scared, but I took my drone almost a mile up above Antarctica and took some really cool video. So when I will release that, I don't know yet. I got to think about it, but it's super cool. I do a 360 so you can see all the way around. Love Morgan is still asking for my globe model. It's hilarious. Okay, cool. Brian, I just got your message. Thanks for the reminder. I'll mention something here in a minute. I'm just checking out make sure I'm not missing any questions that anybody want. What? Josh asks, how is it possible for the sun to be high in the sky in Japan at the same time it's circling Antarctica? So Josh, I'm glad you're watching Flat Earth Banjo. The simple answer is it's called the globe model. That's the simple answer. So on the Gleason's map, the sun cannot be above Australia and above us at the same time. So hopefully that makes sense to you. But the globe model is very robust and it takes a while to understand it. I didn't even understand it when I first got into this. People are asking me if anyone's had a change of mind after the trip. That's for them to say. So follow Jaren, follow Austin, follow Lisbeth, follow Jonathan Morandi. Obviously, no one on the globe side is going to change their mind since all of our predictions came true. But anyway, yeah, just they'll tell you. They'll tell you. Someone asked if there's going to be a documentary. Yes. Someone asked what is next for me. Sleep and quality time with my kids. So I will probably only get one video out on the TFE channel before the end of the year, which is a super important video. So be on the lookout for that one. But I doubt I'll get anything out. And then once the new year hits, I'm going to start releasing other videos. Okay, so Hogwired said, Pastor Will, why did you team up with the atheists? So not sure who you're referring to, but I will tell you this. This is a very, very fascinating observation that I made. And this will probably be the last question that I answer. Then I'm going to tell everybody what's coming, which is super exciting. And then I'm going to go have dinner with my new friends. So check this out, you guys. I have major disagreements with both sides. Just because I'm a glober doesn't mean everyone on the globe side agrees with me. And just because I'm a glober doesn't mean I disagree with the flat earth side on everything. So the reality is this. There's a lot of atheists on the globe side. Okay? I'm not an atheist. I don't believe in evolution. Okay? I never have. I'm open to it. I don't understand it like many people do. And maybe if I understand it, I'll accept it. But I don't. Most of the people on the globe side believe in evolution. Okay? I don't believe in the Big Bang. Most people on the globe side believe in the Big Bang. Despite that, the globe community welcomed me with open arms and they embraced me because they were willing to see past those differences and join together on what we agreed on, which is that we live on a globe. They agreed with me that this was a good experiment. They agreed with me that this is a definitive test. And then look at the flat earth side, where you have a lot of people who are theists. They believe in God and they believe in creation and they believe in the Bible. And so the flat earth community as a whole was unwilling to see the agreements and the common ground that we have and use that to build a relationship with me, and instead demonized me and made me enemy number one for the last how many months, and called me all kinds of names, made all kinds of accusations, none of which were true. And so look at the difference. I have significant disagreements with both sides, but only one side was able to look past it and focus on what we agreed upon. And that is how we should be in life. Start with what you agree on, build a relationship there, and then work on your disagreements. So anyway, yeah, atheists are people too. I would never not team up with atheists. That's crazy. We're all, if we're all in pursuit of truth, it doesn't matter who you team up with. If that person is in pursuit of truth and you're in pursuit of truth and you disagree with them and they disagree with you, but you both are in pursuit of truth, you can do a test, you can do an experiment, and you should both come out on the same side. Whatever the results state, that's the side you should come out on if you care about truth. All right, 2 things. Number 1, I'm just going to throw this out. I think it's the first time I'm saying this publicly. I will be leading a group to go see a total solar eclipse in Egypt in August of 2027. This is going to be an epic eclipse, not only because it's in Egypt, but because of how long totality will be. I don't remember how long it is, but it's somewhere between 7 and 8 minutes. It's in Luxor, which is just an incredible place to visit. So I'm going to be leading a group of people. I believe that this will sell out in a very short amount of time. It's not officially TFE related. Sorry, I think it's between 6 and 7 minutes is going to be the totality. This isn't really TFE related, but I'm doing this with a friend of mine. His name is Brian, and this is going to be incredible. So anyway, if you're interested in that, take a mental note, maybe shoot me an email. There's no details yet. It's actually too far in advance to book blocks of rooms and group airfare, but that is coming. And I think the most people that we can handle is 100. They have buses that hold 50 people each. So I believe that's going to fill up right away. So if you want to come with me to Egypt in 2027 to see an incredible once in our lifetime total solar eclipse, let me know. All right, here we go. I'm going to say this and then I'm going to sign off. What is coming with TFE? People have been asking me for months, Will, what are you going to do when this is over? Are you going to continue the channel? What are you going to do with the YouTube channel? What are your plans? And I've always said, I don't know. I just don't know. My goal when I set out to do this was to get flat earthers and globers to Antarctica to see the 24-hour sun, to film the 24-hour sun. That was my goal. That was incredibly hard, but we did it. We pulled it off, and our trip is coming to an end here in a few hours, literally. So I now know what I'm going to do with the channel, and I'll just give everybody a little bit of a hint. I'm going to be creating a playlist called The Final Experiments, plural, The Final Experiments. And it's going to be letting everyone know the multiple experiments we did both in Chile and Antarctica, and just revealing all of that. It's going to show what the globe prediction was. It's going to show what the flat earth prediction was, and then give you all of the data that we have, the videos, the pictures, the numbers. It's going to be pretty powerful. And I want that playlist, so The Final Experiments, I want that playlist to forever change this debate. Meaning, if someone has a friend who says, hey, I'm considering flat earth, you send them the playlist. Someone is telling you that they are flat earth, you send them the playlist. You're going to debate a flat earther, you send them the playlist and you say, this is what I'm going to cover in the debate. The playlist is powerful. It is a preponderance of evidence for the globe. And I just don't see how things can go on as they've been for years with everything that we did and accomplished on this trip. So be on the lookout for those videos. The second thing I'm going to do with the channel is I'm going to create a place where if people film the 24-hour sun, either in the north or the south, I want to host that on our channel. So I want our channel to be a repository to make it easy to find 24-hour sun videos. I will give credit to whoever recorded it. I'll link back to your website or whatever you want. We're not monetized, so we're not making any money off of you. But I want there to be a single place that people can go to be like, hey, there is a 24-hour sun. Go to the final experiment. They have a playlist, which is 24-hour sun videos, and you can see who filmed it, where they were, and what the date was that they filmed it. I think that would be very, very happy, or it will make people happy. It'll make it easier to do that. And then I'm going to leave everyone with this, which is super exciting, which is in the next 2 weeks, you will see on our channel a video of the Antarctic 24-hour moon. Good night, everyone.
In a defamation lawsuit, a plaintiff must prove that you made a statement with actual malice to hold you liable for defamation. If a viable defense is available, you may be able to get a defamation lawsuit dismissed early in the proceedings or negotiate a favorable settlement. We'll get to that.
Mark, let's see if we can't sort this out, shall we? On screen right now up here, I have a PDF of a cease and desist letter. This was sent to perhaps the most famous flat earther in the world, Mark Sargent. Now, you might be asking yourself, how have I got the actual PDF? Well, the answer to that is Mark Sargent emailed it me. Yeah, he didn't ask who I was or why I wanted it, but he emailed it me anyway, so, you know, we've got it. And it doesn't seem to be bothering him. The prospect of almost being sued to him doesn't seem to be a problem.
Let's break down the defamation side here really quick, guys, which is defamation means that you have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you. I absolutely do not wish, and I have said this in how many interviews, because I got into flat earth, I will never do anything malicious to anyone ever again.
Now, you know, if I make a video in the middle of the week, that it's not going to be my normal style video. My normal videos come out on a Sunday. I've obviously seen something that I think I want to respond to quickly, and that's what this is going to be. It's going to be very different to my normal stuff. Anyway, having said that, Flat Earth is a horrible community. We've seen it over and over again. The vitriol that they show anybody who questions what they've got to say, and the ignorance in which they say what they have to say. And it appears that this ignorance doesn't just extend to physics and science, but also other matters as well. Just simple common courtesy, perhaps. Now, Mark Sargent has received a cease and desist letter from ex-Flat Earthers Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer and Paul on the Plane. Allegedly, he's been making some accusations about them that they're not happy with. And like I said a second ago, he's not too bothered because, firstly, he hasn't made these statements with malice.
But you have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you.
No, I'm no attorney, but it didn't take me long to do a bit of research and find out that malice in US defamation law also means a reckless disregard for the truth. It's not just about wanting to upset or hurt somebody. Now, two questions. The first one goes to Mark Sargent. Do you think that it would be classed as a reckless disregard for the truth to make defamatory statements with no evidence whatsoever other than your own pure speculation? And number two, again, to Mark Sargent, have you ever admitted to making statements that are simply just speculation?
I mean, I don't want to be confrontational or whatever, but you're throwing around a lot of accusations here about these people getting paid off with absolutely no proof that they've been paid off. Besides Patricia Steer buying a new car. So let's dial it back. I don't want to fucking
It's absolutely speculation. And, you know, but I love catering to the court of public opinion.
Now, this is all going to need some context, but first, this video would not be possible without the Binnell of America podcast. Don't worry, this isn't a sponsorship. They recently interviewed Mark Sargent and they allowed me to use some of their material in this video. Now, the podcast is amazing and I highly, highly recommend it. If you like the old Art Bell Coast to Coast AM stuff, or if you like listening to the Jim Harold podcast, or if you used to like listening to the Almost Unbelievable podcast that myself and Ranty did, well, this is way better than anything I've ever done. It's a fantastic podcast and I've linked the YouTube channel and the webpage in the description. Please go check them out. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, and Mark, if you are watching, there's no collusion here. I don't want to ruin your relationship with the people behind this podcast. I simply asked, can I use some material from your podcast? They said yes. They're not in on the content of this video at all. I said earlier on this video is going to be different to my normal content, and it is. I'm going to be far less sarcastic. In fact, I genuinely am this time, because this is serious. We have 3 people here who have managed to pull themselves away from a cult. They've seen some evidence that has been brought back from Antarctica that has helped them change their mind, and they've gone. The flat earth community just needs to let them go, but instead it seems that some sort of conspiracy is being built around it, a conspiracy that's obviously upsetting the 3 of them, and it's just not being let go. Let's have a look at accusation number 1. Accusation number 1 is that Paul, Robbie and Patricia have committed something called SEC violations in relation to, I believe it's a cryptocurrency called Axion. Now, accusing somebody of what I assume is some kind of criminal act is quite serious, so can Mark Sargent prove it?
Alleging that my clients committed SEC violations related to Axion. Can I prove they committed SEC violations? No, I cannot.
But if he can't prove it, at any point in the past, has he implied that they've been involved in something illegal?
In their case, by the way, there's a wonderful little thing I could give you, the Axion disclosure thing, where they said, oh, by the way, they closed it down 4 years ago because they realized they were doing something illegal. That case is still open.
Now, for the record, I don't believe any of the allegations that you're going to hear in this video made towards Robbie, Paul or Patricia. In fact, I just wish them the best. I'm really happy for them that they're out the flat earth cult, and I'm really, really sad that they've got to deal with what they're dealing with at the minute from the flat earth community. And I also really want Mark Sargent to make the right decision on this situation. You'll see later on what his reaction is, but I would find no pleasure in him suffering great loss because of this. Anyway, let's have a look at accusation number 2. Accusation number 2 is that the 3 of them lost large sums of money in relation to this Axion, and then were therefore desperate for funds. But did Mark ever really imply that?
Paul and Patricia and Robbie, you got to remember, they were part of a crypto coin thing that died some years ago. They lost their shirts on it.
Now, I'm not American. Maybe that term means something else over there. But over here, if you lose your shirt on something, then literally you have nothing left.
They sunk a whole bunch of money into it. And, you're not supposed to get high in your own supply, especially with crypto. And they invested heavily, and it just gone. It's wiped out.
And if you did make accusations that they were desperate for funds, did you also make accusations that they were so desperate that they wanted to sell out to, I don't know, the first people who approached them?
Is this just a monetary thing? Again, the 3 people, Paul and Robbie and Patricia, because they lost their asses on crypto and they wanted to make up, what they did. And it's like, okay, we'll sell out to whatever think tank approaches us.
And this all feeds into the 3rd accusation, that they were pressured by authorities into renouncing their flat earth beliefs. And like I said before, these are, of course, alleged accusations, maybe based off things like this.
Everybody they went after, in this case, we'll just say the top 5, were all in financial trouble. And they needed the money. And look, short version, it's not a mass exodus. Look, they were flipped. You want the definition of shill? There it is.
Now, I understand that Jeren isn't named on this cease and desist letter, but it does form a lot of the conversation in this podcast. Again, under a kind of similar vein.
Short version, Jeren was flipped with monetary concerns. Was he absolutely bought? Yeah, in my opinion, absolutely 100% bought. The question is for how much and by who.
Now, there were other accusations that were alleged on this document, such as Patricia Steele receiving a car to turn away from Flat Earth, and Robbie Davidson accepting a lot of money from celebrity figures solely for the purpose of them dunking on Flat Earth. But I'm not going to go too much into those. What I want to see now is what Mark Sargent's reaction is.
If you want, there was an exec that I worked with years ago, an older mentor, and he always told me, he said, you either sue someone or you don't. You don't threaten to sue. Threatening means nothing. You blindside people. You go straight into it. This whole thing, this is just to rattle your average person. If you ever get a cease and desist letter, just use it to line your birdcage. As a matter of fact, mine, just, I'm not even going to take it out of the FedEx. What's the point? Anyone wants this, by the way? You can email me. I'm Sergeant23. I'm taking offers, and by that I mean interesting trades. You got some, trade me like a samurai sword for it.
Now, my advice to Mark Sargent, and again, I'm not an attorney, is that you do take this cease and desist letter seriously. If you ignore one, it can seriously weaken your position. If you do a live stream in which you mock it and then offer to give it to people in exchange for a samurai sword and then email it to random people like me, it might weaken your position. But also, you've got to be aware that this cease and desist was sent to you by an attorney. And again, it doesn't really take much research to find out that if an attorney is going to write a cease and desist letter, they must believe the civil claim is based on merit in relation to the law. They can't do this based on unfounded claims. Now, I've looked up this law firm who sent you the cease and desist letter, and they are 100% legit. There is no way they would have sent you this cease and desist letter if they thought there wasn't something substantial to it. Now, as far as damage to reputation goes, all you have to do is click on, for example, a single post by Robbie Davidson, and you will see countless posts of people calling them sellouts and shills, and even referencing Axion. Now, I know what the flat earth community is like, and if I found that number of comments just on a single post, think how many there are out there underneath all those YouTube videos. I'm sure the lawyers, the attorneys will be collecting that information now. Now, obviously, Mark, I know the flat earth community, and I know that all of those won't be down to you. Maybe none of them will be down to you. Heck, I don't know what's going through flat earthers' minds. It confuses me and amuses me, if I'm honest. But in a court, do you think you could successfully convince somebody that actually these comments have nothing to do with you whatsoever? That's perhaps something for you to decide. Now, Robbie, Patricia and Paul made 3 demands. I think they're extremely reasonable. The first one simply being, please stop repeating these statements. And here is how Mark responded to that.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
The second demand is that Mark removed all the online content where these accusations have allegedly been made. He didn't seem too happy with that either. And the third demand is that he issued an apology to remain on his YouTube channel. And here's how he responded to that.
What? That can't be done. In fact, that would make the national feed for, are you kidding me? Even suggesting it is unbelievable, because how would you qualify something like that? How would you qualify an apology video? How many versions of an apology video could be sent? By the way, and that's one of the things you're never, ever supposed to do on the internet is apologize for anything.
I mean, you just say sorry. Yeah, it's not difficult. Mark, one of my favorite YouTubers this week has been absolutely rinsed. He has lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in a defamation suit. These things can be extremely expensive. And one of the problems he had is that he doubled down after making the accusations. He refused to apologize, and he kept aggravating the person that he defamed. The best thing, the grown-up thing to do, and I know I don't know any of you personally, and you would be well within your rights to tell me to just F off. But I'm feeling charitable today. The best thing anybody can do in this situation from the flat earth community is just let Robbie, Patricia and Paul go on the way and leave the community. That's where they want to be. They want to be happy. They want to be alone. You can crack on making your flat earth content, and you can do it without dragging people back into it. And that way, all you've got to do is make an apology video and remove a couple of videos and stop talking about them. It doesn't cost you a penny. They have been extremely reasonable. Do you really want to roll the dice and then look back in 6 months or 12 months or however long it takes and think, that was my chance to be reasonable and I blew it? I really hope not. I genuinely have got all of your best interests at heart. Strange that, isn't it? Like, because usually I'm a dick, but anyway, see ya.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Did pre-scientific people really think that the earth was flat?
The Flat Earth Myth and the Bible, this week on Creation Magazine Live.
Welcome to Creation Magazine Live. My name's Richard Fangrad.
And I'm Calvin Smith.
Now this week on Creation Magazine Live, our topic is the flat earth myth and the Bible.
That's right. Recently, there's been an increase in the number of people seriously considering whether the Earth's a sphere, which is why we chose the topic for today's show. And we're going to give a number of evidences that it is actually round.
Yes. We'll also debunk the Bible skeptics who misuse various Bible passages to suggest that the Bible says that the Earth is flat, and that's what the church used to teach. That they say that that's what the church used to teach.
Right.
Now, but we'll start there, and we'll get to some of the evidences for a round Earth in a little while.
Right. For the last 200 years or so, anti-Christians have resorted to fabricating the myth that the early and medieval Christian church taught that the Earth was flat.
Right.
With the release of his 1991 book, Inventing the Flat Earth, historian Jeffrey Burton Russell thoroughly demolished the flat Earth myth.
Right. The famous evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, who died back in 2002, favorably reviewed this masterpiece. He wrote this: "There never was a period of flat earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of the sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology."
Right. Russell showed that flat Earth belief was extremely rare in the church. The flat Earth's two main proponents were obscure figures, and they were hugely outweighed by tens of thousands of Christian theologians, poets, artists, scientists, and rulers who unambiguously affirmed that the Earth was round.
Right. Russell documents accounts supporting the Earth's sphericity, the roundness, sphericity is what it's called, from numerous medieval church scholars, such as Friar Roger Bacon from 1220 to 1292, the inventor of the spectacles. Another one, leading medieval scientists such as John Buridan. He lived from 1301 to 1358. And Nicholas Orsmy from 1320 to 1382. The monk John of Scarabasco, who lived from 1195 to 1256, a long time ago, and who wrote Treatise on the Sphere, and many more.
One of the best-known proponents of a globe-shaped Earth was the early English monk, theologian, and historian, the Venerable Bede, who lived from 673 to 735. He popularized the common BC AD dating system. Less well-known was that he was also a leading astronomer of his time.
Right. In his book, On the Reckoning of Time, among other things, he calculated the creation of the world to be in 3952 BC, and he showed how to calculate the date for Easter, and explicitly taught that the Earth was round. From this, he showed why the length of days and nights changed with the seasons, how the tides were dragged by the moon. Bede was also the first with his insight, with that insight about the moon and the tides. And Galileo explained the tides wrongly centuries later.
Right. Here's what Bede said about the shape of the Earth. "We call the Earth a globe, not as if the shape of a sphere were expressed in the diversity of plains and mountains, but because if all things are included in the outline, the Earth's circumference will represent the figure of a perfect globe. For truly it is an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width it is like a circle. It is not and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball. And it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides."
Now, that's pretty clear from way back in the 8th century. Now, he lived long ago and clearly taught that the Earth was a sphere. The leading church theologian and philosopher of the Middle Ages, Thomas Aquinas, who lived from 1225 to 1274, he wrote in his greatest book, "The physicist proves the Earth to be round by one means and the astronomer by another. For the latter proves this by means of mathematics, for example, the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, for example, by the movement of heavenly bodies toward the center, and so forth."
Right. Also, look at these pictures. As early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried a symbol called the globus cruciger, Latin for cross-bearing orb, as a Christian symbol of royal power. The orb, usually a golden sphere, represented the spherical Earth.
It was topped by a cross to symbolize Christ's lordship over the earth and held by the ruler to symbolize that he had been entrusted to rule his lands. I mean, that's more good evidence that Christians long ago understood that the earth was round, not flat.
Right. For more details on this topic, there are a number of great articles refuting the flat earth at creation.com. A good one to start with is the flat earth myth. It's at creation.com/flatearthmyth.
Right. And when we come back, we'll talk about Columbus and what people thought about the earth when he set sail in 1492.
In his second letter, the Apostle Peter links Jesus' second coming and judgment of the whole world to the historical reality of Noah's flood. He prophesied, "In the last days scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own evil desires. They will say, 'Where is this coming he promised?' But they deliberately forget that long ago by God's word the heavens existed, and the earth was formed out of water and by water. By these waters also the world of that time was deluged and destroyed." And Genesis is clear. The words all, every, everything and entire are used 8 times in chapter 7 to describe what was covered or destroyed by the flood. Genesis 7:23 says every living thing on the face of the earth was wiped out. In the same way the flood was real and global, so too will the second coming of Jesus be real and the whole world be judged.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Now, if you just tuned in, this week we're talking about the flat earth myth and the Bible. There's ample historical evidence that Christians going way back to early medieval times understood that the earth was round.
Right. Now, moving forward to the time of Columbus, who lived from 1451 to 1506, we find that he was never opposed by flat earthers. This was simply because there were none to oppose him amongst either the church or political leaders. So what exactly was the real issue?
Well, the real issue was Columbus was trying to reach India by sea the long way around the earth. But to do that, his ships had to carry enough provisions for the entire length of the journey, obviously. He had learned from the 9th century Persian astronomer Alfraganus. He'd estimated each degree of latitude spanned 56 2/3 miles.
Mm-hmm. But Columbus thought that that Alfraganus meant the Roman mile, which is 1,480 meters. But he was using the Arabic mile, which is 1,830 meters.
Oops.
Thus, Columbus thought that the Earth's circumference was only about 3/4 of its actual length of about 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, Columbus also greatly underestimated the distance between Japan and the Canary Islands as 3,000 Italian miles, about 3,700 kilometers. But the actual distance by sea is over 19,000 kilometers. So he was way, way off there.
Right. So it was the size of the Earth, not the shape, that was under dispute.
Right.
His critics argued that the ships of his day in 1492 could not carry enough fresh water and food for such a huge journey. And they were right. Columbus was just lucky that an enormous continent was in the way as he was going there.
Maybe people think the debate in his day was about the shape of the earth because that's what Bugs Bunny taught us.
Postafazoon. She's around, she's a firm, she's a fully packed, she's around like my head. She's flat like your head.
She's flat like your head. Yeah, that's about it.
Columbus didn't know about the Viking discoveries centuries earlier, and he still thought he had landed in the East Indies. That was the name at the time for the Indian subcontinent.
Right.
The result of this mistake continues to the present day, and the common name for native North Americans is Indians.
Yeah. Actually, the much parroted flat earth myth obviously doesn't come from Bugs Bunny or from history. So the question is, where did the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat actually come from? It came from a book called The Life and Voyages of Christopher Columbus, published in 1828, authored by Washington Irving. Irving was probably America's first genuine best-selling writer. He admitted that he was, quote, apt to indulge the imagination, and flat earth belief was one of those figments of his imagination.
Yeah, you know, it was bad enough that this myth entered the public perception thanks to the popularity of Irving's book, but it became worse when it acquired a veneer of scholarship, so it could be used as a club with which to bash Christianity.
Right.
The main propagandists for the cause were the notorious 19th century anti-Christian bigots, John William Draper and Andrew Dixon White.
Right. Draper was a fine chemist and photographer and the first president of the American Chemical Society, but he was a lousy historian. He wrote the book History of the Conflict Between Religion and Science in 1874. It was a really poorly researched polemic against the church.
Right. White was a disgruntled ex-Episcopalian and the founder of Cornell University as the first explicitly secular university in the United States. He also published the 2-volume work History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom in 1896.
Now, both authors relied heavily on the work of Cosmas the monk, who lived in the 6th century. They portrayed his flat earth teaching as typical rather than the almost forgotten extreme minority view that it actually was. Actually, they're the ones most responsible for the discredited conflict thesis between Christianity and science. The reality is that the Christian worldview was responsible for science in the first place, while it was stillborn in other places like ancient Greece and in China.
Right. Colin Russell is Emeritus Professor of History of Science and Technology at the Open University. And regarding these two hucksters, he writes, Draper takes such liberty with history, perpetuating legends as fact, that he is rightly avoided today in serious historical study. The same is nearly as true of White, though his prominent apparatus of prolific footnotes may create a misleading impression of meticulous scholarship.
Yeah, both Jeffrey Russell and Stephen Jay Gould, who we mentioned earlier, argue that Draper and White had an agenda to discredit Christians who opposed the then new theories of Darwin by labeling them as flat earthers. Yeah. Well, not much has changed. We'll be back shortly.
Genesis Verse by Verse is a Bible study tool available on CMI's website, designed to help pastors, students, and laymen alike study the book of Genesis like never before. And it's completely free. Simply look up any verse in Genesis 1 to 11 or just scroll down the page. The center column provides links to articles that answer common questions pertaining to that verse and the topics that naturally arise from them. Visit creation.com to use it today.
On this week's episode, we're talking about how the myth that the church taught that the earth was flat originated. The church didn't teach that the earth was flat. It originated by people who wanted to discredit Christianity.
Right. Okay. So although hardly anyone in the church had ever taught that the earth was flat, do people outside the church believe the earth is flat? Natalie Wolchover, reporting in Live Science in June 2011, writes, incredibly, some people still do.
Yeah. In her report, she said, the Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Though Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds, if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the Earth is a disk that you can fall off of.
So the next time an evolutionist calls you a flat earther, point out that the leading flat earther is one of their fellow evolutionists.
That's right. There are other religions that have taught that the earth is flat. Hinduism, for example, taught that the world was flat and triangular and sits on the head of an elephant.
Right, yeah. Some people claim that the terminology in the Bible supports a flat earth. There are terms like sunrise and sunset, or in Joshua's time when the sun stood still. Revelation 7 verse 1 refers to angels standing at the four corners of the earth.
Okay, well, the terms sunrise and sunset are still used today.
Yes.
And everyone knows that when someone uses these terms, it doesn't mean that they believe that the earth is flat and the sun moves in an arch throughout the sky. Yeah. Today we use the same language conventions that the Bible used here. It's the language of appearance, or phenomenological language.
Right, and from our perspective on the surface of the earth, the sun certainly does appear to rise up from the horizon high into the sky, and then it sets in the western sky. It's the same thing at the time of Joshua. The miracle at his time that caused the sun to stop moving through the sky, again employing phenomenological language, the language of appearance. Obviously the miracle was that God stopped the earth's motion and held everything in place. That's the miracle.
When Revelation talks about the four corners of the earth, again, we still use that kind of terminology today in the figurative sense. It's the commonly used way to refer to the cardinal directions, right? North, south, east, and west.
Right, yeah. On the other hand, the Bible does indicate that the earth is not flat. In Isaiah 40:22, it tells us that God sits above the circle of the earth. And the Hebrew word used there is kug. It implies ball-shaped.
Right,
That's
not
what the
just
word
a
means.
flat circle.
Yep.
Job 26:7 says that God hangs the earth on nothing. That adds more detail to the earth's condition. It doesn't sit on the back of some animal. It floats in space.
Floats in space, yeah. As many viewers know, the public current education system is certainly not friendly to teaching biblical truths, and there's plenty of misinformation taught to unsuspecting school children.
You know, for example, that evolution is a fact and that
Right.
genetics, natural selection, speciation provide support for the idea that humans evolved from a single cell. That's an example of misinformation. Those fields of science actually all provide evidence against evolution and powerful support for creation. The genetic changes that scientists observe in living things aren't the right kind of changes. They'll never evolve a single cell to, towards a human.
Yeah. Another example of this misinformation in the education system comes from the 20th century high school history textbook, The American Pageant by Thomas Bailey. Many of its editions claimed that the superstitious sailors, talking about Columbus's crew here, grew increasingly mutinous because they were fearful of sailing over the edge of the world.
But sailors were fully aware of the shape of the earth. One myth states that people first realized that the earth was round because they saw ships slowly sinking below the horizon. But before telescopes, it was more likely that the other way around, sailors returning to land saw high mountains before the lowlands.
Right, yeah. Also, well before Christ, sailors in the northern hemisphere, when they crossed the equator, they reported that in the south, the sun shone from the north. They also knew how to measure their latitude from the angle of the sun at noon, which only works if the earth is spherical.
Right. So there are many evidences for a spherical earth that people knew about long ago. And of course, we're going to get into some of these when we get back in just a moment.
Does the human Y chromosome suggest that men are headed for extinction? In 2003, an Oxford University geneticist claimed that the human Y chromosome was crumbling before our very eyes and that the demise of men was imminent. Since this time, other researchers have pointed out that these doomsday predictions were overstated. For instance, the Y chromosome has a unique mechanism for correcting harmful mutations. Nevertheless, the Y chromosome certainly shows signs of overall decay, as do the other chromosomes. Human genetic decay is a real phenomenon, but it flies in the face of evolutionary ideas. According to evolutionists, all the complex coded information in our genomes supposedly arose through a slow accumulation of random changes called mutations. However, what we see with the Y chromosome is that such natural processes consistently degrade the genetic instructions as opposed to create them. Since the time of Adam, we live in a decaying world, just as the Bible says.
To find out more from Creation Ministries International, visit our website, creation.com.
Our subject this week is the flat earth myth and the Bible. So let's talk about some evidences for a round earth. I can't believe we need to do this, but we need to do this.
Okay. Okay, well, the ancient Greeks before Christ had realized that the earth is a globe by observing lunar eclipses. They realized that during eclipses, the earth was between the moon and the sun, and it always cast a circular shadow, regardless of the direction, which proves that it's a globe. And as you can see in this picture here, these are time-lapse photos of the moon during a lunar eclipse, or partial eclipse, as it moves through the Earth's shadow. And you can clearly see the circular shadow produced by the ball-shaped Earth.
Right. The famous philosopher Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 322 BC, said, "Either then the earth is spherical, or it is at least naturally spherical, and it is right to call anything that which nature intends it to be, and which belongs to it, rather than which it is by constraint or contrary to nature. The evidence of the senses further corroborates this. How else would eclipses of the moon show segments shaped as we see them? As it is, the shapes which the moon itself each month shows are of every kind, straight, gibbous, and concave, but in eclipses the outline is always curved. And since it is the interposition of the earth that makes the eclipse, the form of this line will be caused by the form of the Earth's surface, which therefore is spherical." Aristotle.
Okay, well, since there appear to be a rise in the number of people seriously asking if the Earth could be flat, let's look at 10 evidences for a round Earth. There are videos online that list some of these points, and there are other pro-flat Earth videos that say they debunk these claims, and we'll deal with some of those claims as well a little later.
Okay. Number 10. We'll start with 10 and go back to 1. Yeah. Number 10, the shadow of the Earth during lunar eclipses is curved. We just discussed that one. The shadow of the Earth is always curved, so it must be a sphere.
Right. Number 9, all other planets, moons, and the sun are round. seem kind of odd that the Earth would be the only one that was a flat disk, right?
Right, yeah. Number 8, day and night happen at different times. We have time zones. It's always day somewhere and night somewhere else.
Right, number 7, the Coriolis effect. Since the Earth is a spinning sphere, freely moving objects on the surface of the Earth appear to be deflected to the right in the northern hemisphere and the left in the southern hemisphere. For example, hurricane winds in the northern hemisphere are deflected to the right, while in the southern hemisphere they're deflected to the left. And even if the Earth was a spinning flat disk as opposed to just a stationary flat disk, you wouldn't see this effect, just like toilets going the other way when you go to Australia.
Right. There's another example, yeah. Number 6, you can make a triangle with 3 right angles.
Right.
Now, if you walk 10,000 kilometers on the Earth's surface and make a 90-degree turn, walk another 10,000 kilometers, turn 90 degrees again, and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll end up at the place you started, having made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles. On a flat surface, as any geometry student knows, that's not possible.
Right. Number 5, the curvature of the Earth can be measured. For example, pick 2 places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the angle of the shadow made by a vertical meter stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to calculate the angle between the sticks, and the sticks will not be parallel.
Right.
And once you know how far apart they are, you can calculate the curvature of the Earth's surface.
Right. Number 4, the constellations and the moon appear upside down in the southern hemisphere. Now, from the southern hemisphere, any object or constellation that lies near the celestial equator, the imaginary line that divides the northern and southern halves of the sky, would appear both upside down and reversed left to right compared to the northern hemisphere.
Right. Number 3, the Earth can be circumnavigated. If you sail west long enough, you'll eventually return to where you began. Here's a picture showing a typical sailing route beginning and ending in the UK by continually traveling west. This is possible because the Earth is a sphere.
Yep. Number 2, the horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall buildings viewed across a large lake disappear bottom first. Now here's a picture of Toronto buildings from the other side of Lake Ontario. Notice the bottoms of the buildings are missing. If the Earth was flat, you should see the entire lengths of the buildings right to the ground. And of course, all of the shorter buildings that can't even be seen in this picture. Also, because the Earth is round, you can watch the sunset twice. Once if you're lying down, and then again if you stand up.
Right. And number 1, we've got photographic evidence. Astronauts who've traveled to the moon look back and see that the Earth is a sphere, and they've taken pictures of it.
Right. Astronauts on the ISS, the International Space Station, orbit the Earth every hour and a half, every 92 minutes or so. They can see that the Earth is a sphere.
That's right. That's probably the best proof for round Earth.
Yeah.
One of the lame attempts to refute it claims that the curvature of the Earth is, in high-altitude photos, is a result of a wide-angle lens. And wide-angle lenses, do produce distortions. But what about when a wide-angle lens isn't used?
Yes. The curvature of the Earth can be seen. It's an observational scientific fact. That's the bottom line. And we'll be right back with just a few more details on this fascinating topic.
Looking for a single resource that totally destroys evolution? You need Evolution's Achilles Heels. Authored by 9 PhD scientists, the Evolution's Achilles Heels project involved examining areas evolutionists feel are their scientific strengths, such as natural selection, genetics and DNA, the fossil record, and radiometric dating. Discover how these areas and others are actually massive scientific weaknesses for evolution. Get Evolution's Achilles Heels, the Evolution Master Blaster. Order your copy at creation.com.
All right, welcome back. We're just wrapping up this week's show on the topic, the flat Earth myth and the Bible. Now, as we said, there are people attempting to refute the many proofs of a spherical Earth. For example, regarding the photographic proof, which is probably the best proof there is, they say that NASA is covering up the truth about a flat Earth and promoting a spherical Earth via doctoring images and video to make the Earth look spherical through CGI, computer-generated imagery, that type of thing.
Yeah, except CGI wasn't invented till just a little while ago. So what about all the other photos and things like that? And I mean, the thing is, why?
Why?
Why would NASA do that? What's the benefit of tricking people into believing that the Earth's a sphere instead of being a flat circular disc? What's the payoff? What's the reason you would go through that much trouble and have these secret hidden cult shadow people that just, no, let them think the Earth's a sphere. Why? What's the goal of that?
As we're recording this today, Jeff Williams, an astronaut, is aboard the ISS for a 6-month mission. Scott Kelly holds the current American record for cumulative days in orbit, 534 days. Amazing. Jeff Williams will tie that record on September 6, 2016. Jeff Williams is a Christian. Yeah. I heard him speak at a conference at a church in California a few years ago. So he would need to be in, as a Christian, he would need to be in on this NASA conspiracy too. He's got a camera. He's taking pictures, and you can see them on Facebook, on the NASA site, of the cameras that he took like an hour, the pictures that he took like an hour ago. So he's
in on it too, and so were the Greeks, and all that stuff. Anyway, so let's summarize here. I mean, almost all the early and medieval church scholars who commented on the Earth's shape explicitly said that it was round.
Okay, medieval European rulers used a golden sphere or orb called the globus cruciger to represent the Earth under Christ's rule, again emphasizing that they understood that the Earth was a sphere.
Right. Columbus's opponents never disputed the shape of the Earth, but only its size, and they were right. The Earth is much bigger than what Columbus thought.
Yeah. The flat Earth myth began with a fictional account of Columbus in the 19th century by Washington Irving. Then it was aggressively pushed in what ended up being an influential anti-Christian polemics by Draper and White.
And, of course, there are many evidences for a spherical Earth.
And the final irony is the leading flat earther today is an evolutionist. So there you have it.
There you go.
It's unfortunate that many people who label themselves as creationists are being drawn into this notion that there's this big conspiracy covering up a flat Earth and saying that it's spherical.
And I think that comes from the fact that people think that there's this massive conspiracy amongst evolutionists, you know, to try to the truth of creation. These people actually believe that we evolved, folks. They believe that's a scientific
it's
process.
Not a conspiracy theory among scientists. They actually believe we evolved from apes. It's not a conspiracy.
Right. So then they take that idea that, well, that's a conspiracy, and so maybe the Earth's flat, and maybe the Bible teaches it.
It's unfortunate. Yeah. Next week on Creation Magazine Live, fossils, evidence that something happened quickly. That's next week. See you later.
Earther before? The question came to me years ago from a colleague of mine who'd recently returned from a speaking engagement where he encountered a fellow who had printed out a large stack of evidence he claimed proved the Earth that God created was flat. Asking for more details about the encounter, my colleague assured me that the flat Earth believer was also a fellow young Earth creationist. And this was extremely surprising to me, as up to that point, over 10 years ago now, I'd only heard Bible skeptics use the accusation of flat Earth belief as an anti-science slur towards creationists. I never thought there was any sort of identifiable group of Christians that held to such views. Equating belief in a flat Earth as similar to belief in biblical creation has been a favorite tactic for atheists as a cudgel to discredit and demean opposition to the story of evolution for quite a while now. And a typical example and smearing of these beliefs came from staunch atheist Daniel Dennett. Insist on teaching your children falsehoods, that the Earth is flat, that man is not a product of evolution by natural selection. Then you must expect, at the very least, that those of us who have freedom of speech will feel free to describe your teachings as the spreading of falsehoods, and will attempt to demonstrate this to your children at the earliest opportunity. Now, a standard comeback to skeptics that I used around this encounter was pointing out, according to a 2011 Live Science article, that the head of the Flat Earth Society was an evolutionist and believed in global, discal warming. The Flat Earth Society is an active organization currently led by a Virginian man named Daniel Shenton. Although Shenton believes in evolution and global warming, he and his hundreds if not thousands of followers worldwide also believe that the Earth is a disk that you can fall off of. So while my colleague and I chatted briefly about it at the time, we both quickly dismissed it as a weird anomaly, only to have the same type of experience occur to me just 2 weeks later. Now, since then, I've witnessed flat Earth beliefs grow in leaps and bounds, and I've been billeted by folks with such beliefs while on speaking tours. I've chatted with people in my home church who held to it and engaged in online discussions with flat Earthers as well. Now, I personally don't believe that either scripture or science supports such belief, but I've dialogued with many who do. And let's just say it's been an interesting experience over the past few years. I've had several slurs sent my way from the flat Earth crowd. And the favorite of my wife and I is when one of my detractors called me spinning ball boy. And as you can imagine, that really stings to this day. I've also been accused of being non-biblical, a science denier, anti-God, Satan's tool, spiritually deceived, and even a heretic. Now, I should mention at this point that just like any generalized group, such as young Earth creationists, for example, flat Earth believers are not monolithic in their views. And I assume that many are very gracious and charitable in their exchanges, although personally, I've mostly experienced a rather negative dialogue. But I don't wish that anyone with flat Earth beliefs listening to this think I've kind of painted them with the same brush. I'd freely admit that I've met other biblical creationists that were rather mean-spirited in their approach, and I've seen some express belief in evidence for creation that I don't find credible. So let's face it, there are bad actors in every camp that we could mention. However, perhaps because the term flat earther has become such an unkind moniker, so synonymous with claiming someone is perhaps backward or naive or downright unintelligent, it seems that many people who've come to accept that worldview, and pun intended, are rather forthright, shall we say, when attempting to present their case. Now, I, however, believe that healthy, respectful dialogue should always be maintained, especially amongst Christians. We're to be known for our love for one another, as we're all part of God's family. So even though I disagree with flat Earth believers, I hope the following points against their views can be considered respectfully by them, as we should be able to agree to disagree. And I also want to emphasize that much of what I'll discuss here comes from my own personal experience. So my points may not relate to others who've had different conversations with flat Earth proponents. And to be honest, I don't think this video will be of much help to those fully committed to flat Earth beliefs, as I've found, for the most part, that once they've embraced the concept fully, they're rather entrenched in their thinking, and most are unwilling to look at opposing arguments. But again, I'm sure that not all fall under that umbrella. So I've intended this video for those more on the fence and who want to consider the topic carefully before perhaps descending the rabbit hole of countless hours of YouTube videos and popping out the other side fully on fire for the idea of a flat Earth. And in this brief chat, I won't be digging into the theological and scientific disagreements so much. Rather, I'll be dealing with 3 specific arguments I've heard repeatedly from flat Earth proponents that I hope to show aren't valid. Now, the first argument in flat Earth favor is that those beliefs were originally taught by the church and have been corrupted away since. Argument number 2 is the belief that there's a vast conspiracy to hide that the Earth is flat from people. And argument number 3 involves the thought that convincing people the Earth is round keeps them from believing in God. And again, if you're watching this and believe in a flat Earth, but don't use or believe in these arguments, I'm not trying to tar every flat earther with the same brush and set up some kind of straw man here. I'm just drawing from my personal experience to address the points that I've heard from many, not all, so I'm not accusing all flat Earth proponents of holding these views. So let's begin with number 1, the claim that the church originally taught the Earth was flat and that the practice has been corrupted in modern times. Now, despite what's commonly taught today by many secularists and some flat Earth proponents, the overwhelmingly vast majority of the Christian church has never held to the idea of a flat Earth. The common fable that the church taught the Earth was flat throughout the Middle Ages was invented by 2 atheistic skeptics, Andrew White and John Draper, in the late 19th century. Even famous atheistic evolutionist Stephen Jay Gould, obviously a hostile witness to Christian beliefs in general and specifically creationist, confirmed what historian Jeffrey Russell's definitive study on the flat earth titled Inventing the Flat Earth revealed. There never was a period of flat earth darkness among scholars, regardless of how the public at large may have conceptualized our planet both then and now. Greek knowledge of sphericity never faded, and all major medieval scholars accepted the Earth's roundness as an established fact of cosmology. All major medieval scholars, of course, included scholars within Christendom, where thousands of Christian scientists and theologians and artists of all socio-economic levels unambiguously affirmed that the Earth was spherical in nature. Many today have bought into a very simplistic faux history surrounding the topic of humankind's understanding of the Earth's shape, with most in the West being taught that everyone thought the Earth was flat until the time of Christopher Columbus, when everyone realized it wasn't. It was a sphere. But this is patently false. Neither the Bible nor the Church taught that the Earth is flat, but this alternate history is prevalent in the flat Earth community. Interestingly, White and Draper invented the medieval Christians believed the Earth was flat myth to promote the story of evolution. The promotional blurb on the Amazon listing of the book Inventing the Flat Earth outlines as much after establishing. Neither Christopher Columbus nor his contemporaries thought the Earth was flat. It then explains how the idea was perpetuated. The error was first propagated in the 1820s and 1830s. He, Russell, shows how later-day historians followed these original mistakes and how this snowball effect grew to outrageous proportions in the late 19th century, when Christians opposed to Darwinism were labeled as similar to medieval Christians who, allegedly, thought the Earth was flat. And the explanation of why these beliefs still linger is also noteworthy. This curious illusion persists today, firmly established with the help of the media, textbooks, teachers, even noted historians. Russell demonstrates that out of the hundreds of theologians that argued the Earth was round, the leading Christian proponents of flat Earth theory were only two rather obscure figures named Lactantius and Cosmas Indicoplesis. Meanwhile, medieval church scholars and scientists such as Roger Bacon, John Burdon, the Venerable Bede, Nicholas Oresme, John of Sacrobosco, Thomas Aquinas, and many, many more, not only believed in an orb-shaped Earth, but studied, wrote, and taught about it as well. For example, the Venerable Bede, he was an English monk who lived from AD 673 to about 735, and was a leading astronomer of his day. He was the theologian and historian who popularized the common BC AD dating system. And he was unequivocal in his belief that the Earth was round like a ball and not like a circular shield when he wrote the following. We call the Earth a globe, for truly it's an orb placed in the center of the universe. In its width, it is like a circle, and not circular like a shield, but rather like a ball, and it extends from its center with perfect roundness on all sides. Thomas Aquinas' greatest work, the Summa Theologica, included the following. The physicist proves the Earth to be round by one means, the astronomer by another, for the latter proves this by means of mathematics, by the shapes of eclipses or something of the sort, while the former proves it by means of physics, by the movement of heavy bodies towards the center, and so forth. Now, I could go on and on quoting old dead guys for hours, but an easy exercise anyone can do today is just open up your browser and type in Salvator Mundi, which means Savior of the World in Latin. Now, typically, the first image you'll see is a picture of Christ attributed, but debated, to Leonardo da Vinci, dated somewhere between AD 1499 to 1510. However, if you tighten your search and click images, you'll see many paintings that were done over hundreds of years depicting Christ holding a spherical earth, all symbolizing him as the savior of the world. But the earliest painting found of Salvator Mundi works was done by a great Italian artist named Simone Martini, circa AD 1341. However, it's quite reasonable to believe that he gained his inspiration for such imagery from much earlier artistic and other more mundane works. For example, as early as the 5th century, medieval European kings carried what was called the globus cruciger, which in Latin means cross-bearing orb. These scepters featured an orb near the top of the staff, with a cross protruding from it, symbolizing Christ's lordship over the earth. And this symbol was quite common over the next several centuries, being used on coins and in all sorts of Christian iconography. So one can easily see how the motif, Christ's lordship over the earth, became popular very early on in the church and was represented in various ways over the years. So while a flat earth believer might attempt to argue that perhaps the Christian church was somehow corrupted away from belief in a flat earth very, very early on, it's simply not reasonable or just plain honest to say sweeping statements like the majority of Christians believe the earth was flat in the past, or that the modern church has been corrupted away from its former belief in a flat earth, based on the common revisionist history arguments mentioned earlier. In summary, Christian flat earth advocates who promote the belief that the church was somehow corrupted away from flat earth and that it was once commonplace in Christendom should understand that they're participating in propping up fake news advanced by atheists. Now, the second claim I've heard almost every time I've engaged with a flat earth believer is the proposal of a vast conspiracy being perpetrated upon Earth's citizenry to convince them that the earth is round rather than its supposed true shape, which is flat. And almost to a T, whenever I voice doubt and when they know that I'm involved in creation apologetics, they immediately equate the story of evolution to conspiracy level as well, stating something like, well, you believe that people are deceived about evolution, don't you? And this reveals a real misunderstanding of what we're talking about regarding deception, false beliefs, and conspiracy theories. You see, I used to be an evolutionist. However, when I say I used to believe in evolution, I really believed in evolution. I wasn't going to bed at night twirling my mustache thinking, I know evolution's a fraud, but I'm going to keep trying to deceive people into thinking it's real. You see, I believe the reason most people believe in evolution is the same as me, that they've been overwhelmingly taught that it's fact and science and have accepted it as such. That's the reason many Christians have accepted evolution, for example. It's not a conspiracy in the sense that they profess belief in something they truly know is false, i.e. they're lying about it. When creation apologetic ministries like Answers in Genesis expose fraudulent examples used to promote evolution, like the famous Haeckel embryo drawings, we aren't saying they were made by someone who didn't truly believe in evolution but forged them to promote evolution despite that. Rather, we're saying that some people believe in evolution to such a degree that they're willing to lie and fabricate evidence to promote it because of the strength of their belief. Atheistic professors and scientists that promote evolution have bought into the concept of naturalism. Nature is all there is. So they operate according to methodological naturalism and conclude evolution is a fact and therefore God doesn't exist. But they truly believe in evolution. They aren't lying about it. No. When flat earthers say that there's a conspiracy to convince people that the earth is round, they mean that people are actively lying. And we're not just talking about a few people here. We are, in fact, talking about millions and millions of people worldwide and throughout history who, despite them believing the contrary, are fully committed to convincing the rest of the world's population that the earth is round rather than flat. And remember, that group would have included thousands and thousands of professing Christians who were willing to lie despite knowing God condemns it. It would also have included Christians who are and were biblical creationists, willing to lie specifically about how God created. It's truly overwhelming when you ponder the vast scope of this supposed operation and the sheer breadth of time and money and planning and coordination for this conspiracy to be real. Consider how many airline pilots, stewardesses, air traffic controllers, satellite manufacturers, astronauts, GPS software designers, smartphone makers, scientists, engineers, and a myriad of other occupations that must all be involved. And not just them. What about their spouses? Do they keep it from them or do they let them in on the secret as well? What about their mom and dad, their kids, and their best friends? I mean, how do you get into the club in the first place? What's the criteria? Do they recruit you when you're young? I mean, who are they, by the way? I mean, I'm not trying to sound overly facetious here, but I really want to know. Thinking about questions like this reminds me of a time I was discussing the Earth shape with a flat earther, and their idea was that the continents were centered in a spherical disc-shaped Earth and that the ice sheets surrounded the outer perimeter of that circle. And caveat here again, I understand that not all flat earthers hold to the same model, so in this instance I'm just talking about what they believed in particular. Anyway, when I asked them the hypothetical question as to what would happen if I just got in a boat and sailed to the edge of the Earth to prove the Earth was flat, they said, well, that's where the guys with machine guns come out. Now, I was a little confused about what they were saying, so I asked further, and they implied that they believed there were people assigned around the entire perimeter of the outer ice wall that would murder anyone that discovered the secret and could take the information back to the rest of the world. Guys with machine guns? How many guys? I mean, who feeds these guys and how do they get paid? Who are their families and how do they get to work in the morning? Yet they held their ground. Such is the level of conspiracy belief flat earthers sometimes come to from pressing the natural outworking of their beliefs. For example, flat earthers deny that there are any satellites or true astronauts that have gone into outer space. We haven't traveled to the moon, and there's no International Space Station, and all the photos and videos of Earth and space are fakes. I've had flat earthers declare that NASA projects images into the sky to trick people, and that it's a sham organization that's lied about everything it's supposedly ever done. Truly, suppose the flat earthers that hold to this level of conspiracy are in fact correct. It must be the most expensive, ambitious, multi-generational, and sophisticatedly coordinated operation that could ever be imagined. Remember, this kind of ultra-coordinated deception, supposedly perpetrated by millions upon billions of other people, was also all apparently done before the invention of the internet, and for many flat earthers before the telephone, the automobile, or the airplane were even imagined. The resources and problems involved in planning, communicating, and carrying it out globally without such real-time communication or transcontinental travel would have been truly staggering. Which then begs the ultimate question. Why? After discussing the topic of flat Earth with believers for many years now, I realize that most aren't going to be swayed by scientific arguments, and many have waved away my objections surrounding the impossibility of such a vast conspiracy being carried out throughout the ages as me just being naive. So I usually just cut to the chase now and simply ask, why? Why would some nebulous group spend all of this time and money in order to hoodwink the world's population about the shape of the Earth? And the overwhelming response I've received is the demonstrably false claim to turn people away from God and belief in the Bible. Now, the reason I say demonstrably false is the fact that the person asking the question, myself, is a former atheistic evolutionist turned Christian creationist, and someone who never had the topic of the Earth's shape come up as a question regarding faith in Jesus or trust in Scripture during my entire conversion process or afterwards. Now, my friend Dr. Danny Faulkner, a PhD astronomer on staff with Answers in Genesis in the US, has interacted with the Flat Earth movement much more than I have, and has had similar experiences regarding this claim. In his blog article discussing the second Flat Earth conference he attended, he mentions a conference speaker, Garcia, on one of the scheduled Q&A panels opening with a statement saying, "Flat Earth has everything to do with salvation." But it simply doesn't. For example, in a discussion recently with our small group Bible study my wife and I hold in our home, I brought the topic of Flat Earth up with our folks. Not a single person, the majority being mature Christian believers who've read their Bibles cover to cover numerous times and continue to do so, had even considered the shape of the Earth to be other than round, and were surprised to hear that there was a large contingent of Christians that have adopted Flat Earth ideas. Considering my pastor and elders in my current church and the former churches that I've attended, my colleagues at Answers in Genesis, other ministry leaders that I know here in Canada, such as our good friends at Bible Discovery TV or the Cross Current Ministry, and the vast majority of solid Bible-believing Christians that I know, have never even considered the idea of a flat Earth, let alone it being a barrier to faith. How can flat earthers claim that this hidden knowledge is a barrier to salvation issue with a straight face? Also, the fact that all of the flat earth believing Christians I've dialogued with made a profession of faith and called themselves Christians before them accepting flat earth beliefs also demonstrates its weakness. Although, in a world with 8+ billion people, somewhere out there likely has a testimony that discovering the earth is flat caused them to accept Jesus. And yet, I've honestly never heard another answer from a Christian flat earth believer regarding how the motivation behind a conspiracy to promote a globe-shaped earth would be enacted. And yet it can be so easily shown as false that it seems incredibly contrived. The best they might say is that they believe it might turn people away from God, but they're not remotely close to having a large group of people testify to that claim. I can't even imagine what a non-Christian flat earther might propose as a reason for this supposed incredible scheme. But I speak from personal experience, and I've never spoken to one about it. However, the final conundrum seems to be this. How does a Christian who's a flat earther explain the following? If this coordinated effort to deceive the world into thinking the world is round is to convince people away from God and the authority of the Bible, then how is it that it includes thousands of professing believers in God and Jesus Christ specifically as Lord and Savior, perpetrating the hoax? How are these not completely at odds with one another for that large segment of participants? Why would Christians, who by definition want others to accept Christ, participate in an enterprise designed to make people distrust God and His Word? The only answer that I could give is that they weren't truly believers at all. Christians watching this, seriously consider what you'd be saying. Do you really want to go there? Considering the warning Jesus gave in Scripture regarding anger and calling your brother a fool, how much worse is declaring thousands who claimed Christ as their Savior to be heretics and false Christians? But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment. Whoever insults his brother will be liable to the council, and whoever says "you fool" will be liable to the hell of fire. Matthew 5:22. Now, before I finish off, if you're pretty new to this topic and want to dive more deeply into it beyond what I've mentioned here, I'd recommend visiting the Answers in Genesis website for resources from my friend and fellow Answers in Genesis speaker, Dr. Danny Faulkner, that